The hour of 8:30 a.m. on Friday, August 1st. Sean Paff, Chair of the City of Fitchburg Board of Review. We'll call this meeting to order at 8:31 a.m. Madam Clerk, if you could read the roll.
Thank you, Chair. Richard Bloomquist is absent with excuse. Elton Krim Jr.
Here.
Sean Paff.
Present.
Carol Poole. Here. Sharif Atun is absent with excuse. Amanda Canessa.
Here.
Andrew Slager is absent with excuse. Mark Fairchild is absent with excuse. You do have a quorum.
Thank you, and thank you to those of us that came on a nice day this summer. Thank you to the residents who we're going to be hearing from today as well. At this time, I'm going to ask my friend Carol here to make a motion to approve the minutes from our last meeting, which was last Thursday, July 24th. A lot of minutes here, folks. So take your time. We just get a motion on the table, Carol, in a second, then we can look through them.
Oh, you want a motion now?
Yeah.
Move to approve the minutes from our meeting on August 20th.
Amanda, you okay with a second? Well, and then we can look through them if you have.
Second, Canessa.
Okay, look through the minutes. We have questions. Tracy, thank you for all your work on this. Chris as well. Busy meeting. At our last meeting, we went through the different interests that came before the city and set ourselves up for today's meeting. You see any questions or concerns from the group up here?
No.
All those in favor of approving the minutes from Thursday, July 24th, 2025, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Minutes are approved. Okay, today, item 4A is proceed to hear, deliberate, and determine the following. Oh, sorry. Carol, go ahead. Back up to 3A.
I'd also move approval of the draft minutes from our meeting on June 11th of 2025.
Eldon, you good with a second?
Second.
Second by Krim. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Are they in the packet, Tracy, real quick, or did we already approve those minutes? July 11th.
We did not.
Yeah, you approved those at,
The last meeting.
I thought
correct.
they weren't finished yet for the last meeting. So we
Nope,
were
this,
gonna do-
those are the ones from the last time we met
Okay.
that you're approving. So we're all caught up on minutes.
You okay withdrawing the motion, Carol?
Yep.
With what motion is withdrawn? Okay, now we'll move on. Thank you for all that. Now we will move on to item 4A, and this is our chance to go through the process while we're here. Proceed to hear, deliberate, and determine the following residential objections. 4A is Luxem, 24 Windswept Way, parcel 0609-053-6719-2. At this time, I'd ask everyone, most importantly myself, to silence our cell phones. Confirm, sir, the person you are here, you are the owner or the authorized agent of the property. Is that correct?
Hello, yes, excuse me, Henry Luxem, and I am the owner of 24 Windswept Way. Thank you, for, ladies and gentlemen,
Hold
for
on
having
one
me
second,
here.
sir. We're going to get to you, I promise. I just want to make sure the record. Could you, Madam Clerk, swear in Mr. Luxem and also our city assessor, please?
Thank you, Chair. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And please state your name and address for the record.
Henry Luxem, 24 Windswept Way, Fitchburg, Wisconsin.
Thank you. And do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Chris Leitz, City Assessor.
The floor.
Okay. Once again, I'm going to read the property type. This is a condominium, and it is located at 24 Windswept Way. And sir, could you read what you think the opinion of the property is into the record at this time? What your opinion of the value? We just want to get on the record to
Yes.
start.
I had stated on the written record $450,000. However, in going through things, I would like to amend that to $425,000.
Okay. Real quickly, want to just ask the clerk, is there a process for that, or what do we need to do on that? That's why we want to state the
The
correct.
time to amend the application was the first 2 hours of the first meeting, so the time to amend is passed. Your forms were due in on the 24th, within
I'll
those
amend
first 2
my
hours.
statement then to $450,000 as listed.
Okay, thank you. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption, sir, you need to present sworn oral testimony providing that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review, that's us, standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. The standards are, the best evidence of a value is a recent arm's length sale of a subject property. Next, the sales of reasonably comparable property. Then all other approaches to value, income approach, income producing properties, and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there is not an active market. This does not include comparison to your neighbor's property unless it is recently sold in an arm's length transaction. At this time, Mr. Luxem, please share any exhibits that you may be reading into the record with our clerk, and she will distribute them for our review. Make sure you keep a copy for yourself. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. If you have an appraisal of the property, Mr. Luxem, under review, the appraiser must be here to present sworn oral testimony to the Board of Review for us to consider the appraisal. Do you have an appraiser with you today?
I do not.
Thank you. We do have a full agenda today, sir. So we have scheduled meetings pretty back to back to back, and I applaud the city clerk for arranging this for us. I know that wasn't easy. So I'm going to give you 10 minutes to give your presentation. If you wouldn't mind, I'll then give you a 2-minute warning, if that's okay, just like the NFL. And before we get started here, I'm going to ask one more time for the record. Please state your name and full address for the record, and you will also state what your opinion is the fair market value of your property, and then begin your testimony, and the 10 minutes will start.
Henry Luxem, 24 Windswept Way, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53719. In my opinion, the proper amount should be $450,000.
Thank you. The floor is yours, sir.
Okay, you have before you annotated copies, and first of all, going to item B, there should be a map available and showing the location of the property right off Seminole Highway and near the intersection of McKee Road. Item B is sales listing at the time that we bought back
Sir,
in,
we have item A is the Zillow. That's the first item. Is that correct?
Oh, item,
We have it listed as item A.
yeah, which being the map.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
item.
indeed.
So the clerk will record that as respondents item A. Is that how we label it, Tracy?
Yep, taxpayers Exhibit A.
Keep going, sir. Thank you.
Item B being the sales listing at the time we bought in 2020.
The
And
MLS listing will be item B for the taxpayer. Yep.
And that, at that time, the selling price was $289,900 with concessions. And I submit that just for general information on the property. Item C, which is the tax statement. And the revised amount in 2025 came to an increase of 35%, and that was on top of a 2024 increase of 34%. So we've had some very significant increases. In addition, well, in 2023, the assessed valuation was at $293,200, and now is at $528,900, quite an increase. That's item C. And going to item D is a listing of house. It's the opposite side of the duplex that the subject property is. It was sold on this last Monday for the amount of $335,000. It had been listed at $350,000. And item E is the sales brochure for that listing, listed at $350,000. It's partially built out home with the upper level having been finished and the lower level unfinished. So functioning as a one-bedroom house. Item F are some condo summary statistics for sales within Fitchburg, including that 22 Windswept Way, which is adjacent, sold for, again, $335,000, listed for $350,000.
You're 24 Windswept Way, right?
And we're at 24 Windswept.
Thank you, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And for comparables sold, you see prices or values of selling price of from $370,000 up to $545,000. However, I note that the number 4 sold is probably not representative at all, in part being 1,000 square feet larger, as well as different higher level of construction, I believe. But otherwise, they fall in the area from $370,000 up to $440,000. Going on to item G, condo market summary. And I believe that in addition to the 22 Windswept Way, I believe that other one there is actually a block or so away from this building. But anyway, 50 Glen Arbor Way. Perhaps not, but it's quite a bit higher priced property. And otherwise, it goes down to the $370,000 up through $400,000 price tags for similar property to our 3-bedroom home. That would be item 1, 2, and 3 in the condos sold category. In the next Exhibit H, we have a comparable of 22 Windswept Way, which is adjacent and in many ways similar construction to the subject property. You'll see the finished square feet at 1344. Again, that represents the fact that the lower level was totally unfinished on that property. Year built in 2003, and I believe mine was built a year later, 2004, I think was built out. Could have been 2005, I'm not sure on that. And let's see. And then the comparables, 1,600 to 1,900 to 1,700 square feet among those 3. And that compares with my subject property. I believe it's 2109 listed for square footage.
With your finished basement, correct? You have 737 square feet finished in the basement, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
Keep going.
there's 1 bedroom down and a full bathroom and
Perfect. Thank you.
second living area, lower, and then a walkout. Item I, Exhibit I, shows 22 Windswept Way. Again, that's adjacent in the same building that the subject property is. And it was appraised or it was assessed at $455,000, which was for that one also. And all of the other properties that I know of within the Windswept Acres Condominium Association, it represented a 34% increase during this last year. They were all kicked up by that same amount. Now, you'll see that down on the bottom, I've circled where the appraisal at 455, or assessment rather, assessment at 455,000, and it was sold for 335,000. So a very significant gap there of $120,000, which is, I would say, pretty remarkable. Next exhibit is J, and it does the comparison of a case that you'll be hearing later today. It'll be the fifth one up. Happens to be 16 Windswept Way, which is next building over from subject building of the one we're speaking of at 24 Windswept. And I do note that interesting comes up here. It's listed condo res 3, and the others are comparable, are condo res 1, and there's quite an adjustment between them. And
Give me about 3 more minutes, if that's okay.
okay,
You got it.
sure. All right. Now to Juliet 1, or J1, and we see that I've got the breakout of what condo res 3 versus condo res 1 neighborhood. I believe they're neighborhood groups, as would be termed in the assessment category. And the condo res 3, which is subject property, as well as far as I know, every other property of a total of 16 within Windswept Acres Condominium Association. And it says typically represents higher density residential areas. We certainly are that. And it says with more amenities, potential leading to higher valuations. That is in error as applies to ours. We do not have amenities. We have living space and some landscaped area, and that is it. We have nothing such as what might be amenities such as clubhouse, tennis courts, swimming pool, and we have no common areas whatsoever. So all we have is tighter quarters and smaller streets and so on. So I think that's a mischaracterization that may be leading to those 34 and 35% year upon year increases. We have basically have high density and narrow streets. Along with that, we also live adjacent to increasingly busy Seminole Highway. And as will be pointed out a little bit later, it makes it even difficult to use our decks facing that busy highway because of the road noise. And I also note that there is a lot of semi-traffic, which is contrary to the posted 8,000-pound weight limit there that I know is not enforced. Having talked to an officer in the past, stated that, well, we have no way to weigh them.
Sir, do you want to go through attachment K, and then we'll wrap up your stuff
Okay,
just to get us
sure.
through everything, and then we'll get to some questions that you're talking about there in a second. But we
Sure.
just want to get you through the attachments here before we
Yeah,
conclude your
finishing
time.
up with
Yeah, by all means.
attachment K, it shows some comparables.
When you say quiet, is that a quiet sale with no realtor, or what does that mean?
Oh, what I mean is it's quiet neighborhoods.
Okay,
And checking the map location, they're certainly quiet and certainly compared to living adjacent to Seminole Highway, which has become more and more busy. And near the stoplight maybe has some effect on that as well. But yeah, they're quiet neighborhoods. They also tend to be on bike or pedestrian trails, which we are not. We have to go a distance to access the nearest bike or pedestrian trail and from our neighborhood. And anyway, the values on these run from 406,000 up to looks like 430,000 for high. And
Well, thank
so
you.
anyway, that's
Yeah, no, bro, that's good.
thank you.
We're going to come back to you, sir. We're going to come back because you got a lot of good stuff here for us that we got to chew on a little bit. But now at this time, with Mr. Luxem, his 10 or so minutes used up, Chris, the city assessor, we're going to refer it to you, or do you want to ask some questions first of Mr. Luxem, which is usually the process, sir. The assessor gets the information, then he goes through it. His team is behind him.
Yeah.
You guys have a little dialogue back and forth, and then Chris will give his thoughts.
Yeah, I do have some questions.
Go ahead,
Okay, hang on. So, all of the sales that were used by the Realtor in the market analysis occurred after the assessment date. So for context, our assessments are as of January 1st, 2025, based on economic and market information from calendar year 2024. So any changes that occur to the market after 2025 would not be reflected in our assessment. So I guess that to tie that into my question here is, did the Realtor, do you know, did they make any adjustments for time, given that, as you can see here, so the most recent sale on this comp, our market analysis is from July, so just a few weeks ago. To that end, did they make any adjustment for changes in market condition after the first of the year?
Not that I'm aware of. In fact, it was a real question in my mind as to whether the market seems to be slowing or not. But as far as adjustments, I don't know what methodology was used.
Okay. And I guess to tie into that, if the market were to slow after January 1st, that would then impact the opinion of value, correct? In a likely
Yes.
negative way, like it would reduce
I
the
would
value?
anticipate that.
Yeah, okay. Let's see here. Kind of an extension of that question, do you know if there were any adjustments made at all for any, kind of material or physical differences between the subject property and the comparable sales that were used?
The only change that I made during that time was within the first year of having moved in, we converted a jetted tub to a walk-in tub.
Sure. Well, I guess what I was...
Excuse me, a walk-in shower, I should say.
I gotcha. I guess what I was trying to get to was, did the Realtor make any adjustments for, kind of physical differences between your property and the comps they use? Meaning, did they make adjustments for, say, if there was had a finished or a remodeled bathroom or anything like that? Was there any changes, like adjustments made to kind of compare apples to apples, so to speak? Does that make sense?
I suppose, not that I'm aware.
Okay. Just a couple more. So for the sale that occurred on 22 Windswept Way, it was listed at $350 and sold for $335. Just as do you know if that sale was arm's length?
I fully believe it was arm's length as far as my knowledge, yes.
Okay. I only ask because it seems in this market it's fairly atypical to see a property go that far below list, but
Sure.
in any event. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what led to that. They had an offer shortly after listing.
Sure.
But
do you know if there was any sort of duress on the property? I looked through the photos on that one, and there was a lot of floors that had been missing. There was seemingly a lot of work that needed to be done to it, which would also impact the potential sales price as well.
in general, I was able to walk through the property very briefly after it had been vacated, and we had an issue with windows there. And I happen to be the president of the Windswept Acres Condominium Association and have been in that position for about the past 3 years. And I also do maintenance around the area too, trying to do a little bit of catch up and so on and this and that. But the carpeting was taken up and left subfloor situation in the upper floor area. Why that was chosen, I do not know the answer to that, but the gentleman went into a nursing home.
Gotcha.
And relatives handled the situation there. And I can only suppose that they were eager to make the sale and move on.
Okay.
Keep moving on time here. So
Can I
if you-
give just one more?
Yep.
Just for clarity's sake?
Yep.
And this isn't like so on Exhibit J1, there's this kind of blurb about condo res 3 versus condo res 1. Where did that come from, I guess is my question.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure where I actually got that. I think it's,
Because it looks like it might be off of there's an address near the top, and it looks like it might be from Yahoo, perhaps, like a Yahoo search or something.
that, well, actually, I can answer that more succinctly. I ended up a Yahoo search to find out after I realized that on item J, for example, if you look, there's half to 2/3 way down the page, there's County of Dane, and then neighborhood group, condo res 3.
Yeah.
So I came to believe that it was some standardized appraisal or real estate nomenclature.
So I can answer that quick, that way I can get it out of my testimony. But what the J1 exhibit here is not representative of what is, it's not a standard, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So we just have these grouped by, so you can see condo res 3, res 1, and so on. I think we have 4 different condo group neighborhoods, and they're just really organized by location. So it helps us to group neighborhoods in a more common area. And so this, a Google search or a Yahoo search wouldn't get you to the right answer, at least in Fitchburg's case. That may be the case elsewhere, but not for us. So in any case, I think that's all I have. Thanks,
All right,
Sean.
Chris, what are you thinking here, and are there any thoughts you want to give us as a board here?
Yes, I got some evidence packets here.
Sure. Thank you. Okay, for
All
us.
right, let me know when you're ready.
Yep, for us folks here, Assessors Exhibit 1, and then there's multiple pages to this. I'll let the clerk categorize those as necessary, but just so you have Assessors Exhibit here. Go ahead, Chris.
All right, thank you. I'll try to be as brief as I can here. My name is Chris Leitz, and I'm the City Assessor for the City of Fitchburg. I provided the board and objector with written information on the assessment that I'll go over here. The first page in the packet you'll see is the property owner's objection form. I've seen that already. The next couple pages are kind of some statutory references and my professional qualifications. To note, let's see here, on the first page you'll see, like I said, some of my professional qualifications. As I mentioned, my name's Chris Leitz. Been employed with the City of Fitchburg Assessing Office as the city assessor now for just over 2.5 years. Started in January 2023. I have an Assessor 2 certification, which expires on May 31st, 2028, and an Assessor 3 certification, which expires on January 31st, 2030. I'm current with all continuing education. I've been doing assessment work for over 9 years now. Prior to working here in Fitchburg, I worked in the City of Janesville Assessor's Office for 6.5 years as a Property Appraiser 1, a Property Appraiser 2, and then most recently from February 21 to January 23 as the Deputy City Assessor. Throughout that time, I was heavily involved in residential, commercial, agricultural, personal property, appeals process, open book, board of review, and then circuit court cases. Educational background, as it relates, I have a Bachelor of Arts in Urban Suburban Geography with a certification in GIS and a minor in philosophy. I currently serve on the legislative and education committees of the Wisconsin Association of Assessing Officers. I've attended a number of classes put on by the Wisconsin Association of Assessing Officers, as well as the International Association of Assessing Officers, just ranging from residential, commercial valuation, and assessment administration. All right, carrying on here. Section 2 of that document states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value of property as of January 1st, 2025. Part A of that document outlines the standards for establishing value as found in State Statute 7032, the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, and case law. The valuation hierarchy is Tier 1, an arm's length sale of the subject if that sale is consistent with the characteristics of arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 2, based on comparison to properly adjusted arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 3, all other accepted techniques, primarily the cost and income approaches to value. Part B contains the definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy to be considered arm's length and used for establishing true market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that assessors should be using to value their properties in their respective jurisdictions, and that the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. Defines mass appraisal as a systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. Because this was a revaluation year, our estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. Following that document, you'll find a map illustrating the subject property's location. The next few pages in your packet are the property record card, which contains specific data on quantitative and qualitative physical characteristics of the land and improvements for the subject property. To note some of the more significant data, the first page shows the property is a zero lot line condominium located in the Windswept Acres condo neighborhood on the city's north side. The second page shows building permit history. As you can see, there hasn't been a ton of activity. Sales history as well is next to that. You can see that the most recent sale on the property was in 2020, deeded here to Mr. Luxem. There's no detached structures on the property. On the third page, you'll find a number of notes. You can see the property was last inspected in June 2023. There was an appointment with the property owner prior to the board of review, but kind of after that official open book period had ended, property owner spoke with a member of our team and indicated that a neighbor had 3 realtors evaluate the market value of the property, but no information was provided to our office at that time, and therefore no change was made. I guess further, having the time to now review them, I don't know that I would have been inclined to make a change at that point anyway. Following the notes on the fourth page, you'll see the land information. Let's see here. On the fifth page of the record card, I will highlight the structure is a 1-story ranch-style residence. Contains 2,115 square feet of living space. It was built in 2004 and hasn't been significantly remodeled. It is a construction and quality grade B property. Its overall condition, desirability, and usefulness is rated as average. There's other detailed information on the physical attributes contained in the record card. 6th page is a sketch of the property. Next page in the document is the market valuation detail. This document summarizes the assessment calculation completed by our automatic valuation model. The model is based on Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and 2024 arm's length sales. The next page in the document is a map that locates the subject and recent reasonably comparable arm's length sales. The next few pages after that show a sales comparison report supporting the current assessed value of the property. The report lists comparable arm's length sales from 2024 and one from this condo neighborhood from 2022. It's the most recent sale we have in this.
Chris, why can't you use 2025 again for just the record?
And that's because so our assessment date's January 1st. And so there's, especially in this market, it's very dynamic. Things change quickly. And so since our assessment date is January 1st, if any changes to the market occur after that date, they wouldn't be reflected in our assessments. Kind of the more concrete example would be if you have a home and it's standing, perfectly, on January 1st and it burns down on January 2nd and you don't rebuild it, you're still going to have that full assessment because of the condition of the property and the market for that matter.
And that's
on
how
January
state
1st.
statute's set up?
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Yep. So it's important to note that there were no sales in this specific condo neighborhood during 2024 or 2023. So the comparisons in this report really represent sales of the most comparable types of condominiums, understanding that three of the four are in a different location. We've adjusted for that, but in any event. The addresses of the sales comparable properties are 18 Windswept Way, 17 Blue Iris Way, 5221 Teaberry Lane, and 16 Bailey Way. Sale dates are June 2022, September 2024, December 2024, and April 2024. The sale prices are $401,000, $475,000, $415,000, and $615,000 respectively. The report shows photos and lists comparative data that demonstrates the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. Styles are all ranch-style condominiums. The subject and gross living areas range between 1,688 to 2,813 square feet. The effective year built ranges from 2003 to 2008. Other data is listed demonstrating, again, that these properties are reasonably comparable to the subject.
Chris, the square footage that you just said, Mr. Luxem's property is, what is your square footage again, sir? 20?
2,115. And so
you said that is it a give or take of a certain percentage on either side? You said 1,800 to whatever.
1,688 to 2,813. So those are just representative of what the range is for the comps.
So it's
yes, and that includes if there's finished basement living area.
Okay, we'll get to
that would be first floor, second floor, and then a finished basement.
It was a range then.
Yep,
Got it.
for
Okay,
sure.
thank you.
So, well, the most recent sale in this neighborhood was roughly 2.5 years prior to the assessment date. I've included it in this report because, really, it's fairly identical to the subject property aside from some minor square footage changes. The one major adjustment that was made to the sales price was just a time adjustment to account for market changes between the sale price, our sale date of January or June 2022 and our assessment date. The time adjustment in our sales comparison approach is based on the Department of Revenue's percentages of economic changes for residential class property indicated in the Statement of Changes of Equalized Values report. It's important to note that the Department of Revenue publishes this report specific to each municipality, and further, the amount of economic change in this report relates specifically to the market changes separate from new construction and physical changes. So really what you're seeing in this report is the Department of Revenue's measure of market appreciation over, a calendar year, or in this case, since the sale date of June 2022. And that's specific to the city of Fitchburg. So in essence, like I said, what you're seeing is the comparable value of the 2022 sale of 18 Windswept Way is what the sale price of that property was back in 2022 and then adjusted by the Department of Revenue's indication of economic change between the sale date and January 1st, 2025, and then some minor adjustments for square footage differences. The adjusted comparable value of that property, 18 Windswept Way, ends up at $500,900, which is less than the current assessment, but still within the 90 to 110% Department of Revenue compliance threshold as referenced earlier. Aside from time adjustments, the report also adjusts for the differences in sale, or adjusts the sale prices for differences such as the lot, building attributes, age, condition, location, and then if there's any detached structures. Or
Does
like
location take into consideration, and we talked about this last year in a different condo association, noise?
So typically if there's issues of noise, if something, and I don't know if we have any adjustments for things that back up to Seminole. We do on some McKee properties.
That's what I was referring to.
But we usually adjust the land value.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
And
the other, I guess, tie into that was that if there was sales, if we had sales in Woods Edge Way, for example, which is right across Seminole from there, if we had sales data that would support that, hey, properties on the backside or that back up to,
which we've seen in this committee in the past, as you know.
Right.
Yep.
This one we don't have any adjustment on at this point.
All right.
Right, so to that end, let's see, adjusted sales price are $500,900, $534,600, $522,800, and $566,000 respectively. Adding all those up, the adjusted sales price of reasonably comparable properties get us to a Tier 2 value of $527,100, which indicates that the Tier 3 assessed value of $528,900 is a fair estimate of the market value of the subject property as of January 1st, 2025. In summary, there's not a Tier 1 arm's length sale of the subject property. We completed a mass appraisal assessment of the property using both Tier 2 and Tier 3 approaches to value. We've reconciled to the Tier 3 market modified cost approaches that provides the most uniform, consistent, and detailed value estimate as expected by our taxpayers. Let's see here. Just want to make sure. I think we got all that.
And then Mr. Luxem has a question or two for you.
Yep,
And then
I got just another paragraph here,
No
sorry.
problem.
Lastly, I think it's important to note that the property owner's opinion of value of $450,000 is roughly 12% above that June 2022 sale price of 18 Windswept Way at $401,000, which is, nearly identical property. On average, we found residential values have been increasing by roughly 10% per year. Since 2022, the Department of Revenue has indicated that the total percent of economic change to be roughly 31% for a residential property, which really also averages out to about 10% annually. Ultimately, the property owner's opinion of value at $450,000 represents a significantly lower estimate of value than what the market trends would indicate. Based on the testimony provided today, I don't believe that the property owner has overcome the statutory presumption that the assessment is correct and would respectfully request that the assessment be sustained as presented. Thank you.
Okay, before we bring it questions here, Mr. Luxem, a question or two for the assessor, and then we're going to do our job up here.
In 2022, 18 Windswept Way sold for $401,000. It was a subject of rather unusual, even for that time, bidding war, as it was listed at $350,000, and it got bid up subsequently to that $401,000. I think that was a highly unusual situation, certainly in the history of the Windswept Acres sales that had preceded. Does that get taken into account? Again, it's quite a run-up from $350,000 to the sale price of $401,000. And also that property had changed hands. The previous owner was in that property perhaps 16 months only. And there was a sale preceding that one of the very same property.
What was the question? Is that taken into account?
Are you taking into account in any way that even for that era or time period, pretty remarkable bid up of $51,000, more than 10% from the listing price? And then the further question is, did you look at the previous sale of the very same property that preceded it by a year to 16 months, I would expect?
So to answer the first part of that question, I would say that that's not atypical for that time frame. We were just talking about a house that sold, I believe, also in 2022, and the house was listed, I don't remember, 400 something, and it sold for $615, I think is what it sold at, and it was $140,000 over ask. I know a number of people that bought houses back in 2022 and 2021, and same deal, they paid $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 over ask. So to me, that's not atypical. The sale prior to that one in 2022 was $315,000, so $315,000. So if I just do some simple math here, that represents a 27% increase year over year, which at that time was very possible.
Okay, thank you both. All right, we're going to start up here, do some questions, and then we have to deliberate. Eldon, start with you if you have any questions at all, and then come back to you, friend. Otherwise, you can start somewhere else too, no problem.
All right, so I think one question, following up on his question about the house that seemed to have sold as an anomaly, a little bit high. When you use that house, do you make an adjustment on it to account for the run-up of the house because of the bidding situation? In other words, does it show up as one of those anomalies that might be higher than other houses sold at the same time? And then do you throw it out, or do you make some kind of mathematical adjustment?
No, I don't think we would have thrown it out because I don't think it was an anomaly. I mean, if if a sale is, the best evidence of what a property is worth is what somebody's willing to pay for it on the open market. So, again, I don't think that somebody paying $50,000 over ask, especially for 2022, was atypical. I mean, I don't have the data at my disposal, but we go through and we review every sale, and by and large, most of them people were paying quite a bit over ask, and $50,000 is certainly not unheard of. But so no, we wouldn't have flagged that as an anomaly. Our assessment for that was right around sales price. So.
Okay, I guess my next question is, so you mentioned that the homeowners can't use comparative properties that were sold after January 1st?
It's not that they can't. There would need to be some sort of an adjustment made to tie back to what the market conditions were on the assessment date. So, for example, now we're in July. The market's changed quite a bit since January. They could use a 2025 sale,
But then they'd have
to
some
adjust
adjustment.
it. Yeah. So if there's market conditions changes, which there has been, I assume, they'd have to make an adjustment for that.
Okay, and then on the flip side of that, you all make adjustments from those houses that sold years earlier.
Right. Or even in, I guess I don't know, I can't remember if it adjusted the ones even in 2024.
Because you had one that was 2022?
Yep, 2022, and yeah, so that was, the adjustment that we used was reflective of what the Department of Revenue indicated the market condition changes to
Okay,
be.
so you just get that from a book or a report or something?
So they put out a statement of what's called equalized values each year. That actually came out today, so I'm a little anxious to see what they say. But yeah, so they put this out, and what it is they factor out new construction. So we report to the Department of Revenue on how much new construction value, like dollar for dollar, we have. And what they do is they factor what the amount of what's called economic change or percentage of economic change, which is really a measure of what the real estate market change, just the market condition change has been. So if they find that just on average sales prices or the market in Fitchburg is up 10% for residential, that's what they'll indicate as their economic change. So it's a pretty solid number. It's, I think, what a lot of assessors use, but hope that answers the question.
It does, no,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Al. You good for now?
I have one more, but I
Go
can
ahead.
wait.
We'll get back to you. Go
All
ahead,
right,
Amanda.
okay. Go
You
ahead.
good?
I'm fine. I'll ask my questions.
All right, we're gonna go back to Alden because once Carol gets going, Alden.
The last question was just following up on Sean's question about the noise adjustment. And whether or not there should be some adjustment for his property abutting a noisy street that is allowing traffic that's really not by statute should be on there, trucks and what have you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a valid question. Like I said, our kind of course of business, and this has been fairly typical, is on properties that experience heavy traffic. Typically, what we'll do is add a negative 10% adjustment to the land. It's hard to do if there's no sales data in some sense because like on McKeefer, the easy example is right across the way, Woods Edge Way, Seminole Village Condos, it's called. All the parcels there that back up to Seminole don't have an adjustment. The ones that back up to McKee do, but I understand that Seminole Highway is a busy road. I would argue that McKee's probably busier. It's a divided 4-lane road versus Seminole, which is 2 lanes. We could look up the traffic counts, and I would assume that, or I would guess that Seminole is going to show less traffic. But nevertheless, I don't know that a heavy traffic discount is appropriate there. And again, it would be, like I said, it would be 10% if it were. I don't know that there's other properties that back up to Seminole, but I don't think most of them have that discount. So, not to say that it's not, it's a valid question, but I don't think we have any other ones that have it on there.
Okay, Carol.
My first question is Pine Ridge considered a standalone neighborhood in your,
Pine Ridge.
That would be which is the property you're referring to? Which comp?
this is the subject property.
Oh, okay, sure.
Pine Ridge. Are you talking Windswept Way?
Yes.
Yes, so these condos are in their own specific neighborhood. They have like any condo neighborhood, they have a specific or a larger neighborhood group that they're a part of. But yes, Windswept Way is their own kind of condo group.
So what
neighborhood.
larger neighborhood are they part of?
What's called Condo Res 3, which I can get you the kind of geographic parameters of that. Give me 1 second. West of Seminole Highway, and I believe, yeah, so it represents the condos west of Seminole Highway. I can see if we
West and then all the way north?
Yep.
I'm curious as to why the condo sales on Crescent Road were not included in this.
So I looked at those, and they required a lot more of adjustment. So I selected the comps that required the least amount of adjustment. Those condos on Crescent Road are quite a bit older, and I think that's the big thing. And they are, I can look, hang on. Forgot what one of the addresses was. Was it 41?
Should be the 4600 block, I believe. Or the 4400 block, I'm sorry.
Yeah, hang on. I'll just do this.
Some of those are newer than some of the other ones.
Give me just a second here. I'm just trying to load it up. All right, so
Okay.
yeah, so 4411 Crescent Road, that one required adjustments, almost it's 96% adjustments. Smaller, a little bit smaller. Those are in the same group, but yeah, these ones are built in, at least the first one that I saw built in 1988. Let's see here. So that's the only one that comes up in the list of the first 20 most related comparables, but I want to check our sales too. Hang on.
Carol, any other questions for me,
Oh,
Mr.
yeah.
Luxem at all? Or while he's digging around, or keep? I'm not trying to rush you, just keeping her moving here.
Nope, my questions are all for the assessor.
Mr. Luxem, you reached out to 2 or 3 realtors, did you say, to get some opinions on that? I see that.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Did you reach out to a couple realtors? Did you say that in your testimony?
I did not.
Okay, I see some folks after you in the same neighborhood are using that justification.
Yes, they did, and I was kind of basing off of them. I've been away or busy with other things, so I had very little time to prep.
No problem, that's all fine, sir. So at the beginning, you had said you wanted to amend it to 425, which we can't do. The clerk walked you through that. You're at 450 now. What would make you think it would be 425? What was your thinking on that? Because you're going down from where you were originally.
Yeah, why would I say that? In researching for not only this, but for the upcoming properties which I'm agent for, I found that some what seems to be highly desirable properties, condos within Fitchburg, such as around the farm park area,
McKee Farms,
having amenities to include link to bike trails, quieter areas, and close to the jewel of the park that Fitchburg does have there, and other desirable aspects have been sold at lower amounts, to quite a bit lower amounts, certainly than the assessment. And that seems to be very incongruous. Really, we all have a problem with that and do not really understand that situation.
Okay.
Plus, there was a home that's, and I'll bring that up in the next presentation, but it's only 2 buildings away from our Windswept Way properties on Viroqua, which sold recently.
Other
And
side of McKee Road though, right? Baroque is? No.
it's the other side of Arapahoe
Okay, got it, okay.
there. Yeah, it's just out
Got it,
2
that's what I
buildings.
meant. Yeah.
And it backs up to Pinewood Park in that case
Got it.
on the map.
I think I have an answer to Carol's question.
Yes.
Okay.
I
Please,
found
thank you.
one of this, so there were a few sales over there from 2024, and there was one of a condo that was built in, I think I remember seeing 2005 or 2006, so in the same time frame. The other ones that had sold had been, they were older, and they're also, all of those are kind of a different style. So those are all kind of 2-story, more or less contemporary style. They're a little bit more unique versus the subject, which is, you know, a ranch style condo, which I think provides more appeal for most folks. So that's the main reason why they weren't considered as comparables. They would have, I mean, the easy answer, or not the easy answer, but the kind of overarching answer is that they would have required more adjustments than kind of the
What
ones
was
that
the
we
sale
saw.
price on that one?
Give me 1 second.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
$389,000.
So my second question is, this condo complex, I believe, has all private roads. Does having private roads impact an assessment versus having public roads? Because I believe all the rest of these, Blue Iris, Windswept, or I'm sorry, the ones on yours, are all on private roads, Sinatra.
So we don't have a specific adjustment that we make for that. Typically, you would find that something like, so we've worked a lot with like Prince Way down here because it's kind of the same sort of setup. And if, you know, it really just gets reflected in the assessment, kind of it's almost intangible in some sense. It's hard to adjust for, you know, everybody having to pay HOAs. I'm not sure how we would make that adjustment. And I don't know how other assessors handle it, but it's in some sense intangible to the sales price. There's no data suggesting that, because they have private roads, we should reduce their assessment by 5 or 10%.
Even though they wouldn't benefit from the road construction? I mean, because their roads would have to be privately maintained, correct?
Sure, yeah.
So they don't get the benefit of the city coming in and repairing their roads?
Sure, but
they're
that
still
likely would be
paying.
reflected in that sales price, if that makes sense.
Okay, so it does impact the sales price.
Yeah.
The other question I have is, what was the percent overall of increase for that condo neighborhood group that you mentioned?
I think it was 34%, but let me get that.
I know
for you.
these condos are 34%, but did all of the condos on Crescent Road and King James Way and all of the rest of the
those
condos?
would have. No, I'm not sure what those ones would have. I can check. They went. I think one of them went up quite a bit last year, and maybe less so this year. But hang on.
I mean, this is 64% in 2 years, which to me seems really high for that area. I was the alderperson for that area for 8 years and have lived in it for 40.
Sure.
And to me, these seem like awfully big increases in an area that typically isn't a high-demand, fancy neighborhood.
I'm going to take on that question, Carol, if you don't mind, once Chris gets you that answer.
Yep.
So, I'll go through the condo neighborhoods we have. Some of them here, and
Even Woods Edge might be an interesting, even though it's on the east side of Seminole.
so Woods Edge saw. Let's see here. a small adjustment this year. Saw a large adjustment last year. It was like 3%, but that's a different animal over there. So in condo, I'll just go through some of the ones here in that specific group. Windswept, 35, Willow Run, 30, White Pine Way, 37. Let's see here. Rose Hill, 36. Few here. What was the one? Dunn's. And then, what is it? Dunn's View. Those were the ones that are on Crescent there. Those went up 10%. But again, I think there's the common theme is that the one-story ranch condos are in high demand. I think I was looking at photos of those ones on Crescent, and they're just a different style.
Are those the green ones? Because
Green or gray, I guess.
yeah,
It might be green.
the red ones are probably more comparable, and I know there were sales in those. But
Yeah, those are quite old. Those are built in the 80s, early to mid 80s, and so those are going to
Okay.
have some more depreciation. They've been re-sided, it looks like, for sure. But
Yep, they've been well maintained. I have one more question, and then I'll stop for a while.
sure.
The other thing is almost more of a comment than anything else, and I think, when we're talking about proximity to roads, I live on the other side of the marsh exactly from where you live. The noise from PD and Seminole Highway is probably a bigger issue even than the volume of traffic, which is also a problem. And I would assume if I'm hearing it loud at my house that you've got things waking you up in the middle of the night too, probably. Even the noise sometimes from the MG&E substation up there. So, I think we have to look at, are these condos very adjacent to general residential areas, or are these sometimes put very close to commercial areas, very close to high traffic roads with fire engines, which obviously I love them and I don't care, but they are noisy. Dump trucks, the amount of construction we've had, the noise has been just really something. So I just kind of wonder if, when we're looking at condo complexes that are in the middle of a complete neighborhood, should we be assessing them differently than condos that are kind of tucked into areas where we're trying to do infill development?
Sure. Yeah, this is a unique one just in the sense that it's kind of it's buckled between Seminole and a residential neighborhood, and then it's behind, I think it's Stark Realty is over there.
Yep.
But
I'm done. Thank you.
I'm going to start with the noise thing, but I'm going to come back to it. I think the noise thing, Chris, this is a committee of numbers, and I get that. But a noise thing is a subjective thing, too.
Sure.
Somebody's coming in to look at a house, and all of a sudden they stuck in the back patio, and people are like, this is too loud. I mean, trust me, you list a house, that can happen. I want you to walk me through, because here's my, not argument, but here's my thoughts of what you've done. And I appreciate all the information. Sir, I appreciate your research on this. 2022 sale. There's no doubt that was the height of COVID and things were flying wild. People were giving up inspections and appraisals and all that kind of stuff in the real estate world. And you guys can see it with your numbers as your team has looked at this stuff. Whatever reason, Fitchburg has gone through back-to-back assessments, and that's fair. And the public has raised that concern, and we hear that. I know the clerk has mentioned, we've heard that. The 2022 sale, June of 2022, seems like that triggered and kind of was the centerpiece of what your thinking was of kind of to increase the assessment. The 2022 sale was really the only recent comp, so to speak, that you could look at pre-January 1 of 2025 in this neighborhood, correct? Okay, so that's a lot riding on one property's being sold in the height of COVID.
can I?
Yeah, please. I'm asking. I'm not accusatory.
I get you.
Yep.
So what we do when there's no neighborhoods in a specific sale, we'll look at trends from other other neighborhoods and within that neighborhood group. So in this case, we looked at some sales from some of the other neighborhoods and said, where are we at in this area compared to our assessments? It's not a perfect science. I have zero issue admitting that, but it's kind of the best we've got in some cases.
And I understand that.
So, but yeah, I would say in 2020, so last year's revaluation, that would have been the one to trend this neighborhood specifically. This year, we didn't have a sale, so we're like, okay, what do we got? Running that sales comparison with the DOR's time adjustment indicates, yeah, maybe we're, above where that sale price would be, but not to an unreasonable degree, I guess. It's within that compliance threshold for the DOR. So they're here, I suspect, because they might think we're a little bit high. It's up to you all to decide that.
Again, this is where this committee always gets a little tricky here, because, but one of the most powerful things to me is Exhibit C of the taxpayer, just straight up, Henry Luxem sitting down with his lovely wife Dorothy, gets a piece of mail, and he writes down the last couple years that's happened. Mm-hmm. So you answered my question on 2022 triggering 2024. Mm-hmm. What triggered 2025 to go up another 35%?
Would have been just the sales in the area of other condos in that same neighborhood group. So like I said, it's in condo res 3.
Okay.
And that we would have looked at, the closest comparable.
So Blue Iris and T-Berry Lane, which are both off of busy highway, not on busy highways. Again.
Yeah, those ones we put in there because, so we set our assessments based on the sales trends in other neighborhoods. But then we run these sales comparisons, to determine whether or not those assessments are fair, if that makes sense.
So, okay.
So we're trying to get based on sales in the area and then, more or less trying to support it or find out if it's supported by then running a sales comparison.
We're going to give all the taxpayers all the due time they need, but Mr. Luxem, you're the first one up because there's a theme going on in your neighborhood. And so this is Windswept Way Day, as our committee clerk so eloquently said a week ago when we set our schedule here. Amanda, I'm going to go back to you. I chew on a couple things here. If you have a question or so, or somebody else jump in here for a little bit.
Can I make?
Well, of course, Chris. Whatever, by all means.
Just a thought. So, and I don't know how you guys are going to deliberate or rule. It's not, it is what it is. But one issue that arises here is there are, I think, 5 total condos that are, or 6, appealing to the board.
From this neighborhood.
From this neighborhood.
Correct, sir.
I don't know if it's that exact number, but
Whatever.
somewhere around there. And there's, I think, 20, let me look, 20 some odd condos in this neighborhood. So what happens is, you can rule whichever way you will. I'm not going to cause a big fuss about that. But if you rule in favor of 5 here, then suddenly that neighborhood becomes inequitable. So part of the issue here is, and this is how mass appraisal works in some senses. It's, you can be uniformly low and still be within compliance, and you can be slightly uniformly high, and you'd still
That's
be
all
within
fair,
compliance.
Chris.
So I just wanted to point that out as something
Totally fair.
also to chew on. Again, it's your call. I'm not trying to tell you what to do.
point, Mr. Luxem, you said that you are the Condo Neighborhood Association president. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Have you heard from 5 owners who went through the process, you being one of them?
Just for clarification, there are 6. We do have another one scheduled on the 28th.
Okay, so 6 from Windswept Way.
Oh, yeah.
How many are in the condo association?
16.
Did you hear from the other 10?
Absolutely. They were very concerned, and I had little time to work on this during the appeal time prior to the 24th of July. July. There was concern throughout. We cannot understand why there was the 34% increase across the board last year, and now we're facing 35%. And the net results are It's, we believe the assessments are wildly above market price. And that's a concern, that's a big problem. And then also we do research and find that other properties throughout the city are priced certainly lower, well under our assessment, and probably have more enjoyable features and that sort of thing. And amenities otherwise similar or superior to ours. So we really have a problem with that. Another comment, there was mentioned that these were single-story ranch. They're not that at all. My home, for instance, and all of those that on Windswept that face Seminole have walkout lower levels and livable lower levels, and except for the one that's not developed, that fully developed, that's sold, have bedrooms on the lower level and full living area and so on. For instance, my so-called single-story ranch has a balcony upper on the main floor, and the lower level there's a patio, and that with a walkout also directly below the deck. So it's, and I might mention also those decks are no more than, or just a little over 50 feet from Seminole Highway. So the noise is right there.
Carol has a question here, and then I have another one real quick.
Just anecdotally, in those conversations that you had with the remaining condo owners, were all of their assessments similar, or were there outliers where there were some people were a lot lower, some people were a lot higher? I'm just curious.
As far as I know, it was from all that I've heard of, it was 35% increase, or just 34.7 rounded off to 35. And also, to my knowledge, although I did not have a number of representative examples, but I believe that the previous year was right around 34%. Okay. So it's like 69% in 2 years. And the assessment number has gone way above market. We can't sell at that. It isn't going to happen.
That's my question. I realize assessed value is not the same as list price or purchase price. Oh, totally get that. Chris, any idea, since we're coming through this COVID time, post-COVID, Mr. Luxem raises a point that I think is worth considering. You don't see, this is more than just anecdotal, but you don't see many homes that are assessed more than they're listed or selling for. What are your thoughts of that? I know you can't just go through all 15,000 parcels in our city or whatever it is now, but it just seems a little bit out of the box in my thought.
Well, in a revaluation year, they should be right on. That's the hope, is that they are. There's some, I know that there's some right now that we're probably over the sales price on in some cases. I mean, to give you some context here, the equalized values, as we've been talking, they came out, and our residential, and it's not a solid number yet, these are preliminary numbers, but I don't expect them to change too much, indicate that our level of assessment is right around 98% for residential. So we're slightly under overall, but pretty close. But that, now keep in mind, now that's 8,000 or 7,000 residential properties. So correct. The hard part about mass appraisal is there's going to be some people that are low, there's going to be some people that are smack on, and then there's going to be some people that are a little bit high. That's the nature of the game when you have 10,000 parcels to deal with. So that's not probably the answer you're looking for, but
no, I'm
and I mean, to, you know,
I'm just looking if there, again, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but I just kind of know what's in front of us. Mm-hmm. It just seems like there's some themes that are here across this condo association.
Yeah, and if, I mean, that's...
I'm trying to have you maybe help a simpleton like me to say what themes are happening here that is driving this, because we're going to go through all the details of each property. Mm-hmm. That's our job on this committee, but this one's taking a while because there's a lot here. It's kind of setting the table, if you will, to where we're going here. That's why we're taking some time here, sir. Because if I ask these questions again, I'm just talking to myself then. Do you get what I'm saying, Chris? Because I think there's going to be some robust discussion up here of where we go. Yours truly got I'm proud of myself, I got an AB in college math, but not great, but I'm not an assessor. I'm just a guy that wants to serve my community, that kind of knows a little bit about this stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm proud of my colleagues sitting up next to me here, but I'm just trying to think if there's a way of some themes that's driving this, because subjective stuff is noise, but that is clearly something that this community is dealing with. I sit here as a former mayor that was pro-development. I get it. So people can grab at me about that traffic. I hear you. But it's real.
Yeah.
And we've had people from Woods Edge Way. The gentleman came in, I remember last year or 2 years ago, Carol, I can't remember what it was. Eldon maybe remembers. But anyway, I'm not having to have you help me save me from myself, Chris, but I hope you kind of big picture know what I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall, it's not, what we see here isn't specific to this condo association. I mean, I said it at the last meeting, but anecdotally, I think there's what was once affordable housing isn't really the same affordable housing that there is now. Condos tend to represent, I think there's a lot of people who are willing to make that compromise and buy a condo instead of having, kind of the normal conventional subdivision home that you might see. And it's reflected in the sales prices. I mean, there's one condo neighborhood that comes to mind, I don't remember what it's called, but it backs up to Verona Road, incredibly busy. Our assessments, there was a sale there last year for $200,000, and there's a sale there this year for $300,000. And it's got to be one of the loudest places in the city. And I had a couple people reach out, and it's like, look, this is what the market is telling us. We're not here to, I get no incentive to raise assessments.
I hear you. No.
So it's, I think it's just an issue of supply and demand, and unfortunately, I think there's a high demand that we used to see.
Is there a statute of limitations of a recent comp that you can use in this condo? 2022 is recent, but it's 3 years ago. Is there a standard practice of say, hey, if something's more than 18 months, we really shouldn't use that?
It varies. I think I fully can agree that there's different market conditions now than there was in 2022. But, that's unfortunately we have to do sometimes is we have to make our adjustments and make, some estimates, I guess you would say, and make some assumptions and adjust things to be able to reflect what they are for January 1st, 2025. I think.
How far would you have gone back if in this neighborhood to use a comp? Would you have gone 2019, 2020?
No. For example, last year, our 2024 revaluation, we hadn't done a revaluation since 2022. So at that point, we had 2 years of sales that we could use to, kind of pull on and make time adjustments as needed. It's 2021 was probably the peak. I think 2022 is when you started to see things like the interest rates trickle up a bit. But, even on like commercial apartment properties, we didn't see that in a particularly negative way affected the market. I think, overall, we've pretty consistently seen values increasing by about 10%, I think. And like I said, the Department of Revenue has indicated that as well. It's a lot. I don't, discredit that, but, yeah.
Okay, anybody else want to get in before we discuss this?
I have a question.
Yeah, one more question, then we'll have Mr. Luxem kind of conclude his thoughts.
When we start looking at this, if
A
there
little
are,
louder, Carol, if you don't mind.
if the level of sales is that small, does that demonstrate a lack of demand in these neighborhoods? And possibly because the prices have gone up more than they should have.
Want to stay within the lane of the committee, but it could also be that people just kind of don't want to move and like where they live too. I mean, there's just a lot of factors on that.
Yeah, that we see that all across the board.
People are staying where they're at. Harry, do you want to kind of land the plane here for us on your end? With your closing thoughts here, 90 seconds or so?
Yes, thank you. One comment that I'd like to make in regard to the recent sale of 335 for the property adjacent in my building. And I understand about assessment years and all that. You can't utilize that as you might otherwise. But at the same time, there's some relevance there in that Kathy, I know this is hearsay, but Kathy Bartels had the listing realtor for 22 Windswept-Way had mentioned that the full build-out, they estimated, would be $100,000 for that, to finish it up. So that takes that sale up to from 335 to 435, and that's still a huge difference between my assessment of a similar property then and so many other properties within our association. And these are two-story condos. The assessment is just wildly above the market value, and we do really have a problem with that. And it's an animal created by the 34%, followed by second year of this year of 35%.
Well, thank you. At this time, I am going to close the testimony on this case.
Do I get
Oh.
an opportunity or no?
Yep. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's all right. So just around that 335 sale, nobody knows whether that was an arm's length sale or not. And that's a big point of contention.
I agree with
here.
you.
You know, and
I agree.
The comment about the gentleman who lived there going into a nursing home and then his family trying to, more or less get rid of that house is showcased by the fact that the people got it for $15,000 below asking, and then they're expecting to pay another $100,000 on top of that to get it right, more or less. Our assessment on that currently is $455, and so if you add the $100,000 to the $335, it puts us within reason. And further, if you assume it was a normal sale, say it's sold at $350, that puts us right in line with this one.
Yep.
So
I agree with
just
you
in
on that.
closing.
I agree with that, Chris. I agree with you on that. All right, let's bring this up here because we got a little work to do up here. I am now closing the testimony on this case. I will now open up for deliberations among this body by asking my fellow Board of Review members to state, based on their sworn testimony presented, whether the assessor's valuation is correct or incorrect. So, Amanda, this is why you're here, to make the big bucks. Eldon, you lead us off here, my friend. Thoughts, if you want. I always like to look to my left first. I'm sorry. Okay, all right. I will do that because I've been thinking about this, and when I think, I'm usually pretty good. Sometimes I think too much and not that good. But anyway, Chris, I asked you this question as a tease earlier. This one sets the tone for the neighborhood, and I'm not trying to generalize everything. The public taxpayer is going to get all the due diligence. Every one of these things, all 6 of them, are going to hear through us. But we kind of know the themes we're going to hear. That doesn't dismiss what you're going to say in the next homeowner, sir. I'm trying to figure, again, maybe I'm speaking too much for the rest of you. If I am, jump in here. And if I'm not, jump in as well. We have either the option of accepting this, which, as we all know, our role is to accept. I'll read this again. State statute, chapter 70, presumes the assessor's correct. If we choose not to, then we're supposed to come up with a number, and I don't really know how this committee is supposed to do that. Is that correct? Or
well, statutorily, you essentially have to. Well, I shouldn't say. This is a question for Valerie. I don't want to step out of turn.
Okay.
I think anecdotally,
we either accept it or we don't, is what you're saying.
Accept it or accept his is kind of the way it's supposed to go. If there's some sort of,
Is that correct, Tracy?
it's in the rule book somewhere. I can.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's just take your time. I want to, because this is the binary choice we face as this committee. I want to be. Okay, thank you. All right, let's just, yeah. You're right, Chris is right. We can't be coming up here and splitting the baby in half or whatever the saying is. What the committee is looking at is the committee rules and procedures, Mr. Luxem, just so we know what what our role is, all state statute.
Certainly.
So,
And for the record, Mr. Luxem was provided a copy of that packet
Great.
when he was given his objection form.
All right, Chris, go ahead, I'm sorry.
so Rule 21.
What
so
page you on,
Page
Tom?
19.
Okay,
Valuation decision. The board shall presume that the assessor's valuation is correct. The presumption may be rebutted by a sufficient showing that the valuation is incorrect. After weighing the evidence before it, if the board determines that the assessor's assessment is incorrect, the board shall lower or raise the assessment accordingly and shall state on record the correct assessment and that the assessment is reasonable in light of all the relevant evidence provided or that the board received. So, this is maybe more of a question for Valerie, but kind of I think the general interpretation is that, they provide their value, and this is the way it, works in court as well. We just went through a trial is, they've got their valuation, we've got ours, and their job is to, I guess the board's responsibility is that of, weighing the evidence before it and determining which, party.
okay, fair enough, that, totally fair. So I guess back to my theme, there's two themes that I see. One, Chris's math, he seems like it's going throughout what he did with the mass appraisal. That is the practice that you used and explained very well how that practice works. Totally get that. The other is this neighborhood with a double assessment of pretty significant, 69%, is that because one sale in 2018 triggered all of this, or is it because of a global thing going on of lack of housing? The neighborhood condos you compared it to had sales on that. So, I guess to stay true to what this committee has to do, I can't argue with the practice that Chris used. Now, I can argue with, is it fair during the height of COVID to take one sale? But that's a conversation we can have. But you applied the mass appraisal practices throughout this process, correct?
Right.
Okay, all right. Any other thoughts, comments, debate, discussion amongst us? Carol?
I agree that the mass appraisal can impact individual properties unfairly during a mass appraisal process, and that it's the best that we have to deal with. Our appraisal staff doesn't have time to go through 10,000 properties to try to figure them out, and the best that they have at their disposal is to do mass appraisals. And I think that there are individual issues that impact the saleability of some of these properties. And I would wonder if this is one condo complex that has just kind of gotten caught in the mass appraisal process and been raised up above. Because if these were to go up another 34% next year, this would be devastating.
Well, that's the concern that I have, but that's maybe out of our bailiwick a little bit. Eldon, any thoughts?
I'm not really finding anything to anchor a change on as much as I sympathize with the need to change. I don't know what you all are seeing as I look through these. The issue with his comparables are that they were sales after the January 1st
Correct.
date, which negates them all. I am very sympathetic to adjustments for noise, and I don't know whether or not the issue of amenities,
I don't know that either.
what that has to do with anything. Beyond that, I'll just say that I guess I've focused in on the term unreasonable and reasonable with respect to, his numbers seem high, but the conclusion was it's not unreasonable. And I guess I just don't know if there's like a range, a plus and minus number that you use to determine unreasonable, or it's just a kind of a gut reaction. Maybe you could.
Yeah, so the compliance threshold with the Department of Revenue is assessments within 90 to 110% of market value are considered fair and reasonable. So as an example, if we, let's assume that the, I already kind of spelled it out with, what is it, 22 was the one that sold
Yes.
the other day? So, if trying to make all things equal on that one, assuming, the state of the property owner is going to have to spend $100,000 on it. So our current assessment on that property is $455,000. I looked it up. It sold for $335,000. If you add that $100,000 cost to cure, which is what you would do, so 335 plus 100,000 gets us to 435. Oh wait, let's do this. That puts our assessment 4.5% higher than what that sales price would be. So it's within that reasonable range. Again,
But then it gets you to, what is the assessed value then on that one? If all that were to happen, what would be the assessed value on that? 455, you said?
yeah, and that's what it is right now. So there's issues there that aren't currently being reflected in our assessment in that it's in kind of rough shape.
So you have it assessed at 455 right now after the 2 years of jump.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, assume, if we were to scale down our conditions and stuff, and, if it were an arm's length sale, and we don't know that it is, but trying to work on the fly here,
Right.
it doesn't indicate to me that, again, it's higher than what the kind of presumed market value would be, assuming there's a cost to cure there, but it's not out of line. And similarly, with that, and I mentioned it during my testimony, you have that sale from 2025 puts that, from 2022, I think it was 18 windswept way.
Yep.
Puts that value at just over 500,000, and we're at I don't remember what it was.
27.
So that I think is, I don't know the math off the top of my head, but I know it's within that compliance threshold. So again, that's the degree of reasonability is it within what the DOR, has for their compliance threshold. So that's how they measure if our assessments are, if we're in need of a revaluation, essentially. So if our assessments dip outside of that, then we would be out of compliance. Okay. So I hope that answers the question.
It actually does. Thank you.
Yeah.
Amanda?
I like the phrase that Elton used of anchor. I think that's where my struggle is too. We have this binary choice of something that feels overvalued and then something that feels probably undervalued, and those are the options that we are given. So, and then there's the presumption of the overvalued being the correct. So I live near to that area as well, and I've seen the increase in traffic, the busyness of that area too, and I certainly understand those concerns as well. So yeah, those are my.
I get it. Carol, you want to kind of give your thoughts, and then we'll go to a vote here. I'll conclude it.
I think 528.9 is too high. And I wish that we could lower it. And I don't know if, because of the 10% variation, if we have a 10% leeway here. in making that choice and being able to justify taking it down to 100% versus 110.
I don't know the answer to that question, Carol. That would be an attorney question, or that just our?
It's a process question. I mean, if our choice is only to go by these two numbers, we don't have the ability to say that within the 10%, because we would have to be able to justify the 10%, correct?
I don't
I don't know if that is our only choice.
I don't think we're limited to just the two numbers. I mean, as I'm reading this, and
Right.
again, I'm not the attorney, but it just says, after weighing the evidence before it, if the board determines that the assessor's assessment is incorrect, the board shall lower or raise the assessment accordingly. That's fairly vague. It doesn't say you have to accept.
And shall state on the record the correct assessment, and that the
Right.
assessment is reasonable in light of all the relevant evidence that the board received.
Right.
I hear what Carol is saying. I see that. My concern is what Chris had mentioned earlier. You start going in there and moving stuff around. There's 16 condos in that area, and then everybody starts, and that's fair if they do. The question I have, does the mass appraisal practice that Chris explained well and performs every day usurp what some of the, I'm not so worried about I agree with Chris on the 2025 comp. I don't think that's an apples to oranges. That's your basement is fixed up, sir. I'm sure it's a sweet place. The one next door had a little distress, some family issues. The realtor said it cost $100,000 to put it back up. That one doesn't throw me off, and I kind of believe in the January 1 practice that the state is kind of set here. So in the end, I guess, Eldon, you're correct. If you read that, there is some wiggle room here. Carol has thrown something out here, but I'm nervous about walking away from the mass appraisal, because at the end of the day, globally, the numbers will stick to the 98% that you literally got hot off the presses today from the state, August 1, which is the statutory time frame.
So, Sean, I guess
Yes, go ahead, Alden.
my thoughts are, if his valuations, comparables are not relevant because they're after the January 1st date, then has he
Chris said they're
passed
not.
the threshold
Good point. But Chris, I think, said,
of proving that his is wrong? In other words, because his are not, if his comparables were from December or November of 2024, and we felt that there was this gap, then we have something to anchor it on. So I get that's what I
guess
mean when I say
my
anchor.
answer to you is, and I think that I'm interpreting what Chris said to us, you could use this July comp. It's not standard practice for them to use it because they have to stick to the January 1. But if you're going to use that comp, it's an extraordinary situation, and is it a really reasonable comp to use? I don't totally believe that it is, Eldon, because of the situation we discussed. Sold for $335, build out would be $100,000. There was some specific family situations on that. So,
I guess I'm not sure we can use it because on page 17, number 4, it says any reasonable recent financing appraisal of the subject property defined as having a valuation date anytime within the 5-year period before January 1st.
what page are you on, Eldon? 17?
Yeah, page 17, number 4. And so,
Okay.
something in July or even February would be too late.
Well, right. Especially, you can't expect the city assessing staff to look at a comp from 5 days ago. I mean, that's pretty hard. I mean, get to work back there, guys. Come on. Anyway, I'm teasing. Okay. All right. We're going to bring this in. I'm going to make a motion to support the recommended assessment by the city assessor at 24 Windswept Way of $528,900 is my motion, and I'm looking for a second.
I will second.
Okay, second, so now we are on the table to discuss. Now, the last piece of this discussion here. No, you don't have to discuss, we can vote, I can discuss on the record. Mr. Luxem, I appreciate all that you have done, and I'm going to hear from you later today. As you can tell, we're doing the people's work here, and we're thinking hard on this stuff, and we say this, and we have to stick with what we have, and we're not saying everything is binary in life, but we have to prove the assessor's presumption of correctness is wrong. I have kind of, as you've heard the last 7-8 minutes, the theme of mass appraisal is a concept that he has to stick with in his department as trained. I think there's other subjective things which is hard for assessing departments to do. I think we need to maybe look at as a department and maybe as a state. Noise is one of them. I can't stress that enough, but that's kind of the assessing world's going to have to start talking about. And I do think we are starting to come out of COVID, and a lot of stuff. Chris Leitz is correct. 2022 was a wild time in real estate with COVID. So with that, sir, I hear you, and I'm going to hear you for the rest of the morning as well, and I'm excited to hear more, but I would request an aye vote on my motion. Would the clerk call the roll?
Thank you, Chair.
Microphone.
Thank you, Chair.
Yep.
Elton Krim Jr.,
Aye.
Sean Papp,
Aye.
Carol Poole,
Aye.
Amanda Canessa.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Now that the deliberations are complete, I would call for a motion. Okay, we've done that. I want to thank you, Mr. Luxem, for coming in and direct our clerk, Tracy Oldenburg, to provide you as the objector with a determination form. And I can't say this clearly enough. If you are unsatisfied with our decision, there are appeal options available listed for you at the bottom of the determination form. So this does not have to be the end of the road for you, but we appreciate your time. Tracy will share with you some documents, and this committee is going to stand in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you. Ready, Chris? You good?
Hey, Scott, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Chris,
Can we get a mic for John? Do you want me to just take one of these? Okay.
Okay, the Committee of the Board of Review is back in session at 10:23 on Friday, July 1st. At this time, we'll now move to agenda item 4B, Toshiba, 15 Windswept Way, parcel 0609-053-6705-2. I ask everyone again to remind them that as new folks have come here to please silence your cell phone. At this time, I'm going to ask our person testifying, are you an owner or authorized agent of this property, sir?
I am.
What role are you fulfilling, owner or authorized agent?
I'm with authorization of the owner who is in Europe,
Okay.
long-term.
I'm going to read the property PIN number, and again, that number is 0609-053-6719- 0609-053-6705-2, 15 Windswept Way is a condo. And as the authorization, Mr. Luxem, what is the property owner's opinion of the value that we are going to discuss today?
The homeowner's opinion is value of $410,000.
Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin State Statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin State Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. Those standards are the best evidence of a value is a recent arm's length sale of subject property. Next, the sales of reasonably comparable property. Then all other approaches to value. Income approach, income producing properties, and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there is not an active market. This does not include comparison to your neighbor's property unless it was recently sold in an arm's length transaction. At this time, as an authorized agent, please share any exhibits that you will be reading into the record and for us to review. Anything you want to share with our clerk for us to read?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on one second. All right, if you have an appraisal for the property under review, the appraiser must be here. At this time, do you have an appraiser here to give sworn testimony for us to consider?
No.
Okay. As you know, we have a full agenda. I'm going to give you 10 minutes with a 2-minute warning. Madam Chair, I need you to swear in Mr. Luxem as authorized agent and Chris and his colleague from the Assessor's Department.
Thank you, Chair. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
And please state your name and address for the record.
Henry Luxem, 24 Windswept Way, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53719.
Thank you. And do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Chris Leeds, City Assessor.
I do. John Seaman, Property Appraiser.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Luxem, please state your name, full address, and the role you're playing for the record, and you will also state what your opinion is, the fair market value of the property, and begin presenting your testimony for 10 minutes, sir.
Henry Luxem, 24 Windswept Way, Fitchburg, Wisconsin. Fair market value, opinion of value of property from the owner is $410,000. And
the property is 15 Windswept Way.
correct. Exhibit A has the location of the property. Number 15 is at the bottom left of the property, right near the apex of Viroqua Way and Arapahoe. And
That's a good question. Tracy, real quickly, do we have to accept these officially in the record as the testimony? Yes. Okay. How do we do that? You want to?
So you were given a handout from the,
Authorized agent.
yep, for Exhibit A. So this will be Taxpayers Exhibit A.
Okay.
Did we get a copy of that one?
You did.
Did I put it
It's
somewhere?
right there. Yep, John has it. He just put his hand on it.
So Tracy,
No, that's John's. Oh, wait, no, this is theirs. Oh, okay. My apologies.
do you need us to accept it, Tracy, or just vote on it, or just accept it as is?
Okay.
Can accept it as is.
Okay, for the record, we accept Exhibit A, property taxpayer. Go ahead. Here, Henry.
Exhibit B is from Access Dean, and it provides the assessment numbers. $529,100, which is up from the previous amount of rounded out to 35%. Again, it's I believe universal throughout our association. The previous was 392,300 and up to 529,100. That's Exhibit B. Exhibit C expresses it, once again, just a bit different of format. Same basic numbers and premise. Excuse me. Exhibit D is March to May 2025 sold comps. And the square footage of the various comps are higher than the subject property at 15 Windswept Way. And they vary from, looks like 395,000 up to 440,000. And And there is one that had been sold at $424,900. I note that that's larger, actually, all of them are larger square footage than the subject property. This property had not been sold since new. The owner, there was a passage of the property in approximately 2011 with the death of the husband, and it transferred over to Evelina Shancheva. And at that time, but otherwise there's been no arm's length sale whatsoever on this, so we don't have a lot to go on to provide you as to its specifications and so on. Evelina has been in Europe, starting out on a sabbatical, as I understand, in Germany, followed by family in Ukraine, which she went to assist young and old after the war began, with quite a bit of activity. And then she turned up ill and has been in treatment in Europe. Tried to get back here in February when there was a lapse in her cancer treatment. And for whatever reason, ICE turned her around halfway here. And so she's looking forward to get back here in October. So she asked me to fill in on her behalf, and that's what I'm doing at this time. Item E, March to May of 2025 sold comps, and I know that this assessment year isn't going to consider these, but the numbers are quite a bit lower than the assessment numbers with all of those sold. When we're looking at 529.1, we're looking at 395 to 440,000 for basically more to quite a bit more square footage throughout these. Item number E1 is property that's just two buildings to the west of the subject property. Some 3 property owners away, and it sold for $440,000, and it has, I believe, about 1,000 more square feet than Evelina's property at 15 Windswept Way. And that is another condo. All of these Windswept Way condos that we'll be speaking of today, the previous one, this one, and the next 2 are all duplex buildings, by the way. There are 6 duplex buildings within the development, and there's 1 fourplex building, just for informational purposes. Item F, Exhibit F, shows 22 Windswept Way that was sold just this last Monday. So understand it's too new, but the facts on it, $455,000 is assessment that was up 34% from last year, and it sold at $335,000. That's let's see here. Yeah, that's the situation there with that particular one. It's as comparable. Exhibit G shows again 16 Windswept Way property, which you will hear the case later, 2 sessions hence, but or 3 sessions hence, I guess it would be. But in any case, that's listed condo residential 3 supposedly with amenities from my understanding, but it may be different according to the assessor. And it compares, we are high density, we do not have any amenities other than living quarters. And that the information I had indicates that that category, residential 3 condo, implies that there's a higher level of amenities. We just don't enjoy that. We do not have that. Exhibit H, Fitchburg condo market summary for 2025.
Going to give you 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you.
Yep.
The 22 Windswept Way sale shows at the top. Then 50 Glen Arbor Way, that's quite a bit more square footage. And higher numbers overall. At the bottom of that is the 6084 Viroqua Drive property, which is a duplex property that sold in March of this year. Total assessment on that was $429,500. Selling price was $440,000, so it looks like it was pretty much in line. But I might note that that's far and away from the Shansheva property, which is quite a bit smaller. And quite a magnitude of difference of assessment compared to that, which has some perhaps desirable comparisons. And in general, a neighborhood, heavy parking on the street, Arapahoe, Viroqua, every night, and quite a bit of traffic, and there has been a little bit of problems with trash buildup in front of the apartments that are along Viroqua and across from this property at 6084 Viroqua Drive, and that's almost adjacent to the subject property. Otherwise, this is the one property that is not backing on or fronting on, however you like to think of it, backing on Seminole Highway, but it's still subject to the noise of Seminole Highway, but it has a little bit of space away.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Chris, give me your name one more time, friend. John, if you or John have any questions for Mr. Luxem at all?
Just one. Oh, forgot my own. Just one point of clarification. This is kind of referenced in the last case, but on Exhibit G1, it gives a comparison between what Condo Res 3 and Condo Res 1. That's not representative of what of any of our documentation. That's looks like a Yahoo search. In our system, we categorize condo neighborhood groups based on location. So these are for everything west of our Condo Res 3 group. Doesn't have anything to do with amenities or density or anything like that. It just relates to condos west of Seminole Highway. But other than that, no further clarifications or
Chris
questions.
and John, your presentation, please. If there's handouts, please hand those out and make sure the property owner or authorized agent has a copy, please. And our colleague John is making his debut in front of the committee, so welcome. Okay, so Madam Clerk, this will be Assessor Department Exhibit A or 1, how do we say that? A, Assessing Department Exhibit A. Mr. Luxem, you have that in your hand too, correct? Okay, excellent. All right, Chris, fire away.
All right. Thank you. My name is John Seaman, and I'm a property appraiser for the city of Fitchburg. I've provided the board and objector with written information on the property assessment that I will now summarize. On the first page, section 1 is a summary of my qualifications as a property appraiser. I'm employed with the City of Fitchburg Assessing Office as a Property Appraiser 1. I have an Assessor 2 certification, and I've worked in the appraisal field for 5 years. I have worked for the City of Fitchburg as a property appraiser since March 2025. I've worked for 1.5 years for the Pinellas County Property Appraiser's Office, and I was a fee appraiser for 3 years.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So I will run through it here. So let's see here. Say again?
It's your background for the record too, right? Real quick.
Yeah, I
Okay,
can do
good.
that.
Perfect.
Yep, give me 1 second. Yeah,
of course.
so, like I said, I'm Chris Leitz, the city assessor here. Been the assessor here in Fitchburg for about 2.5 years now, started in January 2023. Prior to that, I worked in the City of Janesville Assessor's Office as a Property Appraiser 1 from June 2016 through September 2019. Then as a Property Appraiser 2 from September 2019 to February 2021. And then as a Deputy City Assessor from February 2021 until I started here with the City of Fitchburg in January 2023. I have both an Assessor 2 and an Assessor 3 certification. Assessor 2 expires, I think, in 2028. Assessor 3 expires in 2030. Aside from that, I am active in the Wisconsin Association of Assessing Officers, otherwise known as WAO, and I am on both the Legislative and Education Committee therein. So, to that end, we'll keep running through the document here. In that same document, Section 2 states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value of the property as of January 1st, 2025. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value as found in State Statute 7032, the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, and case law. The valuation hierarchy is Tier 1, an arm's length sale of the subject if that sale is consistent with the characteristics of arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 2, based on comparison to properly adjusted arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 3, all other accepted techniques, primarily the cost and income methods. Part B in the document contains the definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy to be considered arm's length and used for establishing true market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions, and that the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation year, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. Next, you'll find a map illustrating the subject property's location. It's in the same neighborhood as we've been kind of working through here, windswept acres condos. The next few pages in the document are the property record card, which illustrates specific data on quantitative and qualitative physical characteristics of the land and improvements of the subject property. To note some of the more significant data, the first page shows the property is a zero lot line condominium. It's located on the windswept acres condo neighborhood on the city's north side. Following that is a sketch of the property. Following that is the permit and sales history. Let's see here. And as we kind of have talked about, there's not a recent sale on the subject property. It was the last deed that was recorded on the property was back in 2011. So the current owners lived there for quite some time. Let's see here. There's no detached structures on the third and fourth page, or wait, that's not in there, sorry. The property was last inspected in June 2023. There was an appointment with the property owner. Let's see here. We'll keep going. So this one's actually a kind of a two-story. This has a little bit of lofted square footage in the second floor. Total living square footage is 2,503.
Which one are you talking about, Chris?
This should be 15 Windswept Way.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep. So this one is, we have it listed as a two-story contemporary style. It has, a small portion of second floor square footage, as you can see on the sketch. Kind of like a loft area almost, 13 by 35. The total living square footage is 2,503. It was built in 2004 and has not been significantly remodeled since it was built. Its overall condition, construction and quality grade B property. Its overall condition, desirability, and usefulness is rated as average. There's other detailed information on the physical attributes contained in the record card. Next, you'll find the market valuation detailed document, which summarizes our assessment calculation as completed by the automatic valuation model. The model is based on Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and 2024 arm's length sales. The next page is a document indicating the subject property's location as well as the reasonably comparable sales, The next few pages are the sales comparison report, using sales from mostly 2024 and then one from 2022. It's important to note that there were no sales in this specific condo neighborhood during 2024 or 2023, so the comparisons in this report represent the sales of the most represent the most comparable types of condominiums that we saw. The addresses of the sales properties are 18 Windswept Way, 16 Bailey Way, 17 Blue Iris Way, and 5221 Teaberry Lane. Sale dates are June 2022, April 2024, September 2024, and December 2024. Sale prices are $401,000, $615,000, $475,000, and $415,000 respectively. The report shows photos and lists comparative data that demonstrates the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. The subject and sales gross living areas range between 1,688 to 2,813 square feet. Effective year built ranges from 2003 to 2008. The most recent sale in this neighborhood was 2.5 years prior to the assessment date. We've included it in the report because it's fairly similar to the subject property in the same neighborhood, aside from some minor square footage differences. The one major adjustment that was made in this sale was due to the time adjustment, which we talked about in the last case. That time adjustment in our sales comparison model is based on the Department of Revenue's percentages of economic changes for residential class property indicated in the Statement of Changes in Equalized Values report published by the DOR. It's important to note that the Department of Revenue published this report specifically to each municipality, and further, the amount of economic change in the report relates to the market changes separate from new construction and other physical changes. Essentially, the time adjustments we've utilized in our sales comparison model reflect what the Department of Revenue has determined to be the amount of residential real estate market appreciation they have seen year over year in the city of Fitchburg. So in essence, what you're seeing as the comparable value on the 2022 sale of Windswept Way is what the sale price of that property is back in 2022, and then adjusted by the Department of Revenue's amount of economic change between the sale date and January 1st, 2025, the assessment date this year. And then some adjustments for square footage differences, and then, let's look.
The chronology of this, Mr. Luxem said this woman is in Europe, but
Yeah.
is there any, so she would not have participated in the Board of Review, would you?
No, I can double check that.
Yeah, can you usually you have kind of a TikTok of the interaction with his homeowner.
Yeah, let me look, hang on, I can tell you.
Just so it's on the record here.
Yep, for
I
sure.
understand the
Yeah, I don't
circumstances
think we
of her
met
traveling
with her. Let me double
falling ill.
check, hang
I
on.
get that. I just want it on the record to see what's been the interaction with the city.
Hang on. My computer went to sleep, so my program freezed up on me.
This bad boy's got a lot of caffeine.
All right, yeah, so we did not meet with her during open book.
Is
Which
it
would make
allowed,
sense.
Chris, just a process question, could an authorized agent meet on her behalf during open book? Or is that too soon?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. If they would need like a authorized agent form, but we'll
Okay,
talk
so
with them.
that's common practice.
Yeah, for sure. It happens obviously more on the commercial side of things, but we
Go
can-
ahead, wrap up your testimony by
Yeah,
all
for
means,
sure.
and then we'll see if Mr. Luxem has any questions for you before.
Yep, sounds good. Yeah, so in essence, what you're seeing, I've talked about this, is just the 18 Windswept Way sale price adjusted for the differences between the subject and that property at 18 Windswept Way. The adjusted sales prices we're getting to in our report are $501,100, $606,800, $576,700, and $561,600. The adjusted sales prices of reasonably comparable properties yield a Tier 2 value of $554,400, which indicates that the Tier 3 assessed value of $529,100 is a fair estimate of the market value of the subject property as of January 1st, 2025. In summary, there's no Tier 1 arm's length sale. We've completed a mass appraisal assessment of the property using both Tier 2 and Tier 3 approaches to value. We've reconciled to the Tier 3 market modified cost approach, as that provides the most uniform, consistent, and detailed value estimate as expected by the public. Let's see here. Based on the testimony provided today, I don't believe that the property owner, or their agent rather, has overcome the presumption that the assessment is correct, and would respectfully request that this board sustain the assessment as presented. Thank you. We can answer any questions.
Can you restate that number for the record, the assessment?
Yes. It is $529,100.
Thank you. Mr. Luxem, do you have any questions on behalf of your client for the assessing department?
And having looked at what seems to be comparable properties that are selling this year, it appears that 529,100 is pretty wildly above the average selling price, and that's the concern that we have, and it's pretty well shared by the Windswept Acres Condominium Association owners, of which there are 16 individuals. That's the concern again that we see here. And the finished square feet currently is in the range, I don't have the exact numbers, but it's in the vicinity of 1,800 square feet, I believe. That's a mighty high price to be paying if the assessment is in fact valid. And this property, to wit, was subject to this year the 35% rounded off bump or increase, and that is on top of, I believe, a 34% increase previous year. Again, that's the basically.
Question, sir? I know I hear you. I just want to keep it to the process. Any questions for the assessing department? Not trying to cut you off. I just want to see if there's any questions. Well,
Not at this time.
Okay, that's no problem. Okay, question time from us, all right? I found, Mr. Luxem, your Exhibit H, if you would pull that up. Just curious, just for my colleagues here, and just a question for Chris based off of Mr. Luxem on behalf of his client with a attachment H. We all know the city pretty well. I think the closest comparable that he has on there is the one he highlighted. I know it's 2025, so I totally hear that. And why do I say that I know that's 2025? For the record, we have to look at properties that are previous to January 1 of 2025. But I just want to point out, look at the square footage number, and I know that the sale price is much different than the sale assessed price, but they are similar, but it just tells you, I'm just curious how much less per square footage that property sold. I just find that interesting, and that is in the immediate neighborhood of Windswept Way. I just point that out for purposes. You stated, Chris, there is no comparable sales in this neighborhood in 23 and 24. Would the Viroqua Drive property fit into the same condo characteristical category that you use, Res 3, Res 2, that 15 windswept way does?
I can tell you in 1 second. 60, what was it, 6048? 6084 for Oakland.
And by the way, that condo is 1,200 square feet at least more than 15 windswept way, if I'm correct.
Yes, that's in the same neighborhood group.
Would you have used that? I suppose it's 2025, so you can't. Okay.
I can't answer that with any degree of certainty. If it's arm's length, we would use it. If it's not, we would not.
Would you, I'm trying to get myself acclimated. I think I know where this is. Is 6113 White Pine Way in that area? And would that be something, even though it's from February 5th of 2025, you can't use that? Is that still?
Yeah, it's in the same.
And it's the same kind of tot condo?
Yep. Well, hang on. That one may not be like the same type. Let me look. I think those ones on White Pine are kind of more like almost like apartment style condos. But let me check. Hang on. 6113.
The other thing, just for the group up here, and this might be just Sean apple to oranging things here, but if you look, I know this is 2025, but you're seeing assessed values lower than sale prices. Just FYI.
Yeah, so that one, it's a different style. I don't really know how you would describe it. It's more like, if you've seen like, they have them a lot in Janesville, but these kind of like fourplex type condo deals, it's kind of more along those lines. It's like 2-story. I think the living quarters, my assumption is they're on the second floor, and then first floor
So
is
back
garage
to the mass appraisal concept that we spent a lot of time in, and those that are coming here, I see our friend was here all last Thursday. I apologize, we're running a little late, sir, so you might be here a little longer. Sorry about that. Back to the mass appraisal conversation that you and I had robustly on the previous case in front of us. Do you believe, Chris, with the Viroqua, the White Pine Way, even though they're different types, that we are assessing so much higher than the rest of the neighborhood? Even though there's condos in, do you get what I'm trying to say? If this thing comes in at 529, 100, and the other ones are down kind of in the, what is White Pine Way again, or Viroqua? Carol, do you have that in front of you? I can't remember. I just closed it up on there.
Hang on.
Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I think
you
so.
Have, all of a sudden you have this 16 units that are like over $500,000. It is what it is. Then all of a sudden, boing, boing, around them is 400, 410, 420. Yes, they're different styles, blah, blah, blah.
Those ones both have different, they have lower quality of construction. They're similar, but they're in the same location, but they're, they have similar quality of construction as, it's what we've got in our system here.
I'm conceptually trying to figure this out. So the comps that you're using are over here in Swan Creek.
Yep.
Which is about 4 miles, 3.5 miles to Windswept Way, barreling down McKee Road to get there. 2 different school districts. But yet we can't, just because they're different types of condos or different build, we can't kind of somehow factor in condos kind of within the immediate area. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I mean, I do, and that's kind of, what we did was looked at condos in this area for based on 2024 sales. Now, if, 2 years from now when we do our next revaluation, we find out that, these condos, need to be lowered or didn't go up as much as the others, we'll reflect that then. But the data that we have for 2025's assessment indicates, these were, appropriately adjusted. I guess if that makes sense. So I think
It does, but it just seems a little bit from a geographic reach. I guess, again, I'm not trying to how to be an appraiser or a processor. God knows my mother thinks I know a lot about everything, and I tell her all the time. But anyway, my question is, what usurps one or the other? Is it the similar type of condo build that could be 4.5 miles away, 3.5, whatever the number is, different school district, even though the same municipality, but You were very unique in Fitchburg with 3 school districts. Or somewhat proximity in the neighborhood of what's going on in the rest of the neighborhood immediately around that condo in your mass appraisal or mass assessing concept. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, so
So if there's everything kind of like-minded over here 4 miles away,
yeah.
and then you have this 16 unit here 4 miles away, but everything around it is less, does that around it have some value compared to what's all the way over here?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and I think ultimately, the answer is that we, for sales that we don't, or for neighborhoods that we don't have a sale on, generally what we'll do is say, what are the typical adjustments needed in this area to get our assessments to what the presumed market value is? And so we have a lot of sales in this condo res 3 group. And so that's more of a locational adjustment. Now, we don't value properties based on this sales comparison approach that you see. We use that more as a check mark to say, okay, are these reasonable? Are they not? And so when we run a sales comparison report, we try to pick the comps that are A, closest in location, B, similar in style. So when we run a true sales comparison report and we don't have any sales in that neighborhood, then the next best option is to try and find sales that are similar style, similar setup, similar age, similar quality, that type of thing.
Would it concern you, hypothetical question, would it concern you that you have condos in a neighborhood that, compared to other neighborhood 3+ miles away, that are assessed more than what they're selling for, even though we don't have a comp of windswept way that is recent? Does that bother you?
Say that one more time.
So Viroqua, which is
Yeah.
close, is almost spot on. It's sold for X, and its assessment is just 11,000 less. So you pass that 90%
Yeah.
tip. I guess my question for you is, if the windswept way condos are assessed at a certain level, but sale prices start coming in lower than that,
Yeah.
how do you readjust for that? Or is that just, that's just the mass assessing that happens in the city? Can you
I
pull up?
think I see what you're
Can
saying.
you pull out a micro example within a neighborhood of this condo development assessments are higher than sale prices, and that's kind of standing out within the immediate neighborhood compared to like Viroqua Drive, that's spot on? My point I'm trying to make is, would it bother you that in this certain area, assessing over sale price is consistent within this unit and the rest of the neighborhood is not? Just hypothetically asking. Is the mass appraisal?
I'm not exactly sure that I follow entirely, but I think I do. Let me try and explain here. So if say there started being some sales in
Say one sells
windswept,
for 475,
In
but assessed
windswept.
at 525.
in this specific neighborhood.
Correct.
Yes.
That's-
If it were arm's length. So that's the kicker.
That's
is that
what
if-
I'm trying to get
If
to.
we had, so once we start reviewing 2025 sales, and if we find out that some of these, or that our assessments were, higher than that, then we would make that corresponding adjustment at the next revaluation. It kind of gets back to what are the market conditions setting the revaluation or the values for a given year.
So hypothetically, just again, the homeowner decides to sell, and it's before January 1 of this year. So they sell it by whatever, this fall. And it sells for 475, just making that number up.
Yep.
Would you go back to these homeowners to say you were at 529, 100? We need to relook. If we approve what you're suggesting today. Do you get what I'm saying?
We wouldn't be able to do anything retroactively.
You can't do anything retroactively.
Right.
So what would happen then is that
So what happened
you
is
could have a situation where you're having a condo unit be assessed more than sale price.
yeah,
And
as
that
long-
would set the tone.
Yeah, and so, I mean, I'm sure there's going to be some from this last year, not specific to this neighborhood, but in other neighborhoods where we're probably a little bit over the sales price. But if it's within that compliance threshold, it
Okay,
wouldn't.
the 90%.
Yeah, it's 90 to 110. So that's kind of the nature of
I
mass
want to stay
appraisal.
within my lane here too, because the clerk's like, stay in your lane. Okay. Tracy, you just have that look. I'm sorry. Maybe it's my old days working with you. Anyway, Carol, go ahead. That's a compliment, Tracy. You know it is.
That answered my question. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Very
That's a fun little volley.
kind of going
back
around the
and
barn
forth.
here a little bit.
Yeah.
Eldon? Amanda? Mr. Luxem, you want to wrap this up, kind of give your closing statement on behalf of your client, please? And please restate her name for the record, the property, and the opinion of her opinion of the value, or yours as her authorized agent.
Henry Luxem, agent for Evelina Shancheva, 15 Windswept Way, and opinion of appropriate value as stated is $410,000, which is considerably divergent from the $529,100 assessed valuation, and we do recognize that the assessed valuation, we feel, is wildly above the selling prices of like properties and even properties that may have higher levels of amenities and comfort and amenities such as on bike paths, on parks, such as the property at on Viroqua that we were speaking of, that backs up to the Pine something park, the Fitchburg Park. It actually backs up right onto the park. So it has a lot of amenities, and that one has quite a bit higher square footage than the subject property at 15 Windswept Way. And it's less than 1 block away. It's far less than a full block away.
Thank you. Thank you. Committee Member Poole has a question for Chris before we kind of get Chris to wrap up his comments here.
So is this the condo where it sold for $310 and the estimate to finish the lower level to get it up to being 2 bedrooms would get it to $410?
No, this one hasn't sold recently.
Okay.
Okay, Chris, thank you, Henry. We're going to now turn to Chris here to kind of, you and John can kind of land the plane on this thing here?
Yeah, sure.
On your side of it?
So just kind of, wrapping it up, I think we have, we all have to make some, kind of judgment calls and interpretations here and assumptions. And, our sales comparison report, while not flawless, represents sales that were adjusted. So they're tier 2 values, and those tier 2 values that we have support our current tier 3 assessed value. Again, I think the comps as provided by the owner represent sales that were not adjusted really in any way, and therefore aren't painting the full picture of the property's potential valuation. Had they been properly adjusted, that may be a different answer, but I think for now, generally, we would request that you uphold the assessment at...
Please restate that, would you, for the record?
Is it 529.1? I think it's $529,100, but let me confirm that.
I am now closing the testimony on this case. I will now open it up for deliberation among us, the members of the Board of Review, to state based on the sworn testimony presented whether the assessor's valuation is correct or incorrect. I want to thank Mr. Luxem for his work on behalf of his client, and now we're going to bring it up here. So you have in front of you another case in front of Windswept Way, and as I mentioned to those in attendance, we appreciate your patience on this stuff. We've had a lot of conversations about Windswept Way this morning. You have in front of you an assessed request of $529,100 for 15 Windswept Way, parcel number 0609-053-6705-2. Any discussion at all on the case in front of you? Item 4B on the agenda. Carol, do you want to, thoughts you want to share at all?
No, my feelings are the same as on the previous property.
Do you want to restate those or just let it go?
I think that, in my opinion, from what we've seen and from what's been presented, I think that the mass appraisal has not done this condo complex any favors, but I don't think we have anything compelling enough in front of us for us as a body, based on our legal responsibility and rules, to rule against the city.
Eldon, anything to add?
I mean, I just would second what Carol just said.
Amanda?
I concur with Carol. I think that was well stated.
So for the public, the conversation is the mass appraisal approach that the mass assessing approach, not appraisal. Sorry about that. Am I saying that right?
It's mass appraisal, but
Mass appraisal?
Yeah.
Approach that the city takes, this is my word of the day, kind of usurps local facts on the ground. As I stated in the previous example, I'm hopeful that we can start to potentially somehow consider some of those local factors that I tried to state with the immediate neighborhood compared to comps 3 miles away or wherever, and I understand why the department does that. I also think we could take in, I don't know if and when, Chris, this will ever be discussed, sound, noise, things like that. Those are real issues, but.
can
Please.
I jotted a note down to add it into our mix of things to do.
Appreciate that. I think that will go a long-
Review kind of traffic counts and see what's necessary.
You and I have had this conversation. Fitchburg is very unique for a lot of reasons, but we do, being halfway between Epic and downtown Madison, there's a lot going on in this city.
Yeah, certainly.
Which is a good thing, but
Yes.
also.
It's busy.
So, to the public, our choice up here is I'm going to reread something for the record. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes gives the assessor the assumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled to overcome that presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving the assessor erred in determining the total value. Mr. Luxem, once again, you provided comps, all solid, relevant, but they are from 2025, and we are kind of tied that we have to use stuff prior to January 1 of 2024. Also, so with that, I would make a motion to uphold the assessment. I keep putting this piece of paper away, and I shouldn't. I'll make a motion to approve the recommendation of the assessing department's assessment of $529,100 for 15 Windswept Way, parcel number 0609-053-6705-2. Motion by Chairman Paff. Looking for a second.
I second, Knessa.
Second by Amanda. Roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair. Elton Krim Jr.,
Aye.
Sean Pack,
Aye.
Carol Poole,
Aye.
Amanda Canessa.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, I need to read another thing in the record. Thank you, Mr. Luxon, for appearing on behalf of your client, for coming in and I'll direct our city clerk to provide you as the objector with a determination form. And again, I want to state this clearly. If you and or your client are not satisfied with our decision, there are appeal options available listed at the bottom of the determination form. Tracy, you can handle that, and we will get prepared for 30 Windswept Way. Will be 2 minutes.
2 minutes? 2 minutes. All right, I got to run to the printer quick.
Committee of Board of Review will reconvene at 11:23 on Friday, August 1st. I would ask a friendly amendment if we could move the agenda to take up item 4E at this time. Schumacher, 16 Windswept Way, parcel 0609-053-6702-2. Seeing no objections, we will take up item 4E. Okay, Again, I'm going to ask everyone in here to silence their cell phones. Sir, I'm going to have you sit for just one quick second, and then we'll have you hand out some stuff. I'm going to confirm, Mr. Schumacher, you're testifying as the owner today, correct?
Yes, I am.
All right. I'm going to ask the clerk to swear you in, and you'll be sworn in, and then our two staff from the assessing department will be sworn in as well.
Thank you, Chair. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Robert Schumacher, 16 Windswept Way, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53719.
Thank you. And to the assessing department, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Chris Leitz, City Assessor.
I do. Julia Stover, property appraiser with the City of Fitchburg.
Thank you. You have the floor, Chair.
Thank you. Again, we're taking up item 4E, the Schumacher property located at 16 Windswept Way, parcel 0609-053-6702-2. Mr. Schumacher, the property owner, your opinion of this property is 500, your opinion for this property you think is what, sir?
Listed. Let's see.
I believe you have $450,000. Is that correct? Oops, sorry. I'm going to 4E. I have the wrong one. Sorry, my fault. My fault.
If I told you it said 435, would you agree with that? 35, would you agree with that?
I can't hear you.
If I told you had 435,000 on there, would you agree with that?
Okay.
But I would be happy to amend that to 450.
No problem. The amendment process has passed. Last week was that process, so we have you at 4. I guess I moved it, and I don't have it in front of me. Thank you very much, Julia. Amanda, $435,000. And, sir, I'm going to read a few things here. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin State Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin State Supreme Court has given us, the Board of Review, standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. The standards are: the best evidence of value is a recent arm's-length sale of subject property. Next, the sales of reasonably comparable property. Then all other approaches to value: income approach, income-producing properties, and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there is not an active market. This does not include a comparison to your neighbor's property unless it's recently sold in an arm's-length transaction. At this time, Mr. Schumacher, do you have any exhibits that you'll be reading into the record? Any handouts you want us to have? If you could give those a copy to the city clerk, or the copies of the city clerk, she will hand them out for you. Please save a copy for yourself.
We have extras.
As the committee gets your handouts, if you have an appraisal of the property under review, the appraiser must be here to present sworn or oral testimony for the Board of Review to consider the appraisal. Do you have an appraiser with you today?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Since we have a full agenda, as you know, to hear today, I'll give you, you can certainly have 10 minutes, but if you wouldn't mind, I'm going to give you a 2-minute warning. And what the committee has in front of us is Taxpayer Exhibit A for 16 Windswept Way. We'll let the clerk get back to her seat, and then we'll get started.
Thank you, Chair.
Once again, Mr. Schumacher, please state your name, what you think the fair market value that you have asking us to consider for your property, and begin your testimony. Your name and address.
Robert Schumacher, 16 Windswept Way, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, and the value I put on my form was $435,000.
Sir, you have 10 minutes. Please take the floor.
Okay. Starting off, first I wanted to say thank you for hearing my appeal. The first page of my handout is just the form that I filed with the city clerk for the appeal.
Sure.
The second form is a survey map of our Windswept Acres Condo Association. You already are pretty familiar with that, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. There's 16 units. I am unit 16. I have that highlighted. There's a couple things, though, I do want to note, and I know it's already been brought up as far as traffic counts. I actually looked up some of the traffic counts, and right now on Seminole Highway, the traffic count is over 11,000 cars and vehicles per day. In 2022, it was 8,100. So in the last 2 or 3 years, it's increased 36%. The problem with that is our unit, if you look at the map, is less than 50 feet away from Seminole Highway. It sits at an angle. Our main living space and bedroom area are in that back of the unit. We cannot use our deck whatsoever. It's pretty much useless because of the noise and the traffic fumes. And as far as windows, we cannot even have our windows open because the noise is so loud you can't even hear your TV. Now, part of the problem is there's a lot of large truck traffic on this road also, in addition to all the cars. And it is posted, and I think that might have been brought out before by Henry, for no vehicles over 8,000 pounds, but it is not enforced whatsoever. There are cement trucks, there are semis, there are double tandem dump trucks going by daily, all the time. In addition to that, we've got the fire station, which is approximately 3 blocks away. So we're hearing every siren every time the EMS goes out, every time a fire truck goes out, and very often the police are using Seminole Highway to go to that north neighborhood that has a lot of issues. So noise is definitely an issue, making our unit our deck totally unusable and not allowing us to have fresh air, basically. In the summertime, we just turn our air conditioning on and leave it on all year long. The other thing is the other intersecting road is McKee Road. Traffic count there is over 25,000 per day. We hear a lot of the noise from that too. And again, all the fire trucks and EMS, et cetera. That pretty much handles that part of it. The other point I wanted to make is when I met with the person from the assessor's office, they kept making reference to us being in the same neighborhood as Seminole Village. Now, Seminole Village is true across the road, but it is set way back. There, across Seminole Highway, there is a drainage pond, then there is a large berm, and then there are trees and shrubberies that block not only their view, but the noise from Seminole Highway. Also, we do not have any of the amenities that Seminole Village has. We do not have a pool. We do not have a private clubhouse. We do not have private tennis courts. We do not have a large green park-like area that sits right in the middle of all our condos. There is no way you can say that we're in the same neighborhood as Seminole Village or Seminole Forest or Seminole Hills. If you drive through those neighborhoods and then drive through the properties on the west side of Seminole Highway, it will be very obvious to you. They are not the same. Okay. The only other point I was going to make was to the west of us are 4 and 8 unit apartments. Those apartments had an ownership change 2 or 3 years ago. They used to be locally owned. Now they're owned by an outside investment company. Since then, the maintenance and grounds and building maintenance has not been very good. They allow trash out on the curbs all the time. People put whatever they don't want anymore out on the curb. It sits there for weeks before somebody finally picks it up. But that's a minor point. Okay, then the next page is basically, I'm not going to spend time on that. That's the DOR property record for our unit. The only thing I'm going to say about that is the only changes that we have been made, we have been there since 2008. The only changes that have been done is new AC in 2018 and a new roof in 2018 due to hail damage, and that was paid by insurance. We have 2,200 square feet. The next page is just an actual diagram of our unit and showing the below the basement level finish of 938. The upstairs is 1,344. The next page is our notice of assessment that we received. On there it gives both our 224 and 225 assessments. I also included information from our 223 assessment, which was 302,600. Our 224 assessment was 401,800, which was a 32.8% increase. 2025, we went from 401 to 542, which is another 35% increase. So in 2 years, they're saying the city is trying to tell me that my property has increased 79%. I can't believe that. The next page is just the letter after I met with Julia at the open book. She sent me a letter confirming that based on the information I gave, they were not going to change it. It was going to stay at 542. That's all that's saying. So I wasn't happy with that. I contacted 3 different realtors, all of whom have a lot of experience in the Madison area. Kathy Bartles is with Stark Homes. She came over, she did a complete walkthrough of our unit. She went and looked at comparables. She came back and gave us an estimated selling price if we were going to list it at $439,900. The second one I have is from Luke Lesticow, who's from First Weber. He's a 20-plus year realtor. He did the same thing. He came. I spent a couple hours with him. We did a complete walkthrough of our unit. He came back and recommended that I could list our home at $450,000. Then the third one is Mr. Jason Geiger from Geiger Realty in Verona. Now, he's a Fitchburg, was born and raised as a Fitchburg resident, lives in Verona now. But he came and gave me an estimated current value of $432,510. Then the next exhibit, he also gave me estimates from various online resources, including Zillow, RPR, Redfin, and Realtor.com. They're all in that 430 range, from 430 to 436. Now, you can't tell me that those are all off by more than $100,000. And every month, the next page is the June 225 home report from that I receive from Redfin. I get a monthly report from them every month. This is the June report, and it shows an estimated value of $434,836. Then the next page, I still wasn't satisfied with all that, so I just went online and looked up another realtor, and it just so happens it's Sean. And on his website, he gives you the option to estimate the value of your residence by basically putting in your address. And the next page shows what those came out, 433, 432.8, and then the last one's kind of an outlier, 505,804. Okay. Then the next page is, you've already seen a summary of all the condos that have been sold on Windswept Way since 2019. The last one, as everybody's mentioned, has been 18 Windswept Way. That sold for $401,000. The list price on that was $349,000. I know you've already discussed that, so obviously that's not, even though they paid over $50,000 more than the list price, I guess that doesn't do me any good. The The next page is 2024 sold comps, and these are, the realtors helped me with these. They gave us a list here of 6 that they thought were reasonably close. I printed out 4 of them. All of these, by the way, these are all 3 bedrooms. Ours is only a 2-bedroom. But the square footage is very similar, 1,700, 2,100, 2,300, 2,400. Gives both the list price and the selling price of those. All of them were in the 400,000 to 475 range. And these are the next page is the sales sheet I picked out 3 of those. This is on Blue Iris Way. It was listed at 475. This was September 2024. It sold for 475. It also had 2,400 square feet, which is roughly 200 more than ours. The next one is T-Berry Lane, which was listed at $399.9. It sold on 12/30/24 for $415,000. That residence also has 2,156 square footage according to the assessor's office, so almost exactly the same as ours. And again, these are ranch-style duplex condos. The third one I've got is 55 Shale Road. Let me look here. And that one was sold for, let me look here. It was last sold for $450,000. And that's approximately the same size as ours, it was 1 year, it was built in 2006. And then my last part here are sold comps from 2025. Now, I'm not sure I should even spend time on that because you're already telling me that these can't be used because they were after January 1.
You can put it in the record, sir. Just put it in the record.
Okay, I will. And again, here there were, 5 of them. Woodbrook Way, list price, $399, sold for $395. That was a little over 2,000 square feet. The other one on Woodbrook Way was 2,246 square feet, listed at $424.9, sold for $406. And these were both sold in May of this year. The third one also sold in May of this year was Sinatra Way. That is 2,168 square feet, list price $425, sold for $430. The next one was...
Sir, I'm going to give you about 90 more seconds, okay?
9 more seconds?
90 more seconds.
Oh, okay. The next one was Northlight Way, which was a lot less square footage. List price was $400, and it sold for $432. The last one is one that's already been brought up, 6084 Viroqua Drive, which is a block, not even a block, half a block away from me. Was assessed at $429.5. They were asking price of $435, and they got $440,000 as a selling price. Now, and then there's the last 3 pages, which I'll go through real quick, are 3 of those. The first one is the one on Viroqua Drive, which shows a lot more, 2,850 square feet. Price was $435, sold for $440. The next one is Sinatra Way, and these are the ones that I previously mentioned. These are 2-unit ranch, and that's ranch style. This one's 2-story, but 2,168 was the assessed value. It sold for $430 and $515. The last one was Woodbrook Way, and that was 2,246 square feet. Again, it's about the same as ours. Price was $424.9. The sold price was $406,000, and that also sold in May. So
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to go on the record, Mr. Schumacher, I appreciate that. I did not reach out to Mr. Schumacher. I have not sat down with him, but my website is accessible, and you and I did not speak about this at all. Is that correct?
Correct.
I just want the record to
I
state.
just went online on my own. I just picked another one. I wanted a realtor that I knew.
Perfect.
Knew the area.
Perfect. Thank you for that. I just want the public to know that I did not meet with him in advance, so I don't feel the need that I need to recuse myself. Just want to put that on the record. Chris and Julia, do you have any questions for Mr. Schumacher?
Couple. Yeah, so I guess first, do you know how the realtors set their opinion of list price?
Yes, they used comparables from both 2024 and 225. I gave you lists of both of them.
Okay. I wasn't asking to be difficult, I was just curious. So, to that end, a number of realtors were indicating 450 seemed to be kind of a number that folks were circling around. That seems to be a common theme throughout some of the valuations today. Fair to say that typically, on average, sale prices have tended to be over list prices as of late?
I don't really follow it that closely, so I really couldn't answer that.
Okay, so just for, I guess, to put it on record, the 2024 sold comps document indicates high, low, average, median list prices, presumably, and sales prices.
Correct.
So on that document, you'll see on pretty much every column, with the exception of median, average list price is below the sale price in most cases. So bearing that in mind.
Now wait, you're talking about the 224?
2024 sold comps.
No. One is 400,000 list price, sold for 400,000.
Right, but I'm just,
Two
sorry.
down is 455 list price, sold for 450. The next one, 475, sold for 475.
Sure, but if we look at the average, the condo summary statistics up near the top indicates that the average list price was 462 and the average sale price. And I guess I see what you're saying. One of them sold quite a bit over. Of these, they're around only, well, let's say, only one of them sold below listing price.
No. We just went through it.
5513 Shale sold for less than it was listed at. 5221 T-Berry sold above list price.
No. Selling price 415, list price was 399.9. I have it on my
Right, so sales price is above list price in that case.
True.
Okay. Anyways, I just
The
a couple
next
things.
one
I
is
wanted to
less,
point out.
5,000.
Right, so that's, I was getting to one, and that one sat on the market for quite a while, but that's all I got. Just wanted to point some of that out.
Okay, Chris, you and Julia want to go through kind of your presentation, qualifications, et cetera? We'll look at this as Assessor's Exhibit A.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Schumacher, did you get a copy of that?
Yes, I have a copy.
Okay, great. We're going to let Julia and
Yeah.
Chris go through their comments. So fire away, guys.
Okay, I'll get started. Thank you. I'm
Please.
Julia Stover, and I'm a property appraiser with the City of Fitchburg. I've provided the board and objector with written information on the property assessment that I'll now summarize. On the first page, section 1 is a summary of my qualifications as a property appraiser.
Did we swear people in? We did
Oh,
that.
yeah,
Yes,
we
we did.
did.
I'm sorry. Yes, we did. Yep.
I am Julia Stover. I've been employed with the City of Fitchburg Assessing Office since December 2021, and I've worked in the assessment field for almost 4 years. The following educational experience qualifies me as the property appraiser. I have a property appraiser 2 with the Department of Revenue, and I'm sorry, I have a Assessor 2 certification with the Department of Revenue. I have a Bachelor of Science in Consumer Science from the University of Wisconsin, a certificate in Property Assessment Valuation from Waukesha County Technical College, and additional courses in Property Appraisal Principles, Procedures, Real Estate courses in Building Structure Design and Law. And I've attended the Board of Review training in 2017 and 2021. I've attended each annual assessor meeting presented by the Department of Revenue since 2021. And I have completed property appraisal valuation courses presented by the IAAO, the International Association of Assessing Officers. Section 2 states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value, of property as of January 1st, 2025. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value found in State Statute 7032, the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, and case law. The valuation hierarchy is Tier 1, arm's length sale of subject property if that sale is consistent with the characteristic of arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 2, based on comparison to properly adjusted arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 3, all other accepted techniques, primarily the cost and income methods. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy to be considered arm's length and used for establishing true market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation year, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. On the next page, you'll find a map illustrating the subject property's location. And the next few pages are the property record card that contains specific data on quantitative and qualitative physical characteristics of the land and improvements for the subject site. To note some more significant data, on the first page, the property is a 0 lot line shared wall condominium. It is located in the Windswept Acres condo neighborhood on the city's north side. The second page shows its building permit history, sales history. Relevant information from sales show that there is no recent sale of the subject property, and the current owner purchased the property back in 2008 for $253,300. It has no detached structures. And on the third and fourth page, you'll find the notes section. I did meet with the property owner during open book. At that time, I provided sales comps and discussed the revaluation and market adjustment made to the neighborhood. I would like to note that one of the sales that I provided at open book was 54 North Light Way, which I later realized is not truly comparable because it's located in a 55 plus community. The other comparables I provided to the property owner do match the ones I will review shortly and do support the value. Following the notes on the fourth page, you'll see the land information. And on the fifth page, I'll highlight the structure is a 1-story ranch-style residence. It contains 2,282 square feet of living space. It was built in 2004 and has not been significantly remodeled since it was built. It is a construction and quality grade B property. Its overall condition, desirability, and usefulness is rated as average, and there is other detailed information on physical attributes contained in the record card. The sixth page is a sketch of the property, and the next page of the document is the market valuation detail summary. It summarizes the assessment calculation as completed by our automatic valuation model. The model is based on Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and 2024 arm's length sales. The next page in the document is a map that locates the subject and recent reasonably comparable arm's length sales. And the next few pages show a sales comparison report that supports the current assessed value of the property. The report lists arm's length sales from 2024 and one from this condo neighborhood from 2022. It's important to note that there are no sales in this specific condo neighborhood during 2024 or 2023, so the comparisons in the report represent sales of the most comparable types of condominiums. The addresses of the sale properties are 18 Windswept Way, 5221 Teaberry Lane, 17 Blue Iris Way, and 16 Bailey Way. The sales dates are June 2022, December 2024, September 2024, and April 2024, and the sale prices are $401,000, $415,000, $475,000, and $615,000 respectively. The report shows photos and lists comparable data that demonstrates the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. The styles are all ranch-style condominiums, and the subject and sales gross living areas range between 1,688 and 2,813 square feet. The effective year built ranges from 2003 to 2008, and other data is listed demonstrating that the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject property. Well, the most recent sale in the neighborhood was roughly 2.5 years prior to the assessment date. I have included it in the report because it is nearly identical to the subject property aside from some minor square footage differences. The one major adjustment that was made to the sale price was a time adjustment, and the time adjustment in our sales comparison model is based on the Department of Revenue's percentages of economic changes for a residential class property indicated in the Statement of Changes and Equalized Value report. It's important to note that the Department of Revenue publishes this report specifically to each municipality, and further, the amount of economic change in the report relates specifically to the market changes separate from new construction and physical changes. Essentially, the time adjustment we have utilized in our sales comparison model reflect what the Department of Revenue has determined to be the amount of residential real estate market appreciation they have seen year over year in the city of Fitchburg. So in essence, what you're seeing as a comparable value on the 2022 sale of 18 Windswept Way is what the sale price of the property is back in 2022, and then adjusted by the Department of Revenue's amount of economic change between the sale date and the January 1st, 2025 assessment date, and then minor adjustments for the square footage differences. The adjusted comparable value of the property ends up at $514,400, which is less than the current assessment, but still within the 90 to 110% DOR compliance threshold as referenced earlier in our testimony. Aside from time adjustments, the report also adjusts the sale prices for differences such as lot, building, attributes, age and condition, market location, and detached structures, if any. The adjusted sale prices are $514,400, $533,800, $546,500, and $577,500, respectively. The adjusted sale prices of reasonably comparable properties yield two values of $339,000, which indicates that that's the two-tier value of $539,000, which indicates that a Tier 3 assessed value of $542,400 is a fair estimate of the market value of the subject property as of January 1st, 2025. So in summary, there is not a Tier 1 arm's length sale of the subject property, and we completed a mass appraisal assessment of the property using both Tier 2 and Tier 3 approaches to value. We've reconciled to the Tier 3 market modified approach, as that provides the most uniform, consistent, and detailed value estimate as expected by the public. And lastly, I think it's important to note that the property owner's opinion of value of $435,000 is roughly 8% above the June 2022 sale price of the 18 Windswept Way at $401,000, which is almost an identical property. On average, we found the residential values have been increasing by roughly 10% each year. Since 2022, the Department of Revenue has indicated the total percentage of economic change to be roughly 31% for residential property, which also averages out to roughly 10% annually. Ultimately, the property owner's opinion of value at $435,000 represents a significantly lower estimate of value than what the market trends would indicate. So based on our testimony, I do not believe the property owner has overcome the statutory presumption that the assessment is correct and request that you sustain the assessment as we presented.
Thank you. Chris, anything to add to Julia's testimony? At this time, Mr. Schumacher, any questions for Julia and/or Chris?
Well, I guess I have a couple of questions, but also a general comment. Obviously,
Let's do the questions first.
pardon?
Ask the questions first of them, if you don't mind.
Okay. The question is regarding the adjustments that are made. I find it hard to believe that there are that many adjustments, adding 113,000, 118,000, 71,000, and the last one actually subtracted. Okay. The realtors that I used, I would assume, used comparable data. Some of these are the same properties. They come up with comparable prices, sales prices, in the 400 to 450,000 range, which is so much less than these. It's just hard to believe that this software is even accurate. And I know this has been brought up before by Mr. Grimm in one of the previous sessions, that that's something the Board of Review needs to look at, because there seems to be an issue with how that is used and whether it is accurate or not. And I remember him saying that this is something that we need to discuss in the future.
So let me bridge the gap here. So, Julia, during the open book, did Mr. Schumacher bring in his comps when you guys met? Or did you? So, because we're...
Sorry. I don't recall that he brought in any comps at that time.
Okay, so during the open review, Mr. Schumacher, what did what was that conversation with the city? Just curious. You and Julia, she recorded
Well,
it?
it was about an hour and a half conversation. I know we spent quite a bit of time. One of the things that concerned me greatly was her comments at least twice, and I think it was 3 times, comparing us as being in the same neighborhood as Seminole Village. We are not. If you drive through Seminole Village, then you come on the west side of Seminole Highway. The properties are totally different. They're totally different construction. They're totally different size. Properties on our side, our condo association has none of the amenities that they have on the other side. It is not in any way, shape, or form similar. And I am very familiar with those properties because I have a good friend who used to live in Seminole Village who just recently sold it. And I know exactly what those condos are like inside. And ours are basically, I won't say trash, but these are definitely upscale compared to what
Julia, is that, do you want to just, he's mentioned this twice, I just want you to clarify.
Yeah, he did. I did not say that they were in the same neighborhood at that time, but I do know that we were discussing the surrounding neighborhoods and talking about how the market was and his proximity and location to those and, you know, people looking to purchase homes in the area and how much more things were selling for.
Okay, okay, no problem, good.
Julia, you did say they were, maybe you didn't use those exact words, same neighborhood, but they are in the same proximity as us. They were just across on the other side of...
All right, that's fair. I get you. I'm going to keep this rolling here.
Can I make just one point of clarification
Of course,
to that
yes.
regard? We have Seminole Village condos and this condo group, Windswept Acres, in a separate neighborhood groups, just for
Okay.
clarification's sake.
All right, because I asked something similar in the last, okay. I have some questions, but I'm going to defer to my esteemed colleagues. Amanda, any thoughts?
I have a question for Julia and Chris. I note in this one that, for example, the comparable value as based on the comp, I mean, and granted it's from 2022, but the comp from that particular neighborhood, the comparable value for 2020, this assessment period would be 514.4, which is actually the lowest of the comparables. So I guess, is there any strength, I guess, or any additional balance added to those that are in the neighborhood versus those in neighborhoods miles away? You know, especially since that value is the lowest of those other comparables.
So it's not a weighted average. It runs the three comps and averages them out.
Okay. Eldon? Any thoughts? We can come back to this, so don't sweat it.
You being able to come back. I guess my question is about the comparison 4, which was 615,000, which seems significantly more than the others. And I know you all make some adjustments, though maybe it's on a different page. I'm not seeing exactly what the adjustment amount was. It says 43%, I guess. I thought I remembered us having a conversation about anomalies and the high and the low or whatever. If they seem really high or really low, they get tossed out. And I'm wondering why this one was included and not tossed.
Well, I think by, just kind of some of the concrete data, it's fairly, it's a different location, of course, but it is a, similar style, similar quality of construction. It's a little bit higher quality of construction, but similar age. So to us, it doesn't really strike me as, inherently an outlier or being an anomaly. And so we included it. And the adjustments, the total adjustments, or the net adjustments rather, are $37,500, which isn't anything too crazy. Just my kind of professional opinion. Some of the other ones, yeah, they're higher, but again, that's kind of the nature of the game sometimes when we have to make some assumptions. So that one, again, I guess to answer your question, I don't find that one as being an anomaly. The adjustments on it are, obviously not nothing, but 37,500 for the net adjustments isn't too crazy to me, at least. But that's just my opinion.
Okay.
Okay, Carol.
I don't have anything to add at this time.
Okay, I want to focus in on something here. We finally got some comps, and I applaud all the work that Henry did in the past, but we're now in 2024, so we got some comps that we can use here. I asked an earlier question of you, Chris, about the comp that you're using. Is it 18 windswept way, or what's the one that we keep referring to?
Yeah, 18.
So Mr. Schumacher provided comps from 2019 plus, and the most recent one would be 6/10/22, and then 4/19/2021, number 6 and 7. Did windswept way sell 2 years in a row?
What exhibit are you on?
I'm looking at right here. I guess it's not labeled, but it's it has on the top of it, says condo active 22 windswept way offer show.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm looking at number 6 and 7 under condos sold, and then I'm looking at
sure.
number 5. So
Yeah.
I'm looking in this COVID period, just for I remember how god awful that time was. So 6/10/22 is 18 windswept way,
Yep.
and 4/19/2021 is 18 windswept way. Did that condo sell 2 years in a row or something like that, or what am I missing?
Yeah, I think that was brought up in, I don't know, maybe it was the first one, I don't remember. But yes, it sold in 2021, list price of 300,000, sale price of 315,000, and then a little over a year later, it was listed at 349 and sold for 401,000.
And what do you guys have it as part of your comp? It sold for what again? 18 windswept way, so it sold then in 2022.
Yeah,
You have it down as selling for assessed at 514,400.
that's the adjusted sales price. So that would be if it sold in 2025. That's kind of applying the time adjustment. That's kind of the one major adjustment on there.
Okay, can you factor in the 2021 sale at all into your math, even though it sold 2 years in a row or not? Or that just goes away once if it sold the most recent time it sells, that would go away then?
In theory, you could, I suppose.
Okay, and then is 8/23/2021 too far to go back in your mind? Because I'd asked you about June of 2022, and you said, that's going back, but not going too far back.
I think, 2021 was the peak. And so
That was the highest height of the...
I probably wouldn't tend to use a 2021 sale. We could run the numbers, I suppose, I don't know if it would be particularly helpful, but.
Mr. Schumacher, you have said only once on the record, but I'd like you to repeat it. Is it a two-bedroom property you own?
I'm sorry.
You are assessed as a two-bedroom property.
Yes.
Okay, nowhere, only one two-bedroom comp is being looked at, and that's from 12/9/2019.
That's because they could not find any
Okay.
two-bedroom ones. All they could find were the three.
Julie, a question for you and Chris. Do 2 or 3 bedrooms factor into your calculations on assessing? Because there is a difference, obviously, the obvious difference of 2 versus 3 bedroom, but when people look at condos, they look different. As Mr. Schumacher alluded to, they look at when they sort out looking for condos to look at, you can sort it 3 bedroom or 4 bedroom or whatever. Is there any difference the way you guys do assessing based on 2 bedroom versus 3 bedroom?
Not typically. We're like most municipalities, we value based on total finished square footage. You can use bedrooms as a measure of comparison, but we wouldn't, if he had 5 bedrooms in here, it wouldn't be valued any differently. In some cases, you can make adjustments if it has some sort of like functional obsolescence. Condos, I think there's a lot of condos in Fitchburg that are 2 bedrooms. There's a lot that are 3 bedrooms, I think.
But none of those were used by comps from your shop?
No.
And can I ask why?
Most of them were quite a bit older. Again, 2019, 2020, even 2021, is getting a little bit, kind of too far back. For sure, you could make if you didn't have any sales, say this didn't sell in 2022, I may have thrown that 2021 sale in here just as a measure of comparison, as kind of a check. But I would not have thrown a 2019 or a 2020 sale in here. Even 2021, I would have felt a little, leery of. But in the absence of anything else, it can at least help as, kind of a benchmark.
I want to applaud Julia for catching that you put in Northlight Way and the 55 and older. Thank you for that. Would that have impacted your calibration, or you just felt it was just a characteristic that needed to be withdrawn?
It was just, there were comparables to use, and that one I didn't realize when we were speaking
That's fair.
that it was, so I.
Appreciate you stating that, and, for whatever correction, if that's what you want to call it, thank you for that. Mr. Schumacher, you raised something that we've been saying today that we don't quite have an answer for, and that's noise. And you've said your deck is just unusable, basically. Is that fair to say, sir? That your deck is too loud to use?
Yeah, we can't use it at all. In fact, we can't have our windows open in our main living areas, which is the living room, and our bedroom, which are out facing that road.
In that condo unit, how many folks are as close to Seminole Highway as you of the 16 folks? Do you know, just from your walking around the neighborhood at all?
I think ours is one of the closest. There, if you look at the
The angle
survey
that it
map
is?
that I gave you,
Yes.
it shows the distances, and they gradually increase as you go to the north.
Well, I'm glad you got that new air conditioner, by the way, so you can keep it, your windows closed. Okay. I just want to zero in a little bit more here on some of the comps that we're using. And I asked my question about what was exchanged during the open book. And Mr. Schumacher, you did not bring these comps in to the open book. Is that correct? I'm just curious.
At that point in time, no, I had not.
Okay.
In any of the realtors.
Julia, in your opinion, were these any comps that now you see that maybe could have been discussed in open book on your end, or is there anything that we're missing here? I'm just trying to, because it just seems like there's a little bit of apples to oranges in
There are
terms of
two comps that were the same that we both used.
Which ones are those?
17 Blue Iris Way and 16 Bailey Way. And I did talk about what well, as you can see, the comparable values are on there. So with the adjustments made, 17 Blue Iris Way would be $546,500, and 16 Bailey Way would be $577,500. So we made adjustments to those. I don't know that there were adjustments made.
Okay. Okay, anybody else? Because I have a couple closing thoughts I want to talk about, but I don't want to just shut down question and answer time here. Any other thoughts? Mr. Schumacher, why don't you give us your thoughts, kind of hear your closing argument here, and as we deliberate here, and then I'll turn it over to Julia for her thoughts as well as we close this up. Sir, share with us kind of your closing thoughts here as we get ready to deliberate.
Well, I obviously feel that the $540,400 assessment is way off by probably $80,000 to $100,000. If you look at the 224 sold comps that I provided, all of those are in the 400,000, with the exception 450, 415, 475, and then the last two, 615 and 550, are different animals. Bailey Way is, I consider that a custom property. It's very luxurious compared to ours. So I think overall, you talk about this possible range, but it looks like I have a real problem with this system that is used when there are not good comps. And it just seems as though it is not very accurate.
Thank you, sir. Julia, your thoughts as before we wrap this up on your end? Okay. I'm now going to close the testimony in this case. I'll now open up for deliberations among my colleagues by asking my fellow committee members to review the material in front of them and to state based on their sworn testimony presented whether the assessor's valuation is correct or incorrect. We can do some discussion among us, or somebody has some thoughts. I can lead them if you're okay with that. Again, I know it's two different entities here, but as I said earlier, what happens when a house sells for $475 and the rest of the neighborhood is over-assessed? That concerns me, and I just think it's fair, and I'm not, realtors can get involved. And again, I stayed on the record. I did not have any conversations with Mr. Schumacher. He just went on my website. That's all good, sir, but there's been none of that. They're all kind of 100,000 less than where we're at here, and I know they're two different things: assessed value versus sale price or list price. That just gives me pause. I don't know what my role in this capacity, because I want to serve the taxpayers well, do my job statutorily, and as I can read it again, but as you know, the assessor's assumption is we have to say that they are perceived, what's the word, so I want to say it correctly. Hold on. Presumed, thank you. The attorney next to me saved me there. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. In order to overcome that presumption, you present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred, strong word erred, in determining the total value under appeal. Carol, save me as I debate amongst myself here.
I think it would have been very helpful if we had received a certified appraisal from a Realtor based on
From an appraiser, not a realtor.
From an appraiser, sorry, as to what the value would have been on December 31st of last year. Because it seems to me that, you know, looking at what a Realtor is willing to list your house at, to me, shows what the true value of your home is. And I think most people consider it that as well. And it should also be the taxed value.
Well, I hear you, but that's
I know.
long graduate school class on that.
Yep.
I get the first part of your conversation, but the second one, I'm going to disagree with you a little bit. Amanda, your thoughts, if you want to share.
I think that there's, that it would have been helpful to have an assessor's take on this. I think that
Appraiser, you mean? Appraiser.
An appraiser's
Yeah, no problem.
take on this, because there is, you know, there is a difference between the realtor value and the appraiser value and the assessor's value, which is, you know, what we're struggling with here. You know, it is our role to give the presumption to the assessor here. You know, there's, this is a struggle.
Eldon, anything you want to add?
No, I'm just trying to sort out this issue of adjustment. I mean, one of the big differences between what Mr. Schumacher has presented and what the assessor presents is the adjustments, right? Am I
Right.
And I mean, I guess I still kind of feel like comparison 4 presented by the assessor.
Which property is that, Eldon?
That's the 16 Bailey Way, which has an adjustment of 40,000 down, and I'm assuming that is mostly based on sale price time adjustment. Yeah, because that was 26,400. Yeah, and I guess, well, the biggest adjustment seems to be that sale price time adjustment for all of them. Am I reading that right?
That wouldn't surprise me.
Right, like the one on 18 Windswept Way,
Yeah.
the adjustment for sale price time was 109.9 for.
Yeah, I mean, I
That's
guess
just 100 and
to that end,
7,003. Well, no, that's not true necessarily, but for, okay. Yeah, so this issue of adjustment versus comps without adjustments, if we added the adjustment value to Mr. Schumacher's comps, what do we get? I guess is one question. Do they then become pretty close to what the assessor is saying?
Chris, Julia, do you understand what he's asking?
I think so, and I mean, these are the adjustments that we made based on, you know, our professional opinion.
You have no obligation to make adjustments there.
And so, like, you know, appraisers will make adjustments, of course.
Okay, so if an appraiser had done it, then they would come in with the adjustment in addition to the sale price.
Right, so, you know, I don't know where I mean, my hope is that they would get to about where we're at as a, you know, a separate case. You know, I saw an appraisal recently and reviewed kind of some of their work, and it's fairly typical that, you know, I mean, appraisers get to spend a lot of time on one property, and so they're able to hone in on adjustments a little bit more. And so when we review these appraisals, you know, they're helpful to us in the sense that we can then say, okay, well, what do we need to be adjusting by? Because they're going to get a more clear picture. They're not always perfect, but it's, you know, typically you know, if an appraisal is done properly and our assessment's done properly, they should be in the same ballpark. So without seeing an appraisal, I can't say what it would have indicated, but, you know, they're going to adjust. I don't know that realtors typically do, but it's different. It's a different game, you know. Especially in this market, realtors are going to say, hey, list at X, and here's what you can expect to get, I would think, or maybe get, but it's not always a perfect science either, so.
I understand that, and again, this is a whole different ballgame, but with 3 recommendations, if it's, say, sold for $450, and you guys have it assessed at $542,400, you're at 83%.
That would give me,
That would give me
pause.
serious concern.
For sure, yeah.
And I'm just hung on that, Chris, and it's not because of, again, I go back to what I said earlier, those 16 condos sitting there, if they're overassessed,
Yeah, I mean, here's the
I'm just
other.
trying to drill down on you, and I'm not being
No,
I'm not being an asshole. I'm just trying to ask where we go here, because that's a serious issue.
No offense taken.
That's a serious issue that I am stuck on, and I'm not going to go change state law right now because I can't. But I just want to pause there, not for dramatic effect, but that is a serious issue, and that was what I was asking about, the micro neighborhood versus kind of 2, 3, 4 miles apart.
Well, and I mean, you know, we're talking, they said list at X, you know, in 450, and, you know, they may get over that. And then there's that question of percentage threshold. You know, if we're within that, it wouldn't inherently give me any sort of pause. But, you know, what would likely happen is that over time, over the next few years, assuming the market conditions aren't really going to change that much, you know, with any luck, they would slow down a little bit. But, you know, if they're over-assessed now, they're not going to see as big of a jump 2 years from now.
I said earlier 475. Mm-hmm. That's 87%. Mm-hmm. So you're getting closer, but he's almost got to get up to $500,000 to get within that 90%.
Sure. But that's all, and this is based off of 2025 market conditions too, is kind of the thought. I'm just pointing out where I'm coming from. I'm not, you know.
I get it. I get you and I can go around the barn a long time on this thing because there's a lot to go around the barn on. I was looking for a little bit of a roadmap here.
The other point of concern, I guess, that I have concern with is, you know, the opinions of value that were presented were, in this case, this one, the opinion of value was 435.
I'm using 450.
Say it's 450. I mean, that's I can do the math. Hang on. Well, that's not what I'm getting to. $450,000 would represent a 12% increase from a sale that occurred in 2022. Now, we've seen, by and large, the market has increased at about 10% a year. And so their opinion of value, I think, is pretty understated, even at 450,000. You know, that's just my own.
But compared to 79% of assessed value over the last 2 years,
And I guess my point is, I have 3 realtors that actually came, all 3, one of them with 37 years experience in the Madison area, 2 others with both over 20 years experience in the Madison area. How can they be that wrong?
Go ahead, Amanda, please, if you have thoughts. Okay, I guess, Mr. Schumacher, I'm going to be straight up with you here. I'm going to read this again for the record, not to be dramatic. Give perception of correctness. The Wisconsin Times report rules that to overcome the presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony. Our choice isn't totally a binary choice, but I don't know what number to get out here without having my experience in assessing to do that. Because if I throw a number out there, where am I coming up with that? Am I just trying to compromise like an old politician that I am as a mayor? You know, I can't, that's not what I can do in this role. I'm trying to be, I have to be by the books, if you know what I mean. And then we have to factor in as a group here, is what Chris said well earlier. You start knocking one down, then you got 16 others that are going to come in front of you.
Well, they can't.
I understand that. I hear you. But we have what we call a mass appraisal approach that's taken, that has really been under a workload of discussion today of that approach. Okay. You guys want to say anything before we do final act on this or not? Okay. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I'm stuck here.
Right, I'll say something
Go
more,
ahead.
and it's probably not something I should say, but I'm going to. I just looked, and I don't think there's ever been a condo that has sold for over $500,000 west of Seminole Highway and north to the Beltline in the city of Fitchburg, ever. And I think that sometimes when we're grouping neighborhoods together, we have to remember that certain sections of the town don't appreciate as quickly as others do.
You mean the city, obviously.
Yes, in the city of
course.
Fitchburg. I
Yep.
just don't think that that an overall universal approach is correct unless all of the neighborhoods are comparable that are within that same set. The only ones I could find were in Woods Edge Way, and those are much higher end condos than the ones that we're looking at here. And there's a lot of nice condos, but there aren't a lot that are in that range.
And again, the 2-bedroom versus a 3-bedroom really doesn't factor. That doesn't really matter.
It's all valued on finished square footage, which is consistent with what most assessors do. I think it's consistent with the property
Yeah.
assessment manual as well.
I was just gonna, so it doesn't matter what the square footage actually is, just that it's finished or not finished.
Well, no, it's so there's like residual value. So like as you scale up in square footage, say you have a 10,000 square foot house, the cost of per square foot typically goes down. But it's your valuation is calculated based on finished square footage, if that makes sense. So like again, the ultimate example is if you have a 2,000 square foot 3-bedroom house versus a 2,000 square foot 2-bedroom house, there's not going to be any difference in value.
Okay.
Reluctantly, I'm going to make a motion to approve the city's assessed value of $542,400 based on the premise of the mass appraisal approach that has been thoroughly discussed in today's meeting. I'm asking for a second.
I second.
So now we can discuss a little more, if anybody so chooses. I will discuss and repeat what I've said. Sir, I want to applaud you for your testimony. I know that may sound like a lot, but I applaud you for that. Your research and the work that you've done has been impressive, and I appreciate your commitment to the city of Fitchburg. This committee has to stay looking forward, and we have to look at each individual case, but also respect the integrity of the assessor's office. I asked about the comps during the open book. I'm not saying you should have brought them or not. I just wanted to know what that conversation was. But I am going to reluctantly vote aye on this motion. Roll call, please.
Could we, before we do that?
Yep.
Could we, could I ask a question?
We have a discussion. It's okay. You can ask a question.
We're still in discussion, right?
No, I have a motion and a second on the table. But you can
Right, but
you
then-
can still ask. Yeah. We haven't voted
Okay,
yet.
it's motion, section, discussion, no more discussion, call the question.
No, I haven't called the
we called
question.
the-
So go ahead.
okay.
You go ahead, Eldon. I have not called the question.
So my question is, all right, so the assessor gave us 4 comparisons. Do we have to use them all?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't.
So, I mean, just for kind of kicks and giggles, I did an average of the 3 without the one that seems to me to be an outlier, using the adjusted price, and I came out with 531, 566, 67, basically.
So you.
I mean, I don't know that number means like is accurate, but I just was curious about like what happens if we don't use.
So the integrity of your math is basically excluding the, well, I'm just saying, this is where we're at.
No. I'm
Eldon
not-
has a PhD, so he's
No,
not a dumb
well,
guy.
yeah, well, I'm not a mathematician, so.
I hear
it's-
you though,
it's
man. So I'm just
But
saying-
it's just average.
Because when we get asked down the road here, why do
Well,
we
the
do it?
question is, can we even do it? And
Chris, do you know the answer to that or not?
I mean, it's your call as a board. Again, I think, you know, I don't know. This is a Valerie question. I don't want to give you
Yeah,
guys,
sure.
like, that's not really my
Eldon, I
job.
would say probably let's stay the course here. If it was a major change, I don't
mean,
know the answer.
You could make you could point out that the current value that we have on it is 542. And so if you were to remove that and you get a reduction of, what is it, you say 533?
531.
531, so you get a reduction of $11,000. I mean, that would indicate that the current assessment is within that threshold. And so the question that I would then ask is then, you know,
Why do it?
yeah, that's just me. I'm the assessor. You guys can do what you choose to do.
I would,
But
your point, Eldon, is well taken, but I would discourage just using that.
Again, I'm just.
No, that's fair,
Just
man.
throwing it out there.
Totally fair.
But I would say that, $10,000 to a homeowner and $10,000 to the city probably mean different things.
I agree.
yeah, I'm not trying to diminish it or anything like that.
I agree. I would,
But
all right. Roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair. Elton Krim Jr.?
I think I'm gonna abstain.
Yeah,
Can I do that?
sure, if you want. We have a quorum, can you do that? We have 4. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna abstain.
Sean Paff?
Aye.
Carol Poole?
Abstain.
Amanda Canessa?
Aye.
So 2 abstain, 2 ayes. That carries the motion based on you have a quorum.
Okay, you guys get to vote how you vote. And,
Just as a point of
hold on,
information.
so the vote is called, or
Yeah.
hold on, we haven't called it yet, Eldon, so you can still change your vote if you so choose, or not. We have not called the vote.
My question was, if we had voted no,
We haven't closed the vote yet, so
yeah,
just,
right,
we'll
but
get
if
to
it
that
was
question
2 to
after.
2, yes to no, what would?
That would be a tie.
And then what would happen?
So then you would have to re-vote.
Okay, we closing the
All
vote?
right, I'm gonna leave it where it is, yeah.
Carol? closing
I'll
the vote?
leave it. Yep.
Madam Clerk, you want to read the total again, please, for us, for the record?
Thank you, Chair. The motion is carried to uphold the assessor's value at $5,042,400.
The roll has been called. Thank you, Mr. Schumacher, for coming in, and I'm going to direct our city clerk, Tracy Oldenburg, to provide you, the objector, with a determination form. And if you are not satisfied with our decision, you have avenues to pursue. Their appeal options available listed at the bottom of the determination form. I want to thank you for coming in on a Friday, and the committee will stand in recess for 5 minutes. All right. The hour of 12:46 arrived. The Board of Review will continue its meetings. Item on the agenda now is item 4C, the Ruth property at 30 Windswept Way, parcel 060-053-6725-2. At this time, I'd ask everyone to silence their cell phones. I'd ask our witness, are you testifying here in person or an authorized agent?
Authorized agent.
Who is in person, who's not the owner, that's what I should have said. I'm going to ask our city clerk to swear in our authorized agent and the assessing staff, please.
Thank you, Chair. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And can you state your name and address for the record?
Henry Luxem, 24 Windswept Way, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53719.
Thank you. And can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Chris Leeds, City Assessor.
I do. Ian Sullivan, Deputy City Assessor.
You have the floor, Chair.
Okay, I got to get the right paperwork in front of me here, so just give me 1 second. I screwed up my paperwork because we changed the agenda here. If Amanda has something she can hand me quick while I'm saving myself here. Thank you. At this time, we're going to hear the property of Joseph and Barbara Ruth. Is everybody pronouncing that correct? Their authorized agent is Henry Luxem. And the property is 24 Windswept Way, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 0609-053-6725-2. The opinion of the property owner, as expressed through the authorized agent, is $450,000. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome the presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. The standards are: the best evidence of value is a recent arm's length sale of subject property. Next, the sales of reasonably comparable property. Then all other approaches to value: income approach, producing properties, and the cost approach on a special purpose and unique properties where there's not an active market. This does not include comparison to your neighbor's property unless it recently sold in an arm's length transaction. At this time, does the objector please share any exhibits that you'll be reading into the record? Do you have any exhibits that you'd like us to look at?
Yes, I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Have you shared those with the clerk for those to be distributed? Coming to you is objector materials A. As the authorized agent of the property, do you have an appraisal of the property? And if so, an appraiser must be here to present sworn oral testimony for the Board of Review to consider the appraisal.
No appraiser.
Okay. As you know, we've had a full agenda today, so I'll give you 10 minutes. I'll give you a 2-minute warning. I'm going to ask you to state your name, full address of who you're representing for the record, and you can state the fair market value of the property you think it should be, and you may begin your 10 minutes at this time, sir.
My name is Henry Luxem, 24 Windswept Way, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, and I am the designated agent for Joseph and Barbara Reith of 30 Windswept Way, and we have the stated opinion of assessed value. Mr. Reith states excessively high, and $450,000 is realistic. And did you say go ahead with the rest? Okay. Fire away, in other words, right? Yes, sir. Okay, looking at the exhibits, A is the standard notice of assessment, and it shows for this year a 35% increase for the property up to $537,700. Seen to be totally unrealistic, and not a marketable property at that price whatsoever. Someday, maybe. Now, no. B is simply a depiction of where it lies, where the property lies. And I might mention, there was talk about how far away the various properties were from Seminole Highway, and they're all 50 to 60 feet away, and the comments made previously by Mr. Schumacher very much apply to the entire front area, which includes properties that you've heard from today of 24, this one 30, the one that you will hear from 32. the noise is a concern, and it does affect the amount of time that windows are left open and that sort of thing. The traffic noise can be very invasive, certainly, and has increased noticeably. And I would like to, along those lines, mention that there has been a problem with heavy truck traffic. And what I mean by that, not a great deal necessarily of truck traffic, but the passage of heavy trucks in excess of the limit of 8,000 pounds on a regular basis over the last few years that I've observed. And there appears to be absolutely no enforcement of that whatsoever that's been noted, including within the last 2 years, we lost power through the whole area due to a semi running off of Seminole Highway. It was an over-the-road semi. It was a vehicle that should not have been there, but it took out a whole line of poles. And probably it was, the neighborhood was out of power for about 8 hours in the winter. Exhibit C shows a prior listing of the Reith property. And that is what it is, with various information that can be garnered from that. Ranch, one story.
This is also a two-bedroom property, just people see.
Say again?
Two-bedroom property.
Two-bedroom house, yes.
Yep.
And it's one story, but each of these properties that face or that back up on Seminole Highway are one story in the front and 2 stories in the back. In other words, toward the highway, there's a walkout lower level and a deck upper level is the way that's set up. Exhibit D shows the property that was sold on this past Monday, sold for $335,000, listed for $350,000. Exhibit E shows 30 Windswept Way as compared to 18 Windswept Way that you, disregard that. 18 Windswept Way, and that is the one that sold 2 times in I believe 2021 and also in 2022. A gentleman bought the house and decided to live in another community, and so sold it after about a year after he had retired. He happened to be a physician. The other 2 comparables, I do not know a lot about them, but again, I note that condo residential 3 showing for both our 30 Windswept Way and 18 Windswept Way, and I fully understand that that's not the interpretation that I had garnered off of the internet. It seemed that may have been the reason that we were getting the what we believe to be excessively high assessments. Going on to E1 is that verbiage having to do with condo residential 3 and so on. Our condos have high density, narrow streets, and none of the normal amenities that clubhouse and tennis court and various other amenities of that sort might have, including perhaps a pool. We do not have that. We have living quarters and some lawn. And Exhibit F is something that Mr. Reith reached out to receive and current market value of approximately 425 to 450,000 max, which is a tremendously far cry from the value the assessor has put on the property. Really a big breach there once again, and that's the problem that we have throughout the association, which is very frustrating and continues to be. 34% increase for most a year ago, 35% increase this year. It's gone way above market. I do note that on this Exhibit F, the Realtor noted the other issues I believe may be helpful to bring up is the fact that your unit backs up to Seminole Highway, which has much more traffic than the other comparables used. That's interesting, and that's what we've known and talked about. Your unit also offers only one bedroom on the main level and one on the lower level, which most of the other comps do not. The others offer at least two bedrooms on the same level, which could be argued to make them more valuable to buyers who are willing to pay for convenience. So we've got a couple of whammies going there. The bedrooms on two different levels, but the high traffic people certainly look to be in a more sedentary neighborhood. And the other thing lacking is we do not have connections to bike and walking trails. There's certain sidewalks that can be used, but I like to head down to the Dolly Bike Hub, and that requires a hazardous walk along Seminole Highway. That, thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Of course.
completes.
Chris, you and your colleague have any questions for Mr. Luxem representing the Reith family?
I do not at this time.
I do not.
Okay. Gentlemen, you want to start? Ian, you want to introduce yourself and rock and roll here?
Yes. My name is Ian Sullivan, and I am the Deputy City Assessor for the Assessing Department for Fitchburg. Actually, I'll hold on for one moment while Chris gets those passed out.
Thank you, Chris. We are getting Assessing Department Exhibit A for the record, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Luxem, you have a copy? Okay, good. Go ahead, Ian. All yours.
All right. Now that I've provided the board and objector with the written information on the property assessment, I will now summarize. On the first page, section 1 is a summary of my qualifications as the Deputy City Assessor. My name is Ian Sullivan, and I've been employed with the City of Fitchburg since April 2025. I have an Assessor 2 certification held by the Wisconsin Department of Revenue, which expires in the end of May of 2026, and I am current with all required continuing education. I've worked in the assessment field for over 12 years. Like I just said, I was hired in April of 2025 by the City of Fitchburg Assessing Department. Previous to that, I worked for 10 years for the City of Madison Assessor's Office, and 2.5 years prior to that for the City of Janesville Assessor's Office. At Madison, I was employed as a Property Appraiser 3. I was responsible for valuing residential and multifamily properties. In the appeals process, I was involved in open book, border review, and post-border review appeals through the Department of Revenue. I also sat on the Board of Assessors for the City of Madison for several years. The following educational experience qualifies me as a Deputy Assessor. I have a Bachelor of Science in Geography with emphasis in cartography from the UW-Madison. I've attended various quarterly meetings and classes with the Wisconsin Association of Assessing Officers. I've also attended classes presented by IAAO, which is the International Association of Assessing Officers, while also attending annual assessor meetings presented by the Department of Revenue, and as well as border review training in 2017 and 2021. Section 2 states the purpose of the assessment and the standards for establishing value The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value, of a property as of January 1, 2025. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value as found in the state statute 7032, the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and case law. The valuation hierarchy is as follows. Tier 1 is an arm's length sale of the subject, and if that sale is consistent with the characteristics of arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties. Or Tier 2, based on comparison to properly adjusted arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties. Or Tier 3, all other accepted techniques, primarily the cost and income methods. Part B contains a definition of market value, including the criteria that a sale must satisfy to be considered arm's length and used for establishing a true market data or true market value. Part C is the information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of mass appraisal is the fair and equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using a standardized procedure and statistical testing. The manual also notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a reval year, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. On the next page, you'll find a map illustrating the subject property's location within the condo association. And then the next few pages are the property record card that contains the specific data on the quantitative and qualitative physical characteristics of the land and improvements of the subject property. To note some of the more significant data, the first page shows that the property is a 0 lot line shared wall condominium. It is located in the Windswept Acres condo neighborhood on the city's north side. The second page shows the building permit history as well as the sales history. And the relevant information from the sale show that there is no recent arm's length sale of the subject property. The current owner purchased this property in July of 2009 for $260,000, and there are no detached structures on this property. Continuing on the second page, you'll find the notes section. The property was last fully inspected in December of 2012, and there was an open book appointment, a phone call on June 3rd, 2025, when the property owner called our office to inquire when the new assessment notices would be mailed out to the homeowners. Beyond that, no information was provided to our office by the owner, and therefore no change was made at that time during open book. On the third page of the record card, I'd like to point out that the structure is a one-story ranch-style condominium, 0 lot line. It contains 1,344 square feet of above-grade living, 866 square feet of finished basement living area, and then also an additional 216 square feet of below-grade rec room living space. It was built in 2004, and it has not had any significant remodeling since it was built. It's a construction and quality grade B property, and its overall condition, desirability, and usefulness is rated as average. There is other detailed information on the physical attributes contained in the record card. The fourth page is the sketch of the property. The next page of documents is the market valuation detail, which summarizes the assessment calculation as completed by our automatic valuation model. The model is based on Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and also 2024 arm's length sales. The next page in the document is a map that locates the subject and reasonably comparable arm's length sales that we used in this analysis. The pages after that show the sales comparison report that supports the current assessed value of the property at 30 Windswept Way of $537,700. It is important to note that there were no sales in the specific condo neighborhood during the 2024 or 2023 years, so the comparisons in this report represent the sales of the most comparable types of condominiums. The addresses of the sale properties are 18 Windswept Way, 5221 Teaberry Lane, 17 Blue Iris Way, and also 16 Bailey Way. The sale dates are June of 2022, December of 2024, September of 2024, and April of 2024. And those sale prices range from were $401,000, $415,000, $475,000, and $615,000. The report shows the photos and lists the comparative data that demonstrates the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. The styles are all ranch-style condominiums, and the subject and the sales gross living areas range between 2,115 square feet and 2,268 square feet. The effective year built ranges from 2004 to 2008. And there is other data listed demonstrating that the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject property. While the most recent sale in the neighborhood was about 2.5 years prior to the assessment date, I have included it in the report because it's nearly identical to the subject property aside from some minor square footage differences. The one major adjustment that was made to the sale price was the time adjustment, like we've discussed in previous cases. It is important to note that the Department of Revenue publishes this report specific to each municipality, and further the amount of economic change in the report relates specifically to the market changes separate from new construction and physical changes. So essentially, the time adjustment we have utilized in our sales comparison model reflects what the Department of Revenue has determined to be the amount of residential real estate market appreciation they have seen year over year in the city of Fitchburg. So what you are seeing is, as the comparable value of the 2022 sale of 18 Windswept Way is what the sale price of the property is back in 2022, and then adjusted by the DOR's amount of economic change between the sale date and the January 1, 2025 assessment date, along with some minor changes or minor adjustments for the square footages. The adjusted comparable value of the property ends up being $509,600, which is less than the current assessment, but still within the DOR threshold of the 90 to 110% compliance threshold, which has also been referenced earlier in my testimony and previous cases. Aside from the time adjustment, the report also adjusts the sale prices for differences such as the lot, building attributes, age, overall condition, market location, and also detached structures, if any are present. And the adjusted sale prices, with taking in account the differences that I had just mentioned, are $509,600, $529,900, $542,300, and $573,400 respectively. The adjusted sale prices of reasonably comparable properties yield a tier two value of $534,700, which indicates that the tier 3 assessed value of $537,700 is a fair estimate of the market value of the subject property as of January 1st, 2025. So in summary, there is not a tier 1 arm's length sale of the property. So we completed a mass appraisal assessment of the property using both tier 2 and tier 3 approaches to the value. We've reconciled to the tier 3 market modified cost approach, as that provides the most uniform, consistent, and detailed value estimated and expected by the public. Lastly, I think it's important to note that the property's opinion of value of $450,000 is roughly 12% above the June 2022 sale of 18 Windswept Way at $401,000, which is almost identical. So based on my testimony provided today, I do not believe that the property owner has overcome the presumption that the assessment is correct, and respectfully request that you sustain the assessment as presented at $537,700.
Thank you, Ian. Chris, anything you want to add? No. Mr. Luxem, any questions for Ian, the assessor?
No, at this time I do not. I would like to point out an error that there is on the map.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
On this, with the green and so on, where it shows the subject property at the south end of the property of Windswept Way on the east side. It's actually, that is unit number 12, and unit number 30, the subject property, is at the north end, same side of the street, south unit. And then the next one we're going to hear is the 32, which shares that building on the north end. So it's from south to north. The north end building is number 30 and 32.
So am I correct to say, gentlemen, that the even numbered ones back up to Seminole Highway?
Yes.
So what we're seeing here with 24, 30, 32, and 16 back up to Seminole Highway.
Correct.
15 does not.
Correct. On the east side are the, like you said, are the even number, odd number on the west side.
Got it.
And duplexes, except for the fourplex that you can see, the longer building on the west side in the middle there.
And is there a screen porch in the back? Or it depends how it works? So Mr. Schumacher said his deck, I'm just curious, is that a screen porch or what? What is yours, sir?
Yeah, it varies. There's a screen porch at 10. At 12, there is a three-season porch. At 18, which would be Mr. Schumacher's, that's actually an enclosed area, so no, it's not a screen porch there. The same with the other unit at that building. I have a patio, which would be at 24, as well as 22, which was just sold, has a patio, and then a balcony above. They all have balconies above.
Okay.
And
Ian,
so forth, so they vary.
Sure. Ian, when you talked about the open book, the homeowner called you, was it just general inquiry how the process works, or what was that, or did you take that call?
I did not personally take that call,
Okay.
so I was just reading the notes of the other appraiser who actually took the phone
There's
call.
no substance of conversation, sharing like comps or anything like that. It was just a general call.
Correct. It was just a general inquiry as to when the new assessment notices would be mailed out to the homeowners.
Yeah, and that, I can add to that
Go
as
ahead,
well.
Chris, please.
That would have been, so the date in there was 6/3, June 3rd. Assessment notices went out on June 6th, or no, yeah, on June 6th. So none of that was available publicly yet. It was with our open book stuff, but then we never got contacted once the values came
Chris,
out.
would you happen to know when the last time you or someone from your staff would have been in those condos? Would it have been after that 2022 sale?
It would vary.
Okay.
If there's a specific one you want.
No, I'm
tell you
just
that, but-
curious if you've been in there the last year or two.
I don't think with this one. So typically our course of business would have us going out for if there's a sale, if there's a permit for something that would change value, or just periodic review if we haven't been there in 5 to 10 years. That's kind of our target from here on out, is to review properties or attempt to review properties once every 5 to 10 years. But
And Chris, you can run your staff however you want. That is not my business. I'm just asking you one process question.
yeah,
You've had Julia and John and Ian, all great members of our team, or the city's team. Do they each take condos, or did you assign one person to one condo unit of how this assessing department works? Just
so are you talking like just procedurally
I'm
outside
just
of board
saying,
of
if
review?
Julia would have had one, she just testified,
Yeah.
Was she do all 16 in this, or just kind of, how do you divide it up? I'm just curious process-wise.
So it's, everybody does residential by and large. So like John, Julia, and Andrew are responsible primarily for most residential stuff, and it's not specific to condo neighborhoods or whatever else.
Yep.
Usually how I assign these board cases is if somebody's been in there, in that property, or if they, haven't had any kind of contact with that property owner during open book or whenever, usually I would stick them on that one. In this case, we haven't really talked to most of these folks, so I just kind of assigned them out. We worked on it, more or less as a team and said, okay, here's how we'll do it.
So you kind of, again, run your shop however you do, just for us, we've seen the kind of same information over and over.
Yeah.
Which is fine. It's fine. They kind of all agreed on the comps that you're using, because you're using the same comps for all of them. That's fair to say.
Right, there was a discussion, yeah.
Okay. I've stated my case. Chris and I have had a good back and forth. I'm not going to, Mr. Luxem, I want to just be honest with you. I don't have a lot of questions because I've covered this ground a lot. My colleagues may have questions. I just had a nice lunch, so I'm not getting tired. I'm energized, so I want to thank the clerk for that. But, Chris, you use the same mass appraisal approach that you've used on the previous ones that we've discussed ad nauseum. Is that correct on this one?
That's correct, and that's kind of why we've run the same comps, same script, because it's, these are the same properties.
And
We
I
had a
applaud the
discussion
clerk
about
for
them.
getting them all in here in one day. Thank you for that,
Yeah.
Tracy. Question for you, just on the record with this specific property, because I want this gentleman to know that my mind is the same place where it was earlier. We have not really quite figured out how to handle the noise situation.
Yep.
And this, what property is, once again, on Seminole Highway, so to speak, the even side of the street, or even side of the condo unit. So the 10% reduction on noise has not been applied to this property or the previous ones we've heard.
Right, I guess one point that I took a look at, the DOT, Department of Transportation, runs traffic count maps.
Correct.
And I looked at that earlier, and on Seminole here, the traffic count was around, I think it was 8,000 or 9,000. And then if you look on McKee, it varies, so west of McKee, so they track it on both sides of that intersection.
Correct.
West of Seminole, there's daily cars of like 23,000, and on the right side, or the east side of Seminole on McKee, there are, I think it was 18 or 19,000. So, to that end, we run heavy traffic discounts on the Seminole Village condos backing up to backing up to McKee, and we have a 10% adjustment on those. That even though there's a fair bit of traffic on Seminole, it's still quite a bit less than what's on McKee. So what we would probably do, what we're going to do in any event, what I'm trying to get to here as I ramble on, is we're going to review high traffic areas and see if an adjustment is
So,
necessary.
Mr. Luxem, you got to do what you got to do, but you're kind of the neighborhood guy over there. The assessor's just said he's going to look at the noise consideration and assessed values.
Yeah.
Nothing we can do on that. Feel free to ask questions, sir.
Sure. One comment on that.
Yes, please.
Those McKee properties that face McKee, they're bermed or have heavy trees through there. So that's very different from what we get, because there's basically no barriers, especially since 4 to 5 years ago, they raised that segment of Seminole up to the stoplight for the purpose of better flow, especially when it snows, I guess, or icy, whatever. And so that made the noise signature worse because it's elevated in respect to us. So just a comment there.
Yeah, and just traffic counts are just one piece of that. There's, you might have a neighborhood street that only has, a couple thousand cars, but that's, for that area, that's a lot of traffic. So traffic counts are just one thing we look at. That's not to say that, we'd only, yeah.
I'm glad we're getting this theme out, that
Yeah.
the noise is something that your neighborhood rightfully deserves to be aware of what mitigating efforts are, sir. Would you, any other questions at all for Mr. Luxem or Ian? Otherwise, Mr. Luxem, I'm going to have you do 90 seconds here to kind of wrap up your client's case here, if you would, and then we're going to deliberate as we do. If you have anything to add, if not,
Yeah. We feel, as a body, 16 unit owners of the Windswept Acres Condominium Association that the assessments have become excessive with this latest 35% bump, and that they're astronomical compared to where we're really at for marketing. And there has been little turnover, and we're going to have some more turnover soon. That the house that's depicted as being 30 is actually 12, and it's in probate. It's empty. The owner died in the unit
Okay.
this year, and it's complicated. But anyway,
One more time for the record, if you have that number in front of you, do you want to state what you think your client's opinion of this property is?
yes, and that was $450,000 is what it's believed to be appropriate.
Thank you. Ian, any thoughts you have to conclude? Otherwise, we will bring it to us.
I have nothing further.
Okay, excellent. Thank you both. I am now closing the testimony on this case. I will open it up for deliberations in this case among my fellow colleagues on the Board of Review to state based on their sworn testimony presented whether the assessor's valuation is correct or incorrect. At this time, I'm going to make a motion, and we can discuss that motion. If you have questions, stop me here. And I want to make sure we all have stuff to say, but I'm going to make a motion that the city's Board of Review accept the assessing department of $537,700 on property by Joseph D. and Barbara R. Reith, represented by Henry Luxem. The property is 30 Windswept Way, 0609-053-6725-2. Again, that assessor's recommendation is $537,700. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Krim. Brief discussion. Anybody have discussion? I will briefly say a few words. Again, we have covered a lot of ground on Windswept Way. I drive by that twice a day, so I apologize for making the noise, sir. But I will state again, Chris, just for the record, what we've said before. Appreciate all the work that you've done, the mass appraisal approach. There are some neighborhood concerns that I have raised with values of homes, etc. But at this time, I would urge an aye vote of this motion. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair. Elton Krim Jr.
Aye.
Sean Papp.
Aye.
Carol Poole. Amanda Canessa.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Committee will take a 2-minute break. Us. And Eldon, you can stay for the next 2, I hope. Keep our quorum, please, friend. She's tapping out, guys. She's tapping out. Amanda, as you know, this committee is going to meet again August 28th.
Yes.
All right. The hour of 1:30 has arrived, and the Board of Review for the City of Fitchburg on Friday, August 1st, 2025 will reconvene with item 4D under Proceed to Hear, Deliberate, and Determine the following residential objections. Item 4D, the Colby property, 32 Windswept Way, parcel 0609-053-3-6729-2 will be heard at this time. I would ask everyone to silence their cell phones. I'm going to ask the person who's objecting, are you here as an owner of the property or an authorized agent, sir?
I am here as authorized agent of Mona Colby, and I would introduce Mona Colby in the audience as well.
Thank you, ma'am, for showing up, and Mr. Luxem is your authorized agent, as the record will state. Madam Clerk, could you swear in our objector and the Assessor's Department?
Thank you, Chair. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And can you state your name and address for the record?
Henry Luxem, 24 Windswept Way, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53719.
Thank you. And do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Chris Leeds, City Assessor.
You have the floor, Chair.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to hear the property of Mona Colby, 32 Windswept Way, represented by Henry Luxem as her authorized agent, and that property is parcel number 0609-053-6729-2. And Ms. Colby, under her authorized agent, will present a property opinion of $450,000 for that property. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin State Statutes give the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption, you need to present Mr. Luxem's sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. These standards are: the best evidence of value is a recent arm's length sale of subject property. Next, the sales of reasonably comparable property. Then all other approaches to value. Income approach, income producing properties, and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there is not an active market. This does not include comparison to your neighbor's property unless it's recently sold, an arm's length transaction. At this time, Mr. Luxem, as an authorized agent, please share any exhibits that you will be reading into the record with our clerk. Tracy will come and get those from you. Yes, she will come and get those from you. So just give us 1 second while she grabs those and hands those out to us.
Thank you.
Well, this is Objector Colby, Exhibit A. I would ask you, sir, if you have an appraisal of the property under review, an appraiser must be here to present sworn oral testimony for the Board of Review to consider the appraisal. Will you be joined by an appraiser today?
No appraiser.
Okay. Since we have a full agenda to hear today, I'll give you a 2-minute warning when your presentation time will be ending. And sir, I will give you 10 minutes. Before you begin, please state your name and full address for the record and what your role is. And will you begin by stating what the opinion of you and your client is of the fair market property of 32 Windswept Way? You may begin your testimony and have 10 minutes.
The opinion of assessed value is $450,000. My name is Henry Luxem, 24 Windswept Way, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, agent for Mona Colby, owner, 32 Windswept Way.
You may begin.
Okay. All right. Exhibit A is drawing of the area, and note that 32 Windswept Way occupies the north end of our complex, and she is in the far north unit right on the corner, and is subject to the traffic along Seminole Highway, and we have the pond out across the highway. And Exhibit B shows the assessment value that went up $35,000 to $529,300. Opinion is $450,000 would be a fair amount, and that would be about a 15% increase, which we all believe would be equitable. Item C, it shows the 22 Windswept Way comparable, which sold on this past Monday believed to be at arm's length, and total assessed was $455,000, which was up also 34%, and it was high by $120,000 because the property sold for $335,000. Quite a departure there, and I know that doesn't relate to the assessment year that we're speaking of and so on, but it's just one more indication that the numbers seem to be skewed from our perspective, and we feel pretty strongly about that and are disappointed to find that 34 and 35% increases have come 2 years in a row. Item D is 16 Windswept Way, estimate from Mr. Schumacher, who we saw earlier with his various dollar values, and notice that they're all $450,000 or less for recommended listing price of his property, all the way down to $430,900. That happens to be from Zillow. And Exhibit E shows listing of condos sold March to May of 2025. Just real recent, and again, recognize that it's not entirely relevant to this, but on the other hand, it shows the common sense numbers that we're dealing with, and without going into any comps, any technical comps, but
Sir,
prices.
just curious, you've been in front of us a couple times today. Were you aware that we needed to start at January 1? Because
Sure.
you did know that before?
Oh, yes.
Okay, just
Yeah.
want to make sure.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
no
just-
problem.
Just seeing the actual, what's happening these days
Sure.
and all, especially since the comparables that are, the legal comparables are few and far between.
Sure.
That we've had almost no turnover in our association, but now we're having, there's this, the one that just sold, there's the one that's in probate that may be released soon, it being empty.
Chris, do we just FYI, it's not taking from your time, do we, Chris, just FYI, remind people of that they have to do January 1 of the previous year or moving forward? Or
That would be, I think it's in the
in the packet?
The packet, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir. Keep going.
Yeah, understood, but from a practical sense, it's showing that
Yep.
there's a problem.
Totally get it. That's fair.
So anyhow, on addendum E, or exhibit E, square footage is pretty equivalent, and amenities seem to be equivalent. What's not equivalent is the sale prices, $395 up to $440. Exhibit F is what's probably a very desirable location, McKee Farm Park area. It's quiet, it's on the bike path. It sold for $406,000 on May 28. 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and 2,246 square feet, according to the assessor. It's a little bit older, built in '99. Condo fee is nice on it, $575. That's remarkable. But anyway, it's a lot of amenities that we do not have, and the sale price was a whole bunch less than where we're sitting at $529,300. G has 4 comparables, and I put quiet there because I did a map check of them, and they're in quiet neighborhoods, and that which that must be nice. But anyway, pricing 406 up to 435. All 4 of them. That's the range, and all sold since the first of the year. Again, not within the legal range, but worth noting. Square footage is right around the very same as subject property here. Item H. Comparables. And got some question marks there. That's the way I received them. Mr. Schumacher had collected that data. And then H1 has the coding, or what I found online having to do with those usage amounts. And now, I would like to take a look here for wrapping up. How much time do I have left?
About 2.5 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I just wanted to check those notes to see if there are any other points that I wanted to share, and I don't see anything.
Could you, for the record, just repeat where is Mrs. Colby's condo again? Is it an end unit, you said?
It's yes, it's an end unit. It's on the northeast of the entire complex.
And it backs up to Seminole Highway, is an even numbered unit?
Yes, it does, yes.
Thank you.
Being one of the even numbered, it does. And Mrs. Colby has been there from the onset, and
Original homeowner then?
Yeah.
Okay. Chris, any questions for Mr. Luxem on behalf representing Ms. Colby?
None at this time.
Okay. Chris, by all means.
All right.
We're going to share Assessing Department Exhibit A. Hey, Chris, if you have an extra one, maybe Ms. Colby would want to see it as well. Thank you. Thank you. Just give us 1 second here, guys, and we're going to take a quick look at this, let the clerk get it entered in the record.
By the way, she's one of our landscape committee people, and she has some of the nicest flower areas
Come over to my
around,
house, ma'am.
right at the entrance there in front of her home.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I'm glad she's here today, and she's earning her stripes by sitting here all day. I give her that. Mr. Leitz, the City Assessing Department has a report to present to us on 32 Windswept Way.
Right. Take a drink quick here. All right. Thank you. As you all know, my name is Chris Leitz. I'm the City Assessor for the City of Fitchburg. I provided the board and objector with written information on the assessment that I'll go over here as briefly as I can. First page in our packet is a property owner's objection form. Following that, you'll find a few pages detailing my professional qualifications and some statutory references that I'll go over here quick. As stated, my name is Chris Leitz. I'm the City Fitchburg Assessor. I've been the City Assessor since January 2023. I have two certifications, an Assessor 2 certification that expires on May 31st, 2028, and an Assessor 3 certification which expires on January 31st, 2030. And I am concurrent with all required continuing education. I've been in the assessment field for over 9 years now. Prior to being with the City of Fitchburg, I worked for the City of Janesville Assessor's Office. Was employed as a Property Appraiser 1 from June 2016 to September 2019, a Property Appraiser 2 from September 2019 to February 2021, and then most recently as the Deputy City Assessor down there from February 2021 to January 2023. While I was down there, I was heavily responsible for valuing residential, commercial, agricultural, and personal property. In the appeals process, I was heavily involved in open book, board of review, and then post-board of review appeals and circuit court. My educational background, I have a Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater in suburban and urban geography with a certification in GIS and a minor in philosophy. I serve on the legislative and education committees for the Wisconsin Association of Assessing Officers. I've taken a number of classes put on through that organization, as well as the International Association of Assessing Officers, ranging from residential, commercial valuation on up to assessment administration. I've attended each annual assessor meeting presented by the Department of Revenue since 2016, and have attended board review training in 2017 and 2021. In that same document, Section 2 states that the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose of the assessment is to estimate the full value or market value of the property as of January 1st, 2025. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value as found in State Statute 7032, the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, and case law. The valuation hierarchy is Tier 1, an arm's length sale of the subject if that sale is consistent with the characteristic of arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 2, based on comparison of properly adjusted arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 3, all other accepted techniques, primarily the cost and income methods. Part B contains the definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy to be considered arm's length and used for establishing true market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. Defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there's notable differences between the two. Finally, because this is a revaluation year, our estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. On the next page, you'll find a map illustrating the subject property's location. The next few pages are the property record card that contains specific data on quantitative and qualitative physical characteristics of the land and improvements for the subject site. To note some of the more significant data, the first page shows the property is a 0 lot line shared wall condominium located in the Windswept Acres condo neighborhood on the city's north side. The second page shows building permit history and sales history. As you can see, there's been no recent sale of the subject property. There's no detached structures. Continuing on the second page, you'll find the notes section. In this case, the property was last inspected in July of 2019. There was not a 2025 open book appointment with the property owner. Following the notes section, you'll see the land information. On the third page of the record card, you'll see that this is a one-story ranch-style residence containing 2,179 square feet of living space. Was built in 2004 and has not been significantly remodeled since it was built. It is a construction and quality grade B property. Its overall condition, desirability, and usefulness is rated as average. There's other detailed information on the physical attributes contained in the record card. The fourth page is a sketch of the property. The next page in the document is the market valuation detail, which summarizes our assessment calculation as completed by our automatic valuation model. The model is based on Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and 2024 arm's length sales. The next page in the document is a map that locates the subject and recently reasonably comparable arm's length sales. The next few pages show a sales comparison report that supports our current assessed value of the property. The report lists comparable arm's length sales from 2024 and one from this condo neighborhood from 2022. It's important to note that there were no sales in this specific condo neighborhood during 24 or 23, so the comparisons in this report represent the sales of the most comparable types of condominiums. The addresses of the sales properties are 18 Windswept Way, 17 Blue Iris Way, 5221 Teaberry Lane, and 16 Bailey Way. The sale dates are June 2022, September 2024, December 2024, and April 2024. Sale prices are $401,000, $475,000, $415,000, and $615,000 respectively. The report shows photos and lists comparative data that demonstrates that the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. The styles are all ranch-style condominiums. The subject and sales gross living areas range between 1,688 and 2,813 square feet. The effective year built ranges from 2003 to 2008. Other data is listed demonstrating that the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject property. Well, the most recent sale in this neighborhood was roughly 2.5 years prior to the assessment date. I've included it in this report because it is nearly identical to the subject property, aside from some minor differences in square footage. The one major difference or adjustment that was made to the sale price was the time adjustment. The time adjustment in our sales comparison model is based on the Department of Revenue's percentages of economic changes for residential class property indicated in the Statement of Changes in Equalized Values report. It's important to note that the Department of Revenue publishes this specific report specific to each municipality, and further, the amount of economic change in the report relates specifically to the market changes separate from new construction and physical changes. Essentially, the time adjustments that we're utilizing here in our sales comparison model reflect what the Department of Revenue has determined to be the amount of residential real estate market appreciation they have seen over year over year in the city of Fitchburg. What you're seeing as the comparable value on that 2022 sale of 18 Windswept Way is what the sale price of the property is back in 2022, and then adjusted by the Department of Revenue's amount of economic change between the sale date and January 1st, 2025, and then some minor adjustments for the square footage differences. The adjusted comparable value of this property ends up at $501,200, which is less than the current assessment, but still within the 90 to 110% compliance threshold as referenced earlier. Aside from time adjustments, the report also adjusts for the sale prices for differences such as lot, building attributes, age, condition, market, location, and detached structures, if any. The adjusted sales prices are $501,200, $534,800, $523,100, and $566,200 respectively. The adjusted sales prices of reasonably comparable properties yield a Tier 2 value of $527,200, which indicates that the Tier 3 assessed value of $529,300 is a fair estimate of the market value of the subject property as of January 1st, 2025. In summary, there's not a Tier 1 arm's length sale of the subject property. We've completed a mass appraisal assessment of the property using both Tier 2 and Tier 3 approaches to value. We've reconciled to the Tier 3 market modified cost approach as that provides the most uniform, consistent, and detailed value estimate as expected by our taxpayers. Lastly, I think it's important to note that the property owner's opinion of value, which appears to have been amended, of $450,000 is, what is that on a percentage basis? Hang on. The opinion of value, the property owner's opinion of value of $450,000 is roughly 12% above the June 2022 sale price of 18 Windswept Way of $401,000, which is a nearly identical property. On average, we found residential values have been increasing by roughly 10% per year. Since 2022, the Department of Revenue has indicated that the total percentage of economic change to be roughly 31% for residential property, which also averages out to roughly 10% annually. Ultimately, the property owner's opinion of value at $450,000 represents a significantly lower estimate of value than what we believe the market trends would indicate. Based on the testimony provided today, I do not believe that the property owner has overcome the presumption that the assessment is correct and would respectfully request that this board sustain the assessment as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Luxem, any questions for the City Assessing Department on behalf of Ms. Colby?
No, I have none.
Okay. Okay, going to bring it back up here. Eldon, any questions?
None for me.
Carol, why don't you? Yes, we did that.
I have a question for Chris. I keep hearing that the average increase has been 10% over the last 3 years each year. Mm-hmm. How do we end up then with 60% increase?
Well, so that's the average percent of economic change. Now, that doesn't inherently correlate to our assessments. Different neighborhoods are going to go up at different rates. They're not alone in that increase over that time frame. There's going to be some neighborhoods that went up quite a bit less than that as well. So it varies.
So the other question I've been thinking about too since we ate was, if a neighborhood doesn't have any recent comps, and there isn't really a comparable, I mean, the neighborhoods we had to go to were pretty far for all of these, would it be more equitable to just take the current assessment and up it by the neighborhood average versus trying to find comparables of condos all over the place? So like, let's say Pine Village went up to 13% overall. Why would we not use that versus trying to find comparables that are a little further afield?
Well, hang on.
I asked that right? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yes, I believe so. So the question is, if I'm understanding correctly, is, if you've got neighboring condos that increased at 15%, say, why not run them that? And I think that's what we did, but let me confirm that.
Okay. And single family doesn't relate to this at all, correct?
So, yeah, so White Pine Way, which is right adjoining here, those went up 37%. Rose Hill, where are those? Those went up 36%. So there's a number of, in this condo group where we saw a pretty significant jump. Rose Hill, there's another one I was thinking of. I remember looking at it. But to answer your question, that's what we would have done. We would have looked nearby and said, what are the trends in this specific area? And it's not, we don't inherently even take the average of that neighborhood group, because there is, when we have, for condos, we have 4 different neighborhood groups. So it doesn't make a ton of sense to say, well, what does everything north of, McKee and west of Seminole do, because it's just a big area. So what we did was looked at the closest comparisons. Another easy example is Wildwood here, right next door. There's really 3 different neighborhoods there, built in or 3 different subdivision plats, more or less. And in some of them, we didn't have any sales in, but we can look and say, okay, well, Wildwood South sold at X, and we needed to increase the assessments by Y. So
in that same vein, Chris, we're going to revisit something I talked to you earlier about. Just want to get this on the record so the homeowners are aware. This nice map, Exhibit A from Ms. Colby's authorized agent here. Why does that windswept way go into a different category than the rest of the neighborhood? Is it building stock? Is it the quality of the home, the size of the condos? Do you know what I'm trying to say? You're comparing that to different condos across the city instead of just a neighborhood comparison. Are these?
I think I see what you're saying. So these, they're a different style than.
Yeah, go on that point. What delineates or separates them from the rest of the immediate neighborhood?
So the immediate neighborhood, this is, these are more ranch-style condos. Granted, there's a couple in there that have some second-floor square footage, and they have, other ones have exposure. But materially, they operate such that it looks like a one-story condo. And so I could look at the building plans. I can't say for sure, but my suspicion is that most of the amenities that you would seek are probably on the first floor. You've got all your bedrooms up there in most cases. Maybe Mr. Luxem could fill me in on where, like, the laundry is. Is that usually on the first floor? Okay.
When we moved in, it was on the lower level,
Oh, okay.
them up to the upper level.
Sure.
Level. In the entryway.
In any event, they're just different than kind of some of the adjoining condo properties. I think to me, they're a little bit newer. Age is kind of the other thing. They're not that much newer.
Again,
but I think these function to me differently than some of the other adjacent condos. There's some over here that are like 2-story. They're more like apartment style condos where all the living square footage is on the second floor.
My goal of that, Chris, is just to the neighborhood, kind of the theme that I've been going on is what are the condos? What is he looking at those as comps? This is all part of the mass appraisal. And your style of condos may be different from your immediate neighborhood because of what he explained, and then that's why he's got to draw from other parts of the city. Right. Is that correct to say, Chris?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
There's a distinct difference between the even side, Seminole side, and the Arapahoe side, where the Arapahoe side is definitely 2-story,
Sure.
with a 3rd story, actually.
Chris, I'm going to ask this like I've asked the previous windswept ways. Do we take into consideration noise?
In some cases, we're not on this one at this point. It's something to review that we've got on our radar to review in the future.
No problem. We've heard a lot of this ground here, Ms. Colby, so I'm not being short with your application here. Just a lot of similar stuff is going on. If you see a car driving through windswept way, it's going to be me, because I'm just going to be enamored by this neighborhood for a while because I've been hearing about it all day. So I'm just teasing, but I am going to drive through there because I'm just impressed that we're able to put all this together today.
You aren't the one with the loud muffler, are you?
No. I'll be very quiet, I promise. But I'm going to ask Eldon, my colleague, and Carol, do you have any questions for Chris or Mr. Luxon on behalf of Ms. Colby? If not, I'm going to bring it back to us for discussion. Mr. Colby, before I do that, though, Eldon, anything? Carol? Mr. Luxon, I'll give you 90 seconds to wrap up your testimony if you so choose. Anything you'd like to say, ma'am? Okay.
I want to thank you for what you do here. for the city of Fitchburg.
Thank you, sir.
And for hearing the cases. We're disappointed. We were hoping to have a different result, and but we had our day in court, and it was fair, and you did what you need to do, including the assessor's department and all. As tough as you are, by golly. No, you're doing a good job, and appreciate the opportunity, and thank you very much for spending all the time with our issues that you have.
I appreciate that. I want to commend you, sir. I've served as mayor of this city. I now serve on a city council, or a church council, and you serve as a condo association president. I don't know which job is tougher, probably the condo association president. So thank you for all you've done to work with your folks. I know Chris and his team has an open door here, and that's why we have the process. Chris, is there anything you'd like to add before we decide on Mr. Colby, or Ms. Colby's case here?
Sure, yeah. No, I'd like to say thanks as well. I think this is, in the 9, close to 10 years that I've been doing this, this is the first time I've experienced a number from kind of the same condo association, so that was very unique in that regard, and I think the preparation on your part was very admirable. It's more than I've seen in a lot of cases. So ultimately, I guess what I would say is that our process is not, we're not picking on anybody in particular. I think we run the same operations, processes, and procedures unilaterally. And that's not to say that it's a perfect process, but it is the process that we've got. And mass appraisal is what's laid out in state statute. So again, not a perfect system, but it's the system we've got. And in this case, I think, there's obviously a disconnect there, but I think our values are supported.
Chris, is it safe that Mr. Luxem, could he take back to his neighborhood that we're maybe not going through with another big assessment next year? What is the plan?
Yeah, and the other thing I would say is, we've obviously got at least one sale here now, whether that's arm's length or not, we don't really know at this point.
You will know soon.
We'll know soon, we'll review it, and so what'll happen is if we get, more sales data that would indicate that our assessments either A, don't need to, I'm making some assumptions that the next revaluation that we do in 2027 is, I would assume that values are likely to continue to go up, barring any sort of, worldwide change or market crash or something like that. And if we find out that that they didn't appreciate as fast, or if the sales would indicate that our values have to go down, we'll certainly reflect that at the time. I'm not incentivized or trying to raise values beyond where they should be. I'm trying to.
He can take back to his condo folks that next year's a year off, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, just want him to be able to communicate with your members, because they're going to ask you what the heck happened at City Hall today.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Question in general, is the market appearing to slow now?
I don't know. I talked to a realtors group a few months ago, and I kind of sort of had that impression, and then they all laughed at me, so.
It's hit or miss, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really want to thank you again to all of the folks at Windswept Way. Impressive testimony, very reasonable people, and thank you for your commitment to the city of Fitchburg. At this time, I'm now going to close the testimony in this case. I will now open up for deliberations in this case by asking my fellow members sitting up here of the Board of Review to state, based on the sworn testimony presented, whether the assessor's valuation of $529,300 on Miss Mona Colby's property at 32 Windswept Way, parcel 0609-053-6729-2 is correct or incorrect. At this time, I would make a motion that the city assessor's opinion of $529,300, based on all the conversation we had today, based on the techniques of the assessing department uses, be upheld at $529,300 at 32 Windswept Way, Ms. Colby's property. Is there a second?
I second.
Is there any discussion on my motion? At this time, I'd ask Madam Clerk for a roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair. Elton Krim Jr.
Yay.
Sean Pack.
Aye.
Carol Poole.
Aye.
Motion is carried.
At this time, I'm going to thank Mr. Luxem on behalf of Ms. Colby for coming in. I'm going to direct our City Clerk Tracy Oldenburg to provide you with the determination form. And if either you or your client are not satisfied with our decision, there are appeal options available to you listed at the bottom of the determination form that Tracy will be handing to you this time. The committee will stand informal for 2 minutes. The hour of 2:15 here on August 1st, the Fitchburg City's Board of Review will reconvene. This time we'll take up item 4F, proceed to hear, deliberate, and determine the following residential objection to the property owned by Donald L. Schinker of 13 Prairie Edge Way, parcel number 0609-091-6583-5. I would ask everyone in attendance to silence their cell phones. Mr. Schenker, I'm confirming that you are the owner or the authorized agent of the property. Thank you, sir. At this time, I'm going to ask our clerk, Tracy Oldenburg, to swear you and Chris from the assessing department in, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Donald L. Schenker, 13 Prairie Edge Way, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53711.
Thank you. And do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. I do. Chris Leeds, City Assessor.
You have the floor, Chair.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to hear testimony on property, a condo, if I'm correct?
Yes.
The property is owned by Donald L. Schinker, 13 Prairie Edge Way, Fitchburg, Wisconsin. And the property owner's opinion of the property is $409,900. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin State Statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal, sir. Those standards are: the best evidence of value is a recent arm's length sale of subject property. Next, the sales of reasonable comparable property. Then all other approaches to value: income approach, income producing properties, and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there is not an active market. This does not include in comparison to your neighbor's property unless it's recently sold in an arm's length transaction. At this time, Mr. Schinker, are there any exhibits you'd like to share with us for the record?
I believe I set them on the podium there.
Okay, and did you give one to the city assessor?
I did like a week ago. But if she needs
Okay.
another one, there's 4 of them there.
Eldon, you got one? Nope, I think he needs one. Or do you have one? Okay. We're going to label this as Objector Schinker's Exhibit A. Okay. Do you, sir, have an appraisal of the property? And if so, you do, the appraiser must be here to present sworn oral testimony for the Board of Review to consider the appraisal. Are you with an appraiser today?
I do not have an appraiser.
Okay, sir. We'll give you 10 minutes to present your information, and if you wouldn't mind, I'll give you a 2-minute warning. At this time, I'd ask you to state your name and full address for the record, and you will also state what your opinion is of the fair market value of your property, and you may begin your testimony.
My name is Donald L. Schenker. I live at 13 Prairie Edge Way here in Fitchburg, Wisconsin. It is my opinion the true market value of my property is $409,900. I will primarily prove that by reference to a recent sale of a comparable property located at 10 Prairie Edge Way in the same condominium development I live in. I will confirm the methodology by reference to a 2024 sale of a condominium located at 26 Wood Brook Way, south of our condominium. Okay. Our condominium is a 10-unit development. 4 of the units have unexcavated basements. Therefore, they're only 2 stories high. 6 of the units have excavated basements and therefore are 3 stories high. Both Unit 10 and 13 are 3 stories high. October 3rd, 2024, there was a sale for Unit 10. The sale price was $424,900. This is the beginning point of our analysis of finding the true value for Unit 13. First thing that we need to do is to establish how these two units are similar and how they are dissimilar, and how these factors may impact on the estimated value of Unit 13 being higher or lower than the $424,900 sale price for Unit 10. These two units have a fairly unusual history. They were acquired by First American Title Insurance Company during the construction phase. I was an employee of that company. Being an insurance company, we had to quickly get rid of these properties. They are a non-performing asset. So the instruction to the builders were, get them done. I believe the euphemism is builder grade. That's what went into the units. Formica, linoleum, pressed fiberglass. And the only paint was one coat of a white primer. Everything else became the owner's responsibility. Now, in 2021 and 2022, my wife and I decided that we were going to attack these things left over from the past. And so, first of all, we did a remodeling of our bathrooms. And we took out the linoleum, we took out the Formica topped vanities, we took out the fiberglass bathtubs and replaced them with what I would call community standards, standards in the neighborhood that we live in, of townhome style condominiums. Now, what was happening in Unit 10 in the past 26 years since it was sold by First American? I know what has happened to it because I visited it just 3 weeks ago, and the owner gave us a tour. This is Donna Fraser, the lady who bought it in October of 2024. Lo and behold, the same type of improvements my wife and I had made to our unit had been made to Unit 10. They were fairly comparable after 26 years. The only difference is our improvements were done in 21 and 22, and the improvements in 10 were done years earlier. I did notice one item that, for whatever reason I don't know, that Unit 10 varied from ours. In the second bathroom, the fiberglass bathtub was still there. It was a new vanity, new ceramic tile flooring, new painting, but for some reason they left that alone. But other than that, our remodeling of our bathroom paralleled the remodelings that had been done to Unit 10 over the years. What's the importance of that? When Donna bought the unit in October of 2024, she made an assessment as to what the value of those improvements to the bathroom were and included it in her sale price. Second of all, we made improvements to the kitchen and dining area. Again, we brought them up to community standards. And at this point, I should make some comment on the cost, because that was one of the questions that we did answer in the questionnaire. We spent a lot of money. And it went not just for the improvements, it went for personal preferences. We took out walls, we put a hole in a wall, we moved the location of the oven stove, we moved the location of the kitchen sink. My wife wanted the vanity and the toilet in the second bathroom moved from one wall to another wall. So we were down to the subfloor, and the door wouldn't fit any longer, and so we had to put a new doorway in. Did those things add value? No. But we did them because of our personal preferences. Also, In October of 2021, my wife and I visited the builder to make arrangements to remodel the dining, kitchen, pantry, and replace the carpeting in the family room. The estimate was $61,000. The backlog of building and building materials during COVID. In May, we went in to sign the contract. Not $61,000, $81,000. And we didn't get the new carpeting. We had to downgrade the sink we got. We had to downgrade the shelving that we had in the pantry. So, that extra $23,000, $24,000, did it increase the value of our condominium by a nickel? No. We just paid the price of inflation, just like all the other Americans did. So, yes, we spent a lot on remodeling. Did we end up with a condominium that in those respects different from Unit 10? No. But now let's look at the items where Unit 10 and Unit 13 are different. Unit 10 has a screened-in porch. That adds value. How do I know that? South of us is Seminole Glen condominium. They were supposed to be expansion land for us. Difference in builders. In our units, only 4 of the units have screened-in porches, 4 out of 10. They have 44 units. They have 44 with screened-in porches because that adds market value. The other difference between Unit 10 and Unit 13 is Unit 10 is an end unit. And in the materials that I supplied you, when the real estate brokers make out the sales pitch for the units, one of the things they point out is it's an end unit or isn't one. Why? It's sunnier. Unit 10 has 27 windows. We have 20. But I can't put a dollar figure on those things, but other than make the observation is that certainly our unit can't be worth more than $424,900 by reason of not having those items, but certainly Unit 10 has a higher value than ours by reason of those items. Now, there is one item that we can quantify. Unit 10 has 3 baths, 3.5 baths. We have 2.5. One of the additional bathroom in Unit 10 is in the lower level. Other than that, the lower level in Unit 10 and Unit 13 are matches. It's drywalled in, there's carpeting on the floor. The only difference is they have a full bathroom, a shower, a toilet, a sink, a vanity, a mirror. And because it's on the lower level, it can be used as an additional living unit. In fact, during COVID, the then owners had a family member live there during the pendency of COVID. It has value above and beyond what Unit 13 has. So, another item that I'd like to bring up is this personal preferences. We had to put in some cabinets in the pantry. Why did we have to do it? My wife wanted it. And so we did it. There aren't cabinets in Unit 10. But up in the loft office, there's 6 or 7 feet of solid cherry wood cabinets and bookcases. I would submit that the two are about a wash in terms of value. Now, I am fully aware of the fallacy of the one-point analysis. And this is just one unit, but it's a unit in the same condominium of the one we're trying to establish its value. And in fact, here's the funny part. I did try to hire an appraiser. He says, I'm familiar with the property. I just did the appraisal for unit, what we call 19, which was sold in July, so we can't use it, of course. But you know what he used as his first comparable? Unit 10, of course. It's the best comparable there is. But there are other comparables in our neighborhood. We are a neighborhood of townhome-style condominiums. The ones south of us, Seminole Glen, as I mentioned before, were planned to be expansion land of ours. And they learned a few things. They don't have any two-story units. They're all three-story. But they're very comparable in terms of composition, vinyl, brick. They all have screened-in porches. They're all 3 stories. And as constructed, they're 2-bedroom, 2.5-bath units. So they're pretty comparable to 13. Well, anyway, in May of 2024, 26 Woodbrook Way was sold for $420,000. Not much different than the sale price for 10 Prairie Edge Way at $424,900. So.
Another minute or so, sir, if you want to wrap up your beginning part of this? Or
I think I'll just simply say that
restate what you think you pitched.
Yeah.
Yep.
In earlier sessions, you mentioned the object is to get apples compared with apples. I think on the first one, we have a Macintosh apple and a Macintosh apple. And I've listened into all of these presentations, and I have to say with all honesty, this is the one with the most comparable properties that anyone has come forward with.
Appreciate that, sir. Chris, do you have any questions for the homeowner?
No, I don't think I do.
It's okay.
No, not at this point.
At this time, Mr. Homeowner, we're going to listen to Chris's presentation, and you can ask him a question or so or whatever, and then, sorry. We will proceed asking both of you questions. So Chris, at this time, will present on behalf of the city. It's not the city assessing department. I don't want to get confused of who's representing who. Hold on. Exhibit A as recorded by the city clerk.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Homeowner, you have one of these, right? Sir, you have a copy? He does. Good. All right, Chris, go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Might wing it a little bit here. This was Andrew's script, but he had to leave, so you'll see Andrew's name on there, but I'm not Andrew. So in any event. All right. So my name's Chris Leitz. I'm the City of Fitchburg assessor here. I've been the assessor here since January of 2023. I currently hold a Assessor 2 certification that expires in May of 2028 and an Assessor 3 certification that expires in January of 2030. So beyond that, I've worked for the City of Janesville Assessor's Office 6.5 years prior to coming on board here with Fitchburg as a Property Appraiser 2, and as a Deputy City Assessor. During that time, I did a lot of residential, commercial, ag valuation, personal property, and was involved in a lot of our appeals throughout the entire process, open book, board of review, and post-board of review, appeals and circuit court. My educational background, I have a degree in, Bachelor of Arts degree in urban and suburban geography with an emphasis or a certificate in GIS and a minor in philosophy. Attended a number of trainings, assessment specific, put on by both the Wisconsin Association of Assessing Officers and the International Association of Assessing Officers, and currently serve on the education and legislative committees through the Wisconsin Association of Assessing Officers. On the further down on that, you'll see let's see here, Section 2 states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value of the property as of January 1st, 2025. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 7032 summarizes the standards for establishing value as found in State Statute 7032, the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and Case Law. The evaluation hierarchy is Tier 1 at arm's length sale of the subject if that sale is consistent with the characteristic of arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 2, based on comparison of properly adjusted arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 3, all other accepted techniques, primarily the cost and income methods. Part B contains the definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy to be considered arm's length and used for establishing true market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. The purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation year, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. The next page in the packet is the property owner's objection form. On the next few pages, you'll find a map illustrating the subject property's location as well as the locations of some comparable properties that we'll get into in a few minutes here. The next few pages are the property record card that contains specific data on quantitative and qualitative physical characteristics of the land and improvements for the subject property. To note some of the more significant data, the first page shows this property is a single-family condominium located in the woodlands of Seminole Condos neighborhood in the center of the city. Second page shows building permit history and then sales history. As you can see, there's no recent arm's length sale of the subject property. There's also no detached structures. Moving on, you'll see the notes section. The property was last inspected in December 2022, at which point the kitchen remodel was viewed. There was an in-person appointment, open book appointment between Andrew and the property owner, and no change was made to the assessment at that time. Following the notes is the land information. On the next page, you'll see the kind of physical characteristics of the property. The structure is a two-story contemporary style residence, contains 2,384 square feet of living space, was built in 1997 with an effective year built of 2012. It's a construction and quality grade B property. Its overall condition, desirability, and usefulness is rated as average. There's other detailed information on the physical attributes contained in the record card. Following that is a sketch of the property. The next page is the market valuation detail, which summarizes the assessment calculation as completed by our automatic valuation model. Model is based on Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and 2024 arm's length sales. The next page is a sales comparison report that supports the current assessed value of the property. The report lists comparable arm's length sales from late 2023 and 2024. The addresses of the sale properties are 10 Prairie Edge Way, 12 Prairie Edge Way, and 56 Woodbrook Way. Sale dates range from December 2023 to October 2024. Sales prices range from $305,000 to $450,000. The report shows photos and lists comparative data that demonstrates the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. All properties have a year built date of 1997, except one built in 1999. Construction and quality grades are all B, except for one being a B+. Finished basement living area, exterior wall type, number of stories, and then the condition, desirability, and usefulness is all average. The report adjusts for the sales prices for differences such as the effective age, square footage, bathroom counts, and sale price, or sale time. Adjusted sales prices are $494,800, $524,400, and $530,200 respectively. The adjusted sales prices of reasonably comparable properties indicate that the assessed value of $499,100 is a fair estimate of the market value of the subject property as of January 1st, 2025. In summary, we completed a mass appraisal assessment of the subject property using both Tier 2 and Tier 3 approaches to value. We've reconciled to the Tier 3 market modified cost approach, as that provides the most uniform, consistent, and detailed value estimate as expected by the public. Based on the testimony provided today, I do not believe that the property owner has overcome the presumption that the assessment is correct and would respectfully request that you sustain the assessment as presented. Thank you.
You have the assessor's, the head assessor's assessment of your property, comps, any questions you have for him?
Yes, I do.
Yes, take it away, sir.
Okay. On page 1 of 2 of the comparable properties, you have 56 Woodbrook Way from a sale from December of 2023. Why don't you have a May of 2024 sale of 26 Woodbrook Way for $420,000?
can answer that in a moment. Hang on. What was the number?
56 is in your stuff.
56 is the one we've got. What was the one you were?
26
26.
Woodbrook Way.
Okay.
Is that in your comp, Mr. Schinker, or no?
Pardon me?
Did you include 26 in your presentation?
I did.
Okay, let me just double check here. Let me
Yeah,
look.
it's on the last page, yes.
Go
I
ahead,
think we
thank you.
used
Yeah.
56 because it was of those, it didn't require as large of adjustments, but I can.
Chris, a little louder if you don't mind, sir.
Sure. We didn't use that one initially because it looks like that one needed more adjustments, but I'll humor you and add it in here.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a flushing out of the adjustments specifically, and this would be helpful to me, and I think the rest of the committee, and
Yeah.
possibly for the homeowner as well.
So that then takes if we say we sub out 56 for 26, we get to a comparable value still of $509,100 based on, the adjusted value, I should say.
I'm sorry, you came up with the same adjustment value?
Mr. Schinker, may I speak a little louder and into the
Yes.
microphone? Sorry about
You come
that.
up with the same adjusted value?
No, we don't. The current comparable sales value, if we use 56, I think we said, 56, the sales comparison approach value gets us to $514,500. Now, if I swap out, let's see here, what did we say? 56 for 26. If I plug in 26 instead of 56, that drops the comparable sales value by, call it $5,000 down to $509,100.
Okay. I have a question on your comparison number 2, which is 12 Prairie Edge Way.
Yep.
In my presentation, I pointed out that 4 of the units don't have basements. If you look at page 2 on your comparison, if I'm
Is your
reading this
microphone on,
correctly,
Scott?
it says 503 square feet for full basement. There is no basement.
I'm guessing that's the basement garage. But I can.
It's on the same floor as everything else. Yes, you enter the building from the garage, but it's not a basement.
Hang on. That was for 12 Prairie Edge Way.
And where is everyone else's garage in the rest of the comparisons?
Oh, wait, no. So let me look at these. So, okay, I think I see what's going on here. So this is not atypical from what we do in some of these cases. We have that, so there's some level of finished area in the same level as the garage, am I understanding that correctly? So you walk in through the garage and then there's...
You walk into the garage into the first story of the structure.
Okay.
Then you go up the stairs to the second story.
Okay,
But there is no 3-level there. There is no excavation.
I'm not sure without, I'm not entirely sure what the question is, and B, I think there's just a disconnect. So there's other condos that are like this, on Brendan Avenue, which is nearby.
Yes.
We list them similarly. So the first floor is valued so where the garage is, that's valued as just a normal garage, but behind, where you walk in, we have that valued as what's called finished basement living area. The reason being is that even though it's at grade and more or less it's kind of functions as the first floor of the property, typically we see that to have not as high of a level of finish. It's kind of less desirable to have kind of that. It's just kind of odd in some sense. So we value that space as finished basement area. And then So it's not that we're saying that it has an excavated basement, but we're valuing that first level that you might think is, or call out as first floor, we're valuing that as basement. And then finished basement living area. The reason being is that it values that space as a lower value than what you would typically see. Does that make sense? Maybe not. It's just.
I guess the labeling is at a minimum very misleading. in that
Chris,
respect.
just for the public record, since Mr. Schinker has it in his testimony, what would be your adjustments of 26 Woodbrook Way? Can you pull that up? Do you have that available?
Like our total adjustments?
Yeah, what do you
that we
have
would
it
make?
down as? He's asking why wasn't that used as a comp? Let's just share with him.
Yeah, so what I tried to do was select.
Walk us through that property as it relates to Mr. Schinker's property.
Yeah, so when selecting comps, our kind of best practice is to try to find the comps that have the least amount of adjustments or that require the least amount of adjustments, because that represents the most then you're making less assumptions ultimately. If there's properties in a specific neighborhood, we might kind of forego that, as we talked about like in some of those windswept way ones, that, if you have a property in that neighborhood, we might pick those even though they still have a larger adjustment. But to that end,
But you picked
hang on a
out
second.
unit
Oh,
that
hang on.
has-
I was on the
excuse
wrong
me.
parcel.
You
Hold on
picked out-
hold on one second, sir. I just want to flush out this 26 Woodbrook Way. Since you brought it up and you asked the question, I just want Chris to walk us through that, why that was thrown out as a comp in your world. Mr. Schinker brought it up in his world, so let's just get the answer.
And it's not to say that it's not comparable. That's the adjustments that we made on 56 Woodbrook Way were $80,200 or 56%. The adjustment that we would have made to 26 Woodbrook Way would have been $91,300 at 58%.
What's the final number on 26?
If the adjusted value?
Correct.
$511,300. So, and the other thing is with 56 Woodbrook Way, it's a 2023 sale, but it's in December of 2023.
Sir, Mr. Schinker, the 26 Woodbrook Way, what is your rationale again for making that as a comparable, if you don't mind sharing again?
Yes. Also on 56 Woodbrook Way, it is 3 bedrooms and 3.5 baths. Now, the reason I thought that 26 was a better comparable is it's 2 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, just like our unit. So we don't have to, the fewer adjustments you make, the better comparison you're going to get.
Correct. So I have a question on that to see how this impacts. The property record is very impressive, sir. You've been in talking about your property quite a bit, and it shows that our staff keeps up to speed on everything. If my colleagues up here will look at the property TikTok, Mr. Schinker's communicated a lot with City Hall. Thank you, sir, for your transparency. We've been in there. Julia was in the property on 6/25, or maybe she wasn't, but her name is assigned to completed by. Walk in during open book to discuss just if we finished, explain increases. I guess on 12/20/22, 9/30/2022, Julia was in there either on 12/29, a full inspection, gutted and complete kitchen remodel, cabinets, butler, pantry, butcher block, and quartz tops. Mr. Schinker explained that to him at the beginning of his testimony, that he and his wife did update the property. Chris, would this have triggered looking at the assessed value as your staff goes in and looks at this and the permits that he takes out, and has that kind of started
Yeah, so the
Okay.
2022 inspection was done as a result of the permits that were taken out to redo the kitchen. And then there was also some bathrooms that it looks like had been redone as well.
And when would have been the last time, Chris, your team would have maybe looked at 56 or 26 Woodbrook Way?
That would have been when they sold.
So that was more recent than Mr. Schinker's property.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to zero in, sir, on the two here. I've got a couple more, but Eldon, you got anything? You good?
I don't really have any questions. I'll just say
Microphone,
that
Eldon.
even if, it's on.
It's on good, okay, good.
Yeah, even if we take his substitution with the adjustments, it doesn't really move the needle enough for any change. Am I wrong about that? I'll save that for deliberation, but.
Maybe Chris could answer that for us. Do you follow Eldon's question? If we
Well,
were
I'm
to
just observing that we basically would be substituting 511 some odd thousand
Yeah,
for
so-
530, 200, and his falls right in the middle of that, more than the 494.8, but less than the other two. So it doesn't really move the needle that much. That's all I'm saying.
Do you have any-
Yeah, sure, just,
Yeah, I think, I mean, to me, like, you can attack that whichever way you like. I think that, if you swap out those comps, it doesn't really change the value all that much. But that's, that's your all prerogative.
Let's go, Chris, into 13 Prairie Edge Way, as Mr. Schenker said, fellow Macintosh Apple, 10 Prairie Edge Way. And where do you see, his argument is that sold for $424, similar internal stuff, one more full bathroom. He is asking for $409.9. Can you walk us through 10 and 13, and you come up with, after adjustments, $494,800, which is almost $499.9. It's not the same, but you get my point. Are they similar, and is that one full more bathroom?
Yes, it's in the lower level.
You have that, or the other one does?
The other one has it, yes.
Okay, so the other one that does have it, with adjustments, is $5,000 less than what your department says, Chris, on Mr. Schenker's property. Can you just kind of walk us through that comp? Because he is right, it's just a couple properties he's looking at.
Yeah, I can't, so I can't say fully. It looks like they're comparable. The question that I would have is, it looks like 10 Prairie Edge, it's tough to say if the kitchen's been like fully remodeled as much. So here's the issue. I have not been inside of his house. I'm looking at old sales photos of 10 Prairie Edge Way, so I think this all needs to be taken with some grain of salt.
Sure.
It's possible that they did some work. I mean, they did do some work to their kitchen, but the question is what? And if you're comparing apples to apples, is it the same level that was done to Mr. Schenker's house? And I don't know the answer to that question.
So you're saying the quality of the remodel matters in these issues?
In some sense, yeah. So like, there's notes in Mr. Schenker's file that the kitchen had been gutted, and there
Correct.
was all the cabinets and and that kind of stuff had been redone. In this case, the 10 Prairie Edge Way looks like there's been some level of work done in there, but I don't know to what degree it is. It's possible, like I can see that the cabinets look fresher, and now I don't know if they painted them. Countertops, possibly newer. I mean, these are built in 1997, so it's kind of tough to say.
So she sold it, she being the owner of 10 Prairie Edge Way, purchased that property, you said October of 2024?
Yes,
Okay, and you did a tour, just as a neighbor tour,
yes,
a month ago, so to speak.
yes.
Would your staff have been into her home after the sale in October?
I can get you that answer. I can tell you that we would have at least attempted to.
Correct.
One other point of comparison is that their 10 Prairie Edge Way does not have any updated bathrooms, but it looks like, yes, Trent was in there in December. The remodel that was done in there was only partial, and it was older than, it wasn't brand new or anything like that. So we didn't make any large adjustments for that. These are they're comparable, but, you know, the devil is in the details in these things
Okay.
often. And so, you know, in this case, what we've done on Mr. Schenker's property is not different than what we would do on.
And with
on
adjustments, you have 10 Prairie Edge Way down for $494.9, am I correct?
Yes, that's correct. And so, you know, that's our closest version of apples to apples, is trying to adjust for all the
And
differences.
the only
between the two.
variable would be quality of remodel, quartz, countertops, bathroom remodel.
Well, and the level of the remodel that was done
Yes,
as well.
okay, fair
Yeah.
enough.
Yep.
Mr. Schenker, do you have any kind of more questions for Chris, or would you like to wrap?
Yes, on that.
You
point.
wrap it up, will you ask away, and then you can wrap it up, and then we'll bring it up to us?
Thank you.
You betcha, sir.
In open book, I did check the values of all of the properties, all the units in our condominium. And Unit 10, even though it had a sale price of $424,900, its assessment was $435. $435,600, which is still $60-some thousand less than my assessment. I don't know where you get that $60-some thousand difference in value. I went through the comparison between the two units, and I don't see where my unit is worth $64,000 more than Unit 10. She's got a screened-in porch. She's got an end unit. The only thing I got is 3 cabinets.
Yeah, and
It
again,
doesn't make any sense.
it just has to do with the or not the revaluation, geez.
Well, how come it didn't affect
there's-
her the same way it affected me?
Well, your house is more, has more renovations that have been done. And so they're just.
Such as?
Well, the bathrooms.
Yeah, and their bathrooms were done too.
I'm looking at the pictures and they don't, well,
She has a walk-in
That's
shower,
original.
we have a tub.
that's original.
But it's not $64,000. That's more than we spent on the entire bill for all 3 bathrooms to be renovated.
Okay, I hear you, sir. Let's just let Chris dig this out a little bit. If those are fair questions.
Yeah, and I guess what I would get back to is, we applied what's called an effective age change to your property here based on the renovations that were done. And it's consistent with kind of what our typical business practices are. Yeah, that's I guess the answer. That
What has 10 Prairie Edge Way's assessed value happened since she purchased it in October? What was it in 2024 compared to 2025?
In 2024, it was 365.8. Now it's sitting at 435.6.
And Mr. Schenker's was what in 2024?
In 2024, it was $406,800.
And then now it's 499,000.
So he was already above that property before the new owner bought.
Yeah.
And you're basing that on him taking permits out from the city and then your staff walking through and seeing the quality of those upgrades?
Back in 2022, yeah.
Okay.
And so his property was already at a higher starting point in 2024. Yeah. From 2024 to 2025.
Mr. Schenker, a couple more questions and you can wrap up your testimony, sir.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
I still haven't heard a good explanation as to why my unit is assessed over $60,000 more than Unit 10. I pointed out the various amenities on Unit 10 being superior to ours. The screened-in porch, end unit, more windows.
Yeah, and those are all
Yes.
factored into each assessment. But again,
Well, if you, let me finish, please.
Yep, go ahead, sir. Then Chris can, yep.
I understand the fallacies of this mass assessment program, but we ultimately get back to the statute, fair market value. $499,100 is not the fair market value of my unit. You couldn't put it on the market for that. How do I know that? The recent sale of 10 Prairie Edge Way, the recent sale of 26 Woodbrook Way. Very comparable homes in the same neighborhood. So with that, I would respectfully request that the board find that the assessor assessment is wrong and that the true value of my property is $409,900. Thank you.
Okay, Chris, anything you'd like to add before we start considering things?
Not really much. I think that just I would point out that in my view, if you were to really compare the two properties, apples to apples, 10 Prairie Edge Way, you know, would end up at we have the comparable value of $494,800, and that's right in line with where the current assessment on this property is. That's where I'm at. Thank you.
Okay, you guys don't make this easy for us at the end of the day here. Eldon, thoughts? Okay, hold on one second, Eldon. I got to read a little process here. Question. Make sure I'm following the books here. Okay. I am now closing the testimony on this case. I will now open it up for deliberations in this case by asking the Board of Review members to state, based on the sworn testimony presented, whether the assessor's valuation is correct or incorrect. Let's deliberate, folks. You have the comps that both Mr. Schinker and the assessing department have used. I guess my comments are the value. I go back to the property record and the interaction with the city. There have been, let me just go through this again here. There have been a remodeled kitchen in 2022. There was conversation about walk-in during open book to just discuss if refinished floor was included increased value for kitchen remodel. The explained increases add 4 full kitchen remodel. Not changes are made to the interior rating. The question for me is, does that trigger the comparison between 10 Prairie View and Mr. Schinker at 13 Prairie View? Does he and his wife have a more updated home, an updated kitchen, bathrooms, etc.? And does that, based on Chris's logic and background and materials, causes his property to be assessed more? Is it 60,000 more? That is the question that, in my opinion, we face. I think I understand why we're using 56 Woodbrook Way instead of 26. I think I'm okay in that department. Carol, do you follow what I'm saying here, or do you have any thoughts?
Yes, so basically what we're trying to figure out is, are the improvements that were done to 10 Prairie Edge Way or to 13 Prairie Edge Way, does that override the difference of being an end unit and having a screened-in porch on 10?
Correct, because that is, in my opinion, Chris, the subjective part of this, because if you're not in the home, you're not seeing it. Mr. Schinker, you've been in his home because he's remodeled and he's kept the city up to speed with his permits. So you're doing the right thing, sir, by doing that, but you might get bit and you know what on that. I'm just saying that's the price of poker, I guess. So, Chris, do you follow what Carol's asking? We haven't seen, your staff saw the inside of 10 Prairie Edge Way in December, correct?
And yeah, and Julia went through this one. One point to, I guess, make is on the permits that were pulled, the reported value for the kitchen remodel was $55,325, and then the reported value on the bathroom remodel was $68,500.
And those were reported by Mr. Schinker and his wife, or did you guys do that?
It would presumably be from the contractor. I assume they're the ones who took out the permit, but it's not our calculation. That's what's reported on the building. So when you file for a building permit, you have to put what the estimated cost of construction is, and those were the values.
So about $113,000 or whatever the total.
Yeah, and some change. Actually, closer to 100.
Have you seen anything from 10 in terms of permit being pulled of recent?
No. So it's $123,825 in reported permit value.
Does that sound accurate to you, sir?
Pointed out that that figure doesn't include inflation. It doesn't include matters.
I understand that.
Value, so I just reiterate that point.
Well, this job isn't, this is why we get the big bucks, Carol. A remodel, Julia was in my home when I redid my basement, so I understand the process the city does. It did impact my assessment. I do think, just from maybe some work that I do on the outside here, having a nice kitchen does sell a home. Having dated bathrooms does not sell a home, or it makes it tougher to price a home at a certain level. I'm going to make a motion that we agree with the city assessing department and that the property located at 13 Prairie Edge Way, owned by Donald L. Schinker and his spouse, at parcel number 060909616583-5 shall be assessed as recommended by Chris Leitz and the assessing department at $499,100. Is there a second?
Second it.
A second by Krim. Is there discussion?
This is where I think appraisals really are helpful in trying to figure all this out, because since we're limited in what we can use as evidence, had we had an appraisal, I think it would have made this easier for us and also for the assessor to see whether this was fair or not.
And that is the choice of the objector. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? They are clearly... Yes, sir. Go ahead.
6 appraisers. 3 of them never even returned my call.
Okay.
One of them had a funeral. One of them had a family illness, and one had a prior commitment. So
I
I did
understand.
try that out.
I understand.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah, it just,
But
our hands are tied.
my point to Tracy is that is clearly laid out in the packet, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so the appraiser option is not anything new that we're pulling out of the sky here.
No, sir.
I think, Mr. Schinker, I think that the issue is the remodel. I'm sure your condominium is beautiful and gorgeous, and congratulations. I think the remodel probably is what triggering the assessing department combined with the inflation, so you kind of caught the perfect storm here, sadly. Yeah, but nice new kitchen and new bathrooms with the view of the park isn't a bad place for people to look at someday too, if they want to walk through your place at some point. But with that, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair. Elton Krim Jr.,
Aye.
Sean Pack,
Aye.
Carol Poole,
Aye.
motion carried.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to read one more process question for you, Mr. Schinker, then we need to do a little bit of work as a committee before we adjourn. Thank you, Mr. Schinker, for coming in, and I direct our city clerk, Tracy Oldenburg, to provide you, sir, with the determination form. And as I've stated earlier today, if they are not satisfied with the board review's decision, there are appeal options available to you listed at the bottom of the determination form. Thank you for coming in, and I ask committee members to just give us 5 more minutes of your precious time on a beautiful Friday in the summer. Back. The hour of 3:05 and 3:09 is here. I want to thank, it was a long day today, but I want to thank the objectors for coming through, the assessing department for all your work. Chris, thank you and your team. Thank you to Scott from FACTv. We're lucky we have them, and Tracy for all your preparation on this, especially being able to put kind of the group of Windswept Way together. We do have Additional date, Tracy, is there anything we need to do besides me signing a few documents to kind of take care of today's proceedings or not?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we did have an objector that was originally scheduled to attend on August 28th that informed us that he cannot be here for that date. So it is the recommendation that instead of going into the September 12th meeting and prolonging the board of review any longer, that maybe we could find a date to have a quorum to meet an hour to hear this residential case.
So you were saying that maybe September 12th is not needed?
Correct.
Oh, that's good news. Okay, well, let's just, the three of us look at a calendar, and then we'll have to figure it out, and I assume one of those other members can join as well.
Sure. So the objector stated that he could not meet between August 21st and September 2nd. So anytime between today and August 21st.
August 21st, he is not available.
Correct. So maybe August 14th.
That would be a little tough for me, but somebody can sit in for me.
Or August 8th,
What's August 8th? That's a Friday.
5th, 6th or 7th in the AM. August 8th is a Friday. August 14th.
Let's do,
August 15th after 10.
let's
for
do
me.
August 8th at 8 a.m. Would that work? Chris, you around? Let's knock that out on a Friday. Friday the 8th. 8 o'clock. Is that too soon? Yeah, we're going to be done with that, Eldon. This windswept way was just a journey that we all went on today.
I got to be in New Glarus on that day, but
You do have to be in New
by
Glarus.
about 9:30 or 10, but I think I can manage that.
Let's do 8. Chris, you okay with that, bud?
Do you want to maybe try to find another date just because it is kind of
I would prefer
Iffy.
that, but it's.
What about, what does,
How about the 6th or the 7th? Does anybody have anything in the AM on the 6th or the 7th?
I have to be at the Department of Transportation by 10 a.m. on the west side of Madison. I could do 8 a.m. on the 7th.
I could do 8 a.m. on the 7th also.
Great. 8 a.m. on
8
August
a.m.
7th,
on the
Chris?
7th?
Is this room available?
It is, yeah.
Tracy will send out an application.
Wonderful.
Julia's going to see us in 6 days. Yes. Okay. And then, Chris, update for us, or Tracy. So the 6th, is that a residential homeowner?
That's correct.
Okay, and then so the 28th will have one windswept way, which is residential, and the rest is commercial?
No.
I've
Yeah,
got
walk us through what's,
handy. So we'll do, I think the one that we would do on the 7th is Crinkle Root Drive.
correct.
That would leave 2434 County Highway MM, 2760 Leo Mary Street, 17 Windswept Way, 5848 Park Hill Circle, and then possibly 5827 Schuman Drive. That one,
That's the phone one, potentially, right?
yeah, that one we may have, I'm working with the property owner on that
Potentially
one.
resolving that one.
Yeah, that's the hope.
And
And then the commercial subpoena reviews, and then
possible waiver request.
possible waiver request, possibly a dismissal in there, but depends on them.
So
It'll be a full day on the 28th.
Yes, yeah,
28th is basically 8 to 5.
Yeah. Be a long
28th
day.
of August.
It'll
That,
be 9 o'clock. That meeting starts at 9 and
Tracy,
hopefully
I'm
we'll
going
be done
to
by
have you do me a
4.
favor and just make sure Andrew is possibly available, because I don't think so, but I may be tangled up a little bit some part of that day. But that's okay. I got it on my calendar.
Yeah, same here.
You're tangled up on the 28th?
Well, I don't have anything on my calendar, but it's like right before the start of the semester.
Yeah.
So things are gonna start.
Yeah, but let's just keep it on there, of course.
Yeah.
We got 7 of us here.
I think I sent you appointments
You
for
did,
the
you
28th.
did.
Okay. And I'll send you one for the 7th as well.
Yeah, we're gonna, Okay, all right. So our next meeting date will be, Tracy, do you need 2 dates to give to Crinkle Root, or we're settling on August 7th at 8 a.m.?
Nope, that date should be fine.
Okay, so our next meeting date of this committee, we will stand in recess till, is that the right word, Tracy?
Yeah.
Till Thursday, August 7th at 8 a.m. Take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Seconded by Krim, we are adjourned.